We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, welcome Costa Mesa. Welcome to the Costa Mesa City Council meeting for Tuesday, June 15th. If you could all join me, and I'm sorry, Tuesday, June 16th. It's time for the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance. If council could all put your phones on, or your computer screens on mute, we will have, following the Costa Mesa High School cheerleaders who will be leading us in the pledge. We will also have a national anthem, and then we will have a moment of solemn expression led by Pastor Mark Page from Grace Fellowship Church in Costa Mesa. All right, Ms. Green.
Gotta hit play.
Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight?
It's not good. To make sure that everybody has their okay, I apologize. I got cut out, so I wasn't sure if you can hear me.
Yes, Mayor, we can hear you. I think we all got cut off.
Oh, okay. All right.
Madam Mayor,
So,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I would also ask that you call the Housing Authority meeting to order so that we can take care of that matter first.
Okay, and I would also call to order the Costa Mesa Housing Authority, successor to the redevelopment agency. Okay.
Madam Mayor, we have the moment of solemn expression waiting also.
Thank you. Mr. Pastor Page, are you there?
I am here.
Okay. Please lead us in a moment of solemn expression.
Yes, indeed. Good to be with you all. Well, Father, all authority is yours, but you have given authority to these leaders to govern, protect, and guide our community for the common good of all. And we understand the great challenges that come with leadership, challenges that are certainly not for the faint of heart. And I pray that you give these leaders wisdom, discernment, courage, strength, and resolve for the tasks and responsibilities they have to contend with. And I thank you for their faithful service and sacrifice. And I ask that you also bless their families who inevitably have to bear their own collateral sacrifice in this calling. And as we all are experiencing these especially complicated and trying times of late, a time when it seems so many things and issues can threaten to discourage and divide our people and community, I ask that you might draw our leaders together with one voice and purpose, that they can forge bonds, heal divisions, and give deference to one another in honor. These qualities that are so countercultural, it seems, these days, but may the way of leadership in this small corner of the world and in this context and in this time be a beacon of light that shines and inspires far beyond our boundaries. Bless them all, I pray. Amen.
Amen.
City Clerk, will you please call the roll by voice roll call?
Thank you. Board Member, Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Board Member, Councilmember Guinness.
Here.
Board Member, Councilmember Mansour.
Here.
Board Member, Councilmember Marr.
Here.
Board Member, Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Vice Chair, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Here.
Chair, Mayor Foley.
Present. Ms. Barlow, a point of order. Should we be taking the Housing Authority agenda now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, it wasn't in my script here.
That's okay.
Okay, so I'll call to order the Housing Authority and who is the staff member that would be giving the presentation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First off, we would need to ask if there's any public comments on just the Housing Authority agenda. Not anything else, just on the Housing Authority agenda.
Okay, so if there's anyone in the queue who would like to speak as it relates to the Housing Authority agenda, please raise your hand, or on your cell phone or telephone line, please press *9 at this time. I don't see any hands raised. Oh, there's a hand raised. RAL is what's on our screen.
Okay, yes. RAL, you may speak, and this is on the Housing Authority agenda only.
Housing Authority as it relates to budgetary concerns?
No,
Or-
this is just we have a separate hearing right now on our Housing Authority. And so we
Yes,
have an
ma'am.
agenda. Okay,
I'll reserve my time for the appropriate time this evening. Thank you, ma'am.
okay, thank you. Okay, and there we have Mr. Tucker. Mr. Tucker, did you would like to speak related to the Housing Authority agenda? Can you unmute him?
Yes, I have. Mr. Tucker, you may speak.
It looks like it's still muted.
Mr. Tucker, could you unmute yourself?
Mr. Tucker, if you go to the participants icon or the microphone rather up on the top of your screen and
Okay,
unmute.
how can you hear me
There.
now?
There we go.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
welcome.
Still
That's okay,
learning.
welcome. Yeah, we're all learning.
So I am interested in speaking on the item number 1 of new business. Is that
And this
what
is
we're, is that
Just
what we are?
related to the Housing Authority? No, we're only taking comment right now as it relates to the Housing Authority agenda.
Okay, then I must have the wrong agenda.
Okay, so as soon as we finish this part of the meeting, then we'll open up the regular city council meeting. I know it's confusing, I apologize.
Okay, Madam Mayor, first on the agenda are the minutes of the January 21st, 2020 joint meeting of the Costa Mesa Housing Authority and City Council.
Okay, council, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Okay, motion by Marr, second by Chavez. Call
Board
for the
member,
question. Oh,
Yes.
sorry. Call for
Board
question
Member
by voice
Chavez,
vote.
Yes.
Board Member Guinness, Board Member Guinness,
Sorry about that. Yes.
Board Member Mansour,
Yes.
Board Member Marr,
Yes.
Board Member Reynolds,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Chair Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Next on the agenda is Housing Authority Annual Budget for Fiscal Year 2020-2021, presentation by Jennifer King, Assistant Finance Director.
Ms. King?
Yes.
Yes, hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members of City Council. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. And good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. The item before you tonight for consideration is the Costa Mesa Housing Authority's fiscal year 2021 proposed budget. Before we get to the numbers, I would like to take a brief overview of the Housing Authority. And this information is also provided in the agenda report in more details. The Housing Authority was formed as a direct result of the state dissolution of all redevelopment agencies in year 2012. Pursuant to the Health and Safety Code, the City Council elected to create a new legal entity to retain the housing assets and functions previously held by the former RDA. The Housing Authority serves as the housing successor, and it holds assets such as loans extended under the first-time home buyers program, single-family rehab and rental rehab programs. It also has loans for affordable housing and senior housing projects, such as the Costa Mesa Village, St. John Manor, and James Street and West 18th Street property. Additionally, it holds the ground lease at Costa Mesa Family Village. All these assets and the associated revenues, such as loan repayments and lease payments, are deposited into a low and moderate income housing fund. It's LMIHAF for short. The state mandates what type of expenditure can be used from the LMIHAF fund, as well as how much we can spend each year under this category. Any expenditures above and beyond the LMIHAF fund category would have to come from other sources, such as outside grant, donations, or general fund subsidy. On this slide, we're going to take a look at the revenue resources proposed for fiscal year 2021. The Housing Authority estimates that you will receive revenue total about $3 million and will use about $70,000 in available fund balance to support the programs. The Housing Authority fund balance is strictly for LMIHAF purposes and can only use for low and moderate income housing activity. On this slide, the revenue items are broken down by the state mandated low and moderate income housing activity, as well as other funding sources. The low and moderate income housing fund source revenue total about $755,000, and is mostly from lease payments and rental payments, as well as a 20% loan repayment from the successor agency. And this loan repayment is approved by the Department of Finance annually. Revenues outside of the low and moderate income housing fund includes a $528,000 state SB2 grant for the bridge shelter operation. And the city also anticipates a $668,000 CDBG coronavirus grant funding to expand homeless services due to COVID-19 pandemic. The CDBG COVID grant is on tonight's council agenda for consideration. Finally, to round out fundings for the homeless assistance programs, the general fund will provide an additional support of 1.18 million. On this slide, we're going to take a look at the proposed appropriations. The Housing Authority's total appropriation is 3.1 million for fiscal year 2021, and it covers 4 programs. The Covenant Monitoring and Administration is responsible for all loan programs and the Housing Authority's ongoing administration function. It covers expenses such as annual audits, reports to the state, any required meetings, and so forth. And the budget in this category includes staff time, consulting, and legal services. The next category is the Housing Development and Preservation of Affordable Housing. And this is the management of the 30 rental units at James and 18th Street. This budget includes property management, maintenance, utilities, legal, and consulting services. The third program is the Homeless Outreach Program. It provides a wide range of assistance, such as housing options and social services to homeless individuals. And the fourth and the last program is the city's bridge shelter. In the next slide, staff will go over the homeless service program's proposed budget in more details. On this slide, we're looking at a greater detail of the homeless assistance program. There are 2 components to the homeless services. The first one is the Homeless Outreach Program, which has a total budget of just over $1 million for fiscal year 2021. Of the total budget, the salary and benefit budget is approximately $922,000. It covers 4 full-time positions and 6 part-time positions that provides a variety of services. For the operation and maintenance budget is a total $104,000. Of that $104,000, $30,000 is budgeted for case management consultant, and $30,000 is financial assistance, such as bus tickets, motel vouchers, DMV assistance, this type of expenses for homeless individuals. And the remaining $44,000 goes towards supplies, professional developments, communications, rent, and other operational costs. The bridge shelter operation has a budget of just under 1.6 million. The external rent budget of 98,000 is the rental for the temporary shelter at the Lighthouse Church. And the second category is utilities and internet. This is an estimated cost at the permanent shelter location. And the shelter operator consultant is 1.457 million. And this represents the amount agreed for the Mercy House contract. So in total, the proposed expenditure appropriation for the homeless services includes the outreach program and the shelter program, total just over 2.6 million. On this slide, staff is showing a recap of the homeless services. We're showing expenditures in a summary format with details of the anticipating funding sources. The Housing Authority is allowed to spend up to $250,000 in low and moderate income housing fund for the homeless outreach program. And we'll also receive $528,000 from the state's SB2 grant for shelter operation. And the city has also been allocated $668,000 in CDBG coronavirus fund from HUD to address the increased homeless assistance services that's needed in the city. And the remaining 1.18 million is coming from the general fund subsidy. So in total, The program has an expenditure 2.6 and a funding sources of 2.6. And this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. King. Council, are there any questions? I don't see any. Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. Ms. King, thank you for the presentation. You mentioned debt repayment, 258,209, and that was for, can you clarify, that's old debt that was from the old redevelopment agency, correct?
That was a loan the city loaned money to the old redevelopment agency, and under the Department of Finance has approved repayments, and it is being reviewed by Department of Finance every year for the loan repayment.
Okay.
And 20% of the loan repayment is required under Health and Safety Code to be paid to the Housing Authority.
Okay, so but the city is being paid back this money, correct?
Correct.
When will this be done? When will that be paid off?
So I believe we have probably another, I believe we have another 5-6 years to pay this off. The current balance, if I remember correctly, is just over 7 million.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't see any other hands in the queue. We will open this item up for public comment. Is there anyone who is here in the Zoom call who is an attendee who wishes to speak to this item? It looks like we have, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand in the Zoom or press *9 on your phone. RAL, are you there?
Madam Mayor, I believe that's the person from before that wants to speak on the.
Oh, okay, on another matter.
budget.
Okay. Okay, so no public comments. We'll close public comment.
Move the staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, second by Councilmember Chavez. Call the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Board member, Councilmember.
Yes,
Board
yes.
member, Councilmember Mansour.
Yes.
Board member, Councilmember Marr.
Yes.
Board member, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes.
Vice Chair, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yes.
Chair and Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, and at this time, we have board and council member comments and suggestions. Councilmember Mansour.
Done tonight, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Point of clarity, Madam Mayor, is this our comments for the whole
As
evening?
to the housing authority.
Oh, making sure, no comments.
Okay, Councilmember Marr,
No.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, just one question. Could we get clarification on plan for filling the 2 vacant tenant seats for this board?
Oh, yes, Mayor and council members. We did do a recruitment previously this year and we received no response, and we did multiple outreaches to the community. Once we start opening up to the city and we do committee recruitments again, we'll again try to get some recruitments from tenant commissioners from the housing area.
And just a quick question on that, Ms. Green, is that tenants in the city-owned housing?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Guinness.
The only thing I had was that we are actually using less of our general fund money for this purpose than last year, and I was happy to see that.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
No, ma'am.
Okay, and I have no comments. We'll adjourn the joint meeting and move into our city council meeting. And so at this time, do I need to do another roll call, Ms. Barlow?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so at this time, I will ask that the city attorney, Ms. Barlow, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wish simply to report that no reportable action was taken in closed session, and we were given direction.
All right. And we have, it says we have 3 presentations tonight, but I'm only aware of 2. Do we have a 3rd presentation? Ms. Green?
Madam Mayor, we only have the 2 presentations.
Okay, thank you. So we have 2 presentations tonight. First is an update from our police chief responding to, I think it's up to like 800 emails now that we've received regarding police abuse of force or policies and procedures related to how our police are trained and trained in use of force specifically and community policing. And so I've asked the police chief to give us an update and a presentation for the community to understand what we're doing here in Costa Mesa, what we've already been doing, and what we're going to be doing in the future. And I'll turn it over to Chief Glass.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me get set up here for the presentation. I'm assuming that slide is up. First slide for the presentation is up. So good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Tonight, I'm providing an update on the Costa Mesa Police Department in the areas of use of force and policy.
I'm sorry, Chief Glass. Sorry to interrupt. We don't have a slide up yet. Is there a slide?
Yeah, it should be on the shared.
Who's responsible for the slides?
I have them on my one computer when we did this earlier.
So somebody has to post it. So let's see. Is Ms. Green, do you have the slides, or does Mr. Bora have the slides?
No, the chief is going to post it. Chief, can you hit share screen again?
Okay.
It's not registering on our end. Oh,
There we go. There
All
we go.
right.
All right. Now we're in business.
Sorry for my technical efficiencies there.
Great job. We're all
All right.
learning through this process. Okay, very good. Here we go.
I'm assuming everybody has a slide now. So
yes.
I'll go ahead. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Tonight, I'm providing an update on the Costa Mesa Police Department in the area of use of force and policy. Police reform and the use of force policy has been a national topic over the last couple of weeks, with both new state and federal legislation being developed on the matter. California has always been on the forefront of this topic with legislation that has set training and reporting requirements, a new legal standard for use of deadly force, establishing a minimum use of force policy standard for all law enforcement in California. During the last 2 weeks, I received multiple inquiries from the community on the department's policies and standards as they relate to hiring, training, use of force, and policy as it relates to the 8 Can't Wait campaign. And every inquiry I received, where the individuals responded back to me with a contact number, I personally reached out to them to discuss their questions and reassure them to where the Costa Mesa Police Department stood. The police department is in line with the results being sought in the use of force through the department's efforts in hiring, training, policy, use of force, and actual next steps. And that's where I'll start with hiring. We hire individuals of the utmost character, with proven track records of responsible behavior, while promoting diversity and a representation of the community within the organization. The department has maintained a consistent practice of ensuring standards are met in the vetting of new hires. Since 2015, the department has brought on 55 new officers who have passed training and are permanent members of our organization. 9 of these officers were from within the department, and several started in our Police Explorer program. This is one of our strongest programs where teenagers from the community come into law enforcement and prepare for a career early on. It is also a program that aids the department in being reflective of the community we serve. Today, the department is comprised of 127 sworn police officers, of which 40% are other than white and over 10% are women. And multiple members of the department are from and or reside in the area, city. Again, making our agency reflective of the community. In regards to training, we prioritize having highly educated and well-trained personnel to ensure job proficiency and quality service to the community. The department adheres to the peace officer standards and training to ensure the agency maintains a contemporary approach in law enforcement practices. Post mandates minimum training hours, thresholds, and frequencies of training for officers, which Costa Mesa always meets and often exceeds to ensure quality officers within the organization. Officers receive training throughout their career, starting with the 6-month police academy after graduating or a lateraling to the organization. They then go through our 4-month field training program with experienced officers who ensure the new officers meet our standards and perform as expected of a Costa Mesa officer. Continuing training consists of bi-monthly briefing training, quarterly firearms training, and ongoing advanced officer and perishable skills training based on department, post, and legislative requirements and mandates. On the slide, you can see a summary of training received by officers related to topics or today's topics. And when you look at those, I could bring up cultural diversity and discrimination. There's 16 hours that they receive in the academy. Use of force and de-escalation, which is a topic, 16 hours. But after the academy, they continue on with de-escalation, which is now tactical communication class and crisis intervention training, where in each of those, de-escalation and assisting with individuals is the focus on that. Crisis intervention training is mainly focused with what we're dealing with on an everyday basis out in the streets with individuals experiencing homelessness. As you can see, I also have racial profiling ethics. In 2018, we did our own department-wide training on ethics for the organization. And also for arrest and control techniques and tactical communication. Even though the requirements are lower, in 2019, we did department-wide training and exceeded the hours that were required. Again, the focus of that is use and control techniques and de-escalation. The department, along with most California law enforcement agencies, utilize Lexipol, a policy software system. Lexipol is the nation's leading provider of public safety policy and training solutions for law enforcement, fire and rescue, and corrections. Lexipol ensures all police departments' policies are aligned with state and federal laws, and their suggested policies are continuously updated as laws change, while still giving us the ability to customize as needed. The Costa Mesa Police Manual, Policy and Procedures through Lexipol can be found on our website, costamesapd.org. We recently highlighted our manual on the department's homepage so community members could easily find our policies, procedures, and training. As it directly relates to the 8 Can't Wait campaign, I have corresponding department policy with each of the 8 points being sought and indicated where we stand with the initiatives. These policies have been posted on our social media and website for easy access to the community. We'll start with, as you can see, starting off with banning chokeholds and strangleholds, and then requiring de-escalating training. In each of these, we are compliant and in the means of those initiatives being pushed. In regards to requiring warning shots before shooting, we're in compliance and meet that expectation. Exhausting all alternatives before shooting is one that we are not, because based on our training and experience, requires officers to evaluate the use of reasonable available resources and techniques when determining whether to use deadly force. So there's no escalation and expectation of our officers to go through steps dependent. They use objectively reasonable force based on the circumstances and the force options they've been trained on. Duty to intervene, yes. Ban shooting from moving vehicles. This is partially a yes and no, because we have limited it to instances where it's life-threatening or a deadly force situation. Require use of force, continue, no. And again, this goes back to the previous one that I had no on, because again, officers may use objectively reasonable force based on the considerations when deciding what level to be used based on the facts and totality of circumstances. We require officers to evaluate and use other reasonably available resources and techniques when determining whether to use deadly force. So it's not a step-by-step, you have to go through these measures, but it is based on your situation and your options on the circumstances presented to you. And then require comprehensive reporting, yes, at all levels of our organization. we have require comprehensive reporting. Now, outside of policy, go into use of force. A reflection of our calls for service, arrests, use of force, and administrative investigations illustrates officers are highly effective at diffusing situations and using minimal level of force necessary to bring tense situations under control. The success of the department use of force practices are demonstrated by the results over the last 3 years when comparing calls for service, arrests, reports used of force incidents, and complaints of use of force that we receive in professional standards. When you look at the slide ahead of you, you can see calls for service that we received in each of the last 3 years, the number of arrests that we made, this is citations as well as booking, the use of force incidents that we report on our own based on using control holds, sweeps, a taser. These are things that we require officers to report just as so we could track and monitor those uses. And then the complaints we received from the community or from a citizen or individual who's involved in regards specifically to use of force that was reviewed by our organization. Looking at these figures, you can see we have low reported uses of force and complaints in regards to use of force. Our use of force incidents predominantly consist of control holds, takedowns, and taser deployments. Low-level uses of force is predominantly what we use. Thankfully, the use of deadly force is rare. As I conclude, what are actual next steps? The police department is dedicated to protecting and improving the quality of life for the community of Costa Mesa through effective partnerships and community-oriented policing. We recognize the importance of continually evaluating policies and procedures to ensure we both avoid stagnation and are deploying best practices for our community. The department and I are committed to this, and as such, we have identified items that we build upon where we currently are, enhance the level of service we provide, and reinforce the trust within the community. They are the implementation of body-worn cameras, which is a subject and later coming on consent, where we are expanding our in-car video system to include body-worn cameras on our personnel. And this is something that we were looking at already before the last several weeks because our organization and officers saw this as a tool that better helps them be more effective in everyday responsibilities and accountability that we're out there expected of us for tracking evidence as well as those interactions. Next is the evaluation and implementation of software to enhance the review and oversight of all use of force incidents, pursuits, citizens and administrative complaints, and on-duty traffic accidents. And then third is the continued evaluation of our use of force reporting requirements. So with that, council, this concludes my presentation. I am available for questions.
Thank you, Chief Glass. Thank you for that excellent report, and thanks for updating our community. Council members, if you have any questions, could you please raise your hand in the participants window? Councilmember Moore.
Thanks, Chief. That was really helpful. One of the slides had racial profiling, and then the following bullet was ethics. So just to clarify, our training is to not racially profile, correct?
Exactly. It's training to prevent it. Yes.
Okay.
And those are separate courses. Those are separate courses too that we had that we are doing, not one combined.
Got it. Okay. Maybe an extra adjective would have been helpful there. Yeah. So, and then the other thing is you mentioned, you said it pretty quickly, but I was just wondering, so of the 45 use of force incidents, not that you have to do this, but are you able to classify them? The reporting, is that good from our officers in terms of exactly what the scenario was?
Yeah, so we document, and they're required by different means that we have that they're required to put into reports. And so every report, they document it and it's reviewed by a supervisor. And then if it meets the criteria for our reporting use of force, for like a deployment of a taser, a control hold that took somebody down, they're required to do a supervisor report that goes to our professional standards. And each one of those goes to our professional standards unit to review and make sure it's in compliance and if there is any liability or risk in that. So we are, with the agency our size, we are very involved and our supervisors provide very good oversight and then documentation throughout. It goes even to our professional standards level so we can review it, even if there's no complaints. So we're always monitoring what's being done and tracking those uses as well as anything. You know, it's not just use of force, there's conduct, there's the interaction with the public. It's all those different situations that they review.
Okay. And then the last question I had was Just slipped my mind. Oh my goodness. Sorry, it's not even that late yet, guys. What's my excuse here? Shoot, I completely forgot. I'll move on and I'll come back to you. Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds. I'm sorry, Councilmember Chavez, then Reynolds, then Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief Glass, for your presentation. I'm happy you mentioned the Explorer program because I have a lot of friends from high school that actually, or not a lot, but I have one friend who's an officer in our department because of that program. And it's always great to have that connectivity with the youth in our community. I did have one quick question for you, and it was regarding one of the 8 can't wait. So I noticed we kind of went over this one quickly, but we mentioned that we partially allow the ability to shoot at moving vehicles. So I want to just elaborate a bit more on that, just because I kind of missed that part.
Yes. So, council member, in regards to when the 8 Can't Wait campaign came out, they had 2 areas where they had the exception when it is a lethal force situation. So I'm bringing back up the PowerPoint just to. So the partially one's ban shooting at moving vehicles. So we limit that requirement so it's not a complete ban, it is a limitation on that, but it is an option if it is a life-threatening situation or deadly force situation. So it's not just shooting out, but there is that exception. And that was originally as part of the 8 Can't Wait, one of the caveats they had if it was a life-threatening situation.
Got it. So really, we're only doing that in the most extreme of cases, right? When
it's limited to that extreme case where it is a threat to somebody's life, threat to the officer or somebody else, and that's the only resource they have, an option at that time.
Okay, thank you. And then also along that route, I just want to again, I noticed there was the one of exhaust all options before shooting. So do you mind explaining again to the audience why perhaps that may not be the most effective thing to do for our officers?
Shooting at a vehicle or
my apologies. I believe another one was I think one of the 8 Can't Wait is exhaust all alternatives before using deadly force. So I believe on that slide, yeah, go ahead.
So I'll cover those 2. There's 2 of them that are very similar, and when you look at them, exhaust all alternatives before shooting, and then the required the use of force continuum. So we do not train, and it is not. So the use of force continuum is kind of an outdated terminology. What we train is objectively reasonable force that is being used by the officer based on their training and their force options across from de-escalation all the way to less lethal and the different ones that compile of less lethal to deadly force. So in both of those, it's really, they go and respond and based on the totality and the circumstances and facts and their what they have when they're addressing it, they use that toolbox and use the applicable source or the applicable level of use of force that should be towards that situation. So they have a continuum, but they have this range based on what they're handling that they should be addressing.
Got it. So in other words, we're trying to adapt to each situation individually.
Yes, because you couldn't go to a situation with an individual with a knife and start sometimes all this level, especially they're chasing after you. So, we train scenario training, when they do firearms as well as any other situation, trains they have their ACT, it's always starting on de-escalation, but they have to adjust based on the facts and circumstances they have in front of them to meet that level.
All right. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Reynolds. Or I'm sorry, was Mark next? I can't remember. Okay. Councilmember Reynolds.
I think Stevens was, but I'm going to cut in line here. Chief, thank you for your presentation. Could we, if possible, pop over to that slide where you described actionable next steps?
Okay.
If we can get that back on the screen there. And the question, because I think that was, I'm happy to see those. And I wanted to talk a little bit more or learn a little bit more about what we have planned this year related to continued investment in our community-oriented policing program. I understand we have some challenges related to COVID and our inability to gather and connect in person. But I'd appreciate, I know that's something that frequently, almost every conversation I've had with you or other officers, that community-oriented policing approach sort of always leads. So it'd be really helpful to hear what you guys have in the works, especially considering the COVID, the challenges created by COVID.
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds. So when we looked at this beginning here, we set up a calendar that focuses on crime prevention, community outreach, and those events that we're all aware of. Started off with spring 2020, we had our Spring Citizens Academy, but unfortunately we had to cancel that. For the summer, we had our Teen Academy Summer program that we're going to reinitiate that we haven't had in a couple of years. We also had a Popsicle with a Cop, similar to our Coffee with a Cop, but a little refreshing for summertime. Both of those have been canceled. We still have National Night Out was scheduled for the first week of August, but that has been moved. It sounds like, and that with that National Night Out, we were changing our model a little bit towards maybe 2 different events to try have more outreach with the community. But that, again, that's being rescheduled from August to potentially October. So that's kind of changed our format. And then for the fall, winter 2020, we had our Fall Citizens Academy, which we still have on as our intent to have it. It starts in September, getting that going again since we especially missed our spring. We were looking at open house in October during National Crime Prevention Month. Of course, our national Coffee with the Cop and our local Coffee with the Cops. And then we were this year going to implement a Shop with the Cop during December. So those are a lot of the events that crime prevention, our public affairs manager and crime prevention were planning out for the year. And some of those have been canceled already based on what has been going on and just the dynamics, not knowing where we'll be. In regards to Neighborhood Watch, we currently have 30 Neighborhood Watch programs. We are in the works already too. During these tough times, one of the things our department has done, or what crime prevention has done, is try to host virtual meetings. I haven't got much progress on it, but they have done some meetings on that from crime prevention with the group. And we have 2 that we're waiting to, 2 new Neighborhood Watch groups we're waiting to start when we have the ability to truly do a Neighborhood Watch program startup by going out there and meeting the community members. So that's part of our ongoing efforts for community engagement. As an organization, we are very involved in the different events and activities that are going on, and we will continue to do that. We participate in a lot of things that we get requests from the birthday parades to the senior graduations and all those engagements. We're trying to be supportive of those things going on in our community, and we always have. And then so that's always a focus for us is engagement, transparency, and being connected to this community. And it always will be.
Okay, and I know we've mentioned a few times, I think we had a implicit bias training planned, another thing that had to be rescheduled because of COVID. Can you just give us a brief highlight of what that is and who's involved in that training?
So that was a training program that was being scheduled by the city. I had several of my executive staff and myself were going to that. In addition. That's the one that was canceled in March. In regards to us, department-wide, we have done the ethics and racial profiling and different courses that are part of mandates of the state. Ethics was not, but we added that on our own in 2018 just to do department-wide to build upon all the other training that we have going on.
Okay. A couple more other questions. So always interested in seeing data. I know we post, is it monthly, the crime stats on our CMPD webpage. I was curious that you shared the numbers for calls for service. Does that include like vehicle stops, for example, where our officers are sort of taking the first action? Or is that separate from calls for service?
It should be separate. Those are usually just incidents. Calls for service are the ones that we receive and track incidents that are out there.
Okay.
I'd have to research that a little more to verify it, but it should not be good.
But we would also track vehicle stops, yes?
Yes, we do stop, and we'd have to look and see under traffic stops, and we'd be able to pull something up on that.
Okay. Yeah, I've been learning a lot about police departments in the last few weeks. Lots of really good conversations. I'm curious, so we see data from sort of standard reporting in that monthly posting that you or your department puts on our webpage. we see in our budget book the sort of annual performance measures or workload indicators. Are there any other standard reporting, standard reports that come out? I've seen other jurisdictions have a vehicle stop reports, for example. Any like annual analysis of our calls for service?
We do not have those. We do report to the state. They have some use of force reports that are provided to them, but nothing that we provide or do in regards to our city. You know, traffic stops are usually proactive or based on violations that we've seen. We don't run a report on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And thank you to your officers who've very quickly shared some data with me when I've asked. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Reynolds. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. You need to unmute yourself, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, there we go.
And real fast, this is Chief Glass. Just in regards to your question, Councilmember Reynolds, yes, those calls for service do probably include our incidents and stops, as all the different incidents that we've had over time. So it probably does include those proactive.
Okay,
Councilmember Reynolds, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, for the report. I thought it's very informative and very direct to the points that have been raised by a lot of members of the community, and I appreciate that. I just have a few questions. The first question is just really basic. What's the difference between a chokehold and a carotid restraint? And what does it mean when you said in your slide that the use of the carotid restraint has been suspended?
So I'm not a use of force expert. My understanding is a chokehold or strangulation methods are where they're obviously in the neck and preventing air to come through, as well as the air portion of it. They can't breathe. A carotid hold is a technique that's used as a restraint that is used as a technique with the arms across, and it, I believe, stops the flow of blood to someone who lose conscious. So those are the differences from my understanding of them. Again, we've never used, taught, or ever had anything in regards to chokeholds or strangulations. That's just something I've never seen. Carotid is a technique that's been taught for restraints, a restraint technique. So
and now it's been suspended. What does that mean?
So what, based on what's going on, so we were already looking at the carotid restraint as an organization before last couple of weeks and getting legal opinion on it. And even with that though, I had suspended the use of the carotid as a restraint technique, even though we've trained out based on just made that determination. So it's not authorized and can't be used for a restraint technique as it was previously.
Okay, thank you. So the next question is regarding reporting. So at the national level, there's been some discussion about creating a national registry, which would include all instances of misconduct. Is that something that you're aware of does it exist now, or is it being developed? And what is our position about participating in the national registry?
So I'm not aware of enough about that to make a comment. I've heard of it too over the last couple of weeks. I know there is federal as well as state legislation that is coming down. As of last week, I've been on calls with both Orange County Police Chiefs and California Police Chiefs Association. And they're still waiting to see kind of what California is pushing through in regards to new legislation that's going to cover a lot of these things. And I think as we're moving forward, it's going to be just part of the requirements. And as RIPA is the reporting of contacts and stops that all agencies are eventually going to. I think ours is in 2021 that we'll be doing that requirement ourselves. And they started off with huge, large agencies. I think some of these things are going to be moving forward, and we'll be probably potentially be doing the same as a state law that they're going to pass.
Okay, a couple more questions. when you mentioned implicit bias training, unless I misunderstood you, I thought you said that some of the executives in the department were supposed to do it, and it was my understanding that the implicit bias training would be the whole department. Is it the whole department or just the executive command staff?
I think it was a city-wide initiative that was going, but they had to do it in phases because you can't have everybody go. So I think it was starting off that or the class that has already been rescheduled or that was canceled, we were starting off with executive management level and some supervisors.
Thank you for that clarification. And then the final thing is this, is at the very beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that there are currently 127 sworn officers, and our budget historically the last few years that I voted on, and the number for sworn officers has been 136. So that would mean we'd be short of the budget by about 9 in terms of the snapshot right now. I've always been very impressed by the police department kind of doing more with less. I mean, we've brought on some really good, the K9 unit, the more people in the gang unit, things of that nature, the SROs, stuff like that. But, it also occurs to me like a lot of things, there's a lot of responsibility on the police department that is kind of like ancillary or tangential. Like, for example, just recently, police officers were going out enforcing our COVID orders and masks and stuff like that at restaurants. And so back in 2017, 2018, one of the things we were able to do was bring in the Parks Department to help with our animal services, delivery of service to the community, and to collaborate and take over a little bit more of that function of overseeing the shelter. Are there any functions that are being done right now by the Costa Mesa Police Department that you would think would be good candidates for bringing in kind of some civilian, if you will, or other departments to provide support to the police department and maybe take on some of those functions so that, the police officers can focus on their core mission of keeping us safe and addressing crime and preventing crime in the community?
Mayor Pro Tem, we have a good partnership with all the other departments, and we do work with them on a regular basis. Some of the areas that do, again, and I understand why, and we do, because the police department has numbers. Even when we're down compared to some of the other areas and departments and units, we still have those people, and we're out there in the city already. So it also makes it easier. Some of the things that could be potentially, the contacts and going to businesses in regards to violations or the COVID situations and those different orders, working and partnering with code enforcement more would be a benefit. Just as, we already have an outstanding relation with parks and outreach to the homeless, but those are the areas where, everyday officers that are in the field for patrol to handle calls are working with. Those are the areas that they get drawn to outside of the everyday calls for service that they are on standby or that they're handling.
Thanks. I appreciate that answer. Thank you. Really good presentation. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Council Member Guinness?
Okay, there we go. Now, some of the films that we've seen that are really shocking that have occurred in other cities are really cases of piling on. But it would seem to me that it would be more likely that you would need to use a greater amount of force when you had fewer people. And so I was really happy to see that we had less than 1% of all of our arrests involved force at all, which spoke well of our department. But do we have any data as to whether those instances where force was used, it was because there weren't enough people to provide backup, or is it just each situation is its own unique situation?
So I believe I understand your question. So each incident is unique, but it is not going to be, we don't have, but it would not be because of lack of a resource or bagging, because that's not how we train and that's not how our practices are. If officers going out to a situation, they train and practice to have a follow, just for their safety as well as to handle a situation properly. So it would not be on, so the use of forces are not based on a lack of not having a partner or officers around. It's those individuals who could be combative, who aren't compliant in those situations. And again, most of those use of force that you are seeing are low-level control holds when someone could be being taken arrest. It could include a takedown because they're being uncooperative, and then trying to apprehend individual, as well as taser deployments. Not the hard impact, severe uses that you might see on TV all the time or situations. But yeah, again, it's not based on because they don't have a partner. We practice even in a situation is to hold on and wait till you have your backup and partner there. And that's part of officer safety that's instilled in everybody during the academy and throughout your career.
Okay, and as council member or Mayor Pro Tem Stevens mentioned, we're about 9 short, right? Well, not short. Well, we're 9 below our maximum budgeted capacity, but we do have additional bodies in the pipeline coming out of the academy or getting ready to attend the academy.
Yes, ma'am. We have right now 3 in the academy. And then next week we have 6 individuals who are preparing to go in.
Okay. And they will have the newest, most current training, right?
Continuously, the academy is a quality academy, Orange County Sheriff's Department. I'm a graduate of myself many years ago. But yes, quality, and we're proud of the product and that we get, and those individuals will do great, be it that they pass and make it through the academy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez. Or did you already?
I already went. Yeah,
Okay.
but while I have the floor, I just want to really kind of follow Sandy, Chief Glass. I really want to commend the department for their community oriented policing. It makes a big difference. I know every time I have asked members of my community to call the police, they always leave with a good experience. And just overall, thank you.
You're welcome. And,
Okay.
that's the focus of us all the times is, being engaged with this community. We are there and crushing those thoughts that we're not there to take reports. I remember a couple of council meetings where you brought that up back in data and immigration, and this department has done a lot of efforts to counter that back then too, because that's not what we wanted. We wanted people to reach out to us so we knew what was going on in our community, and we continue to do. And I think that shows just me addressing it personally with people. We all received a lot of emails in regards to 8 Can't Wait and policy and procedures, and I thought it was most important just to reach out so they understood it was important to us. And no matter what the topic is, when people have concerns about the police department.
Thank you. Chief, thank you so much. And thank you for taking the time to put together this presentation. I know that it is very important to our community to hear what our policies are, because the website actually doesn't have any information about what we are doing. So I'm hoping that we can get this information to that website so that they can update their materials. And also, I know from working with you all these years how important it is to you as the leader of our department to do community policing, and how important community policing is to our community. So I appreciate all that you've talked about here tonight. I have a couple questions. So I know that some of us know what community policing is, or maybe people have an idea of what that is. Can you just describe your philosophy as it relates to community policing and what that means for Costa Mesa?
So when I first became an officer, the focus was cops. Yeah, and you'd be out there engaging the community and addressing their issues and working with them on long-term solutions. But over the years, that's really evolved. And community policing to me it starts with, first, the police department is part of this community. I'm part of this community no matter what. I mean, majority of my life over the last 25 years and majority of my days, things are here. So even though it's as I was a prior resident, but even as a employee and part of this police department, we are part of this community. And community policing is we all have our position in this community, and we work together in partnership to be engaged, to address the issues that are out there, to improve quality of life for the community. Law enforcement does not always know exactly what's going on out there and the things and with the issues that the community is having. So having that engagement, that transparency, and interacting on a regular basis is community policing to me, and addressing those specifically and focusing on quality of life issues. It's not all about arresting and getting all the stats anymore. That's just kind of the standard now. When I meet with all these new officers, I always emphasize to them the importance of responsiveness, because I pride myself on being responsive, and I want them to be responsive, and I want that responsiveness that goes towards throughout our organization, and it starts being responsive to the community. So it's just improving our relationship, our engagement, and those interactions with the community is part of it, and addressing the issues that are really affecting the community out there.
Thank you. And also, I know that we have some unique recruiting tools that also help us to ensure that our workforce and our police department is of a diverse background, and that's reflective of our community and the diversity in our community. Can you just take a minute to talk about some of those unique recruiting tools that we use in Costa Mesa to ensure diversity?
Yes. So, Madam Mayor, so I think the main one is our Explorer program, which is an amazing program. If you've ever been to our events, our Explorers every year do an amazing job out there when they go and they do competitions with other Explorer programs. And just over the last years, we continue to get strong, particularly individuals from our community, from the teenagers that come up and stay with the programs, develop some good skills that they can carry on with them through life, as well as, if they decide to pursue that future in law enforcement, it lines them up, and we already had opportunity to evaluate, see how they are. We start them off in some junior positions. It could be from aide to a police aide to a CSS, and sometimes they do multiple positions till they get to the age to be officer. And at that time, they've been with the organization several years, and then they become an officer, and they're out there serving their community, serving their family, and interacting with that. And we have that in this organization from the Explorer program, which is a huge asset to this organization. I'm very proud of, and the staff that's been involved with that, Captain Bakla, Officer Bao, and several sergeants. They've done a great job over the years, and we see that product, and we see that product in some of the officers we have now. Our volunteer program pulls members of our community to assist in different areas of the department. Again, community members working in the organization and being reflective of the community and learning. We've had people from our citizens academies where they come to learn about the organization who apply to be officers or volunteers down the road. So those are all direct programs that reach out to community members and bring them into the department to educate them on the organization as well as become part of it.
Thank you so much. Can you also just briefly comment on, I personally thought, and I know that the council agrees, that your team did an excellent job of managing the protests and allowing the peaceful assembly of people while at the same time maintaining safety within the community. So could you just describe your philosophy as it relates to community protests and how you manage that?
So demonstrations is a right. We've dealt with it over the years, and this is not the first time we've had it. The first time we had it consecutively on such a 8-day operational period at a national level, very intense. But it is something that we are trained on, something that I believe in facilitating and allow to happen as long as it's peaceful. And we were very fortunate, but a lot of it we're fortunate because of the preparation and steps and our experience in it and the preparation that was made. And this department, I've mentioned this before. I've mentioned this to my organization, an email that I sent to them. Probably one of the proudest parts of my career is going to be going a couple of weeks ago and seeing our organization together, and then the support that we had from other agencies to help us, at the beginning of the week when we thought there was going to be some more when we're down in the north end of the city. But for me, again, facilitating this, we've always practiced reaching out to organizers and communicating with them and getting an idea what their intent is. And we ended up doing that quite a bit going in the last part of the week on all the ones that were down the south end. Through our outreach and social media, we were able to get put out a message to organizers that we haven't heard reach out to us. We got contact officers and management overseeing the project or overseeing those events reached out and coordinated with those organizers. And while it's occurring, we had communication going so we could help and plan ahead and ensure that we're able to facilitate a safe demonstration, a peaceful demonstration, without impacting the community the best we can and allowed to occur, because that is a right. And while if they're going to do it that way, if they're going to participate in a peaceful manner, I believe in facilitating and helping the best we can. We can't tolerate obviously destruction and crime and vandal, because that affects our community in whole, and it takes away from the whole intent of the demonstration.
Thank you so much. I have one other question I wanted to ask about with Ms. Farrell Harrison as it relates to the implicit bias training. Can you help share with us and with the community what the plan is as it relates to implicit bias training for the whole city?
Thank you, Mayor.
Not the whole city, city staff.
Yes. So as the chief mentioned, we had planned the implicit bias training for March 27th. We already had it on the books. We had already contacted an excellent trainer that it took us 6 months to get to work with us because he's in such demand. And unfortunately, the lockdown happened and we weren't able to do that. However, we have been in contact with that facilitator and a couple of others to see how soon they would be available to get together with us to have a training. And so as the chief mentioned, our plan had been to train about 50 staff from all of our departments, because this is an issue. And I think, unconscious bias training is important because the whole point of it is that through our lives, through our acculturation, through our families, through our work, through our just walking around our daily lives, we can develop biases that we're not even aware of, hence the word implicit or unconscious. We're not aware of the leanings that we have, the thoughts that we have about, groups of people who may be different from us. And so increasing that level of awareness makes for stronger communities, makes for stronger professionals, and most of all, we as government employees that are servant leaders, that are civil servants and are serving the public need to be aware of that and recognize it in ourselves if we have, and also, be able to have a candid conversation with others on the team. And so something that I was really excited about having, and unfortunately we had to delay it, but we have been in contact with the facilitator and we do plan on bringing that back. I would encourage the council to participate. I think you're part of our team, and I think of us as leaders, we could benefit from that. And then of course, it creates team building as well. People get to share experiences that we've had. We've all come from different backgrounds, and we need to hear from each other and think in terms of things that other members of the team has faced, not just on race, but on religion, on sexual orientation, gender identity, disabilities. Just things that we may not think about because we don't have those life experiences. And so I think it's essential to us as professionals to understand those issues and to be prepared to deal with them as we go through our work as, basically people who are here to serve the public. So we will get that back on track. We will work with the managers and then also with supervisors, and then work our way throughout the organization. And so the way that it would work is a series where we would start just with the management team and then work our way through. And for, again, we had it planned. And so we'll get that back on track, and hopefully, all of our city employees over time, over the next 6 to 12 months, will have participated in that, and we'll just build it from there.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that to us. One of the reasons why we thought you would be perfect for the job, because we can, I think, modernize how we work in our community. So thank you, and thank you, Chief. Really appreciate all that you've been doing over the last couple of weeks. Appreciate your philosophy of inclusiveness and responsiveness, and the diversity that you're bringing to our police force. Really proud of the work that you're doing. And I know that we all are as well. So I think we will move on to our next presentation. I wasn't sure, Councilmember Guinness, is your hand raised from before, or did you have another question? Okay. All right, we will move
Thank you.
on. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, and if we could post the presentation on our website, that might be helpful too. And I do appreciate the social media posts that we had out today with the graphics and things. I think those are really helpful. Okay, so now we will move on to the next presentation, which is an update on Restore Costa Mesa and our economic recovery plan. Okay, unfortunately, I'm sad to report that the numbers of deaths and hospitalizations and ICU visits or stays are dramatically increasing in Orange County. And it is numbers that we've not seen before. We had 12 deaths today. I believe that's a record. There are 183 cases now in Costa Mesa. And it's not so much how many cases we have, because the cases might continue to increase as people get tested, but it's really the deaths and the hospitalizations and the ICU. And so we really, really encourage you all to continue to avoid crowds, continue to wear your facial covering, which in the city of Costa Mesa is mandated, and continue to, where you can, stay 6 feet away from another person and avoid, activities to the extent possible. We do have some testing locations here in Costa Mesa, so we hope that you'll get tested. Here are the state numbers. The state numbers also continue to increase, and the fatalities continue to increase. And so we're definitely not out of the woods yet. So please, I know as we reopen, people get excited and they kind of want to get back to normal, but it's very important that we keep an eye on the fact that we're just not out of the woods. Next slide. Our Restore Costa Mesa recovery team has been meeting. Now we're meeting every other Friday. So we didn't have a meeting last week, but there was still good work being done. Next slide. So we've taken as a city and also with some of the suggestions of our business and community and faith-based leaders, many actions here in Costa Mesa as it relates to our getting our businesses reopened and helping our business community, helping our faith-based community, helping our nonprofits. Some of the new items that are up is I would encourage you to go to our Costa Mesa Business Collective website. We have a call center now where our staff are calling businesses so that we can make sure we know all the business owners that are here in Costa Mesa, and we can encourage all the residents to shop Costa Mesa. When you shop Costa Mesa, your tax dollars stay in the city. They help to fund city services, and they help to support our local businesses. We have our business loan program up, and you should be receiving information about that and how to apply very soon. We've approved our zoning code changes so that they relax some of the codes so that we can, restaurants can physically distance and can use the public right of way. And then we also put together through Mr. Enlow's office a uniform signage program. And if you're a business owner and you would like to have some uniform signage, it's on our website. It's how, it's just a simple signage for physical distancing, social distancing, etc. On our agenda tonight is our business grants program. We're also still working on our ABC interim event application process, and we're assisting businesses to process business interruption claims, and there'll be an upcoming Chamber of Commerce town hall about that. Next slide. So new business sectors that are reopening as of Friday: nail salons and tattoo parlors with restrictions. And then if you see a nail salon open right now, they're not allowed to be open yet. They can be open on Friday. They have to post the checklist from the state in the window and attest that they are complying with all the protocols for safety. Same with the tattoo parlors. Last Friday, we had a variety of new sectors open, zoos and museums. We don't have any zoos, but we do have some museums. We had fitness centers open. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and I had a good conversation with the owners of the camp and learned all about what they were putting in place to keep people safe. Bars, wineries, etc., pubs, those are open now. But still, we need you to understand they're not open like the old days. You still have to socially distance, physically distance, and you should be wearing your facial coverings as you enter or you're in the common area, but of course not when you're sitting down. Family entertainment centers, card rooms and racetracks, hotels for both personal and vacation travel are open now, and we're seeing our hotels start to have more visitors. Campgrounds, casinos, we don't have any casinos, but they're open. Schools, day camps, and pools. So we'll be looking at this week on our call, we'll be talking about day camps and youth sports as well. And what does the guidance say about that, as well as looking at when I was on the call with the mayors and the CEO on Friday, he informed us that skate parks, in order to open, would require the same protocols as day camps. And so we're looking at that, which requires staffing. Next slide. There's 3 steps to reopening your business safely. And for those who are customers, just know that there should be a checklist posted in the window of a business that attests that they're following the safety protocols. If you're a local business, or if you want to know what those protocols are, you can just go to the website, the covid19.ca.gov, and go to the industry guidance, and you can learn about that information there. So the first step is to find your specific checklist. The second step is to complete your industry specific checklist and figure out what protocols are required, train your employees, put in the control measures, and maintain the social distancing, and fill out that attestation form, which you can see a draft is here on the website. If you need a copy of this, our city staff are happy to share it with you. Next slide. South Coast Plaza opened. Mayor Pro Tem and I visited with our Parks Commission Vice Chair, Liz McNabb, and we had a chance to walk through the plaza. They have a very safe customer experience there. They've got concierge at the entrance. Facial coverings are required. They've got hand sanitizer throughout the plaza. Every store has a limitation on the number of people coming in. They are putting the stickers so that you know how to socially distance and physically distance if you have to line up to go into a store. I did have a chance to speak with some of the executives of the plaza this weekend, and they said that they had a great turnout for the weekend, and they were very pleased with how the whole process worked, with everyone's cooperation and with also the sales. So that's very good news. Next slide. So we are right now in the process of advocating for a better state budget. And a better state budget for Costa Mesa means that we receive more funding under the CARES Act funding that the federal government gave to the state and that is going out to all the cities. So under the current budget plan, the city of Costa Mesa will only receive $12 per resident compared to what 7 cities are going to receive, which is $85 per resident. So we would encourage you to take a picture of this slide. Please reach out to your local or your state electeds and encourage them to allocate the funding from the CARES Act funding per capita, per resident, divided up equally amongst those cities so that we all have a better share of the funding. I'll give you an example of the 7 cities that are going to be receiving the $85 per resident. They're going to receive approximately $30 million. We, on the other hand, will only receive approximately $1.8 million. So it's the difference between 30 million versus about 2 million. And it's just not fair. So we encourage you, please help us advocate for a better state budget, for more funding, because we really need to have the backfill for the loss of revenue. Next slide. And that's my report for this evening. On Friday, we will be back to our Restore Costa Mesa Recovery Team meeting, and we will have our youth sports, nail salons, hair salons, and others joining our team. So thank you so much. And now we will go to public comment. Public comment will be heard at this time on items that are not on our agenda. If you'd like to speak, please use the raise hand option at the bottom of your screen or at the top of your screen, depending on what kind of device you're using. Or you can press *9 on your telephone, and then we will add you to the queue. So at this time, we have, and these are for items not on our agenda, which will start after the comments section. So if you want to talk to us about something that's
Lisa,
not
can you
already agendized. I'm sorry?
Okay, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Now we will go to speaker RAL, and this is for an item not on our agenda.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Well, first of which is, I certainly appreciate what the chief said, and who doesn't appreciate what the police chief does and his job, and how complicated it is, and what he does on a daily basis. But what I'm most concerned with, and what didn't come up with, was body cams. No one asked any questions regarding body cams. Was there any reason why nobody asked for the fact that no patrolman would be wearing a body cam?
Sir, I'm going to pause your time for just a moment so I can answer that. Actually, the chief did discuss body cams, and he indicated that that was one of the items that they're going to be moving forward with. That's one of the action items that they're moving forward with to install body cams.
I'm remiss, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'd also like to circle back to meeting from last week, because my boss, Bill Gross, when we talk about compensation and we talk about salaries, those are both ensconced together. So I was remiss when I was explaining what specifically that meant. And specifically what I mean here is Brian Glass through FOIA, and I don't do this via vague internet search, sir. I do this through FOIA information. That's Freedom of Information Act. That's through the executive branch. And these are executive numbers that are provided through that branch. Brian Glass, so you know, which might help you, because apparently your budget is 55% of your budget accounts for both fire and police protection. Now, we don't know what that is. I don't know if that's fire trucks, if that's boots, galoshes, rubbers, or what that is. No one knows what that is. That's like marketing. It's a big black hole. Now, as it pertains to Mr. Glass, and bless the man, in 2018, Mr. Glass made regular pay. Let me help you out here, sir. Mr. Glass here in regular pay made $176,616.03 in salary. Other pay was $25,315,097. I would assume that's for a car or a credit card. Total pay predicated upon those two line items comes to.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, the 3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ms. Green, could you give us a 30-second warning so that the speakers know? Mr., and I didn't get your name, but if you could wrap up, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to wrap up because you get 3 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. 5 seconds to wrap up. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so you have benefits which total $158,168,069.
Okay, sir. Thank you. We have to go to the next speaker. Each speaker gets 3 minutes. Okay, Ms. Mantei, M-A-N-T-E-I.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes, is this sir? I'm sorry.
It's all good. My name is Kyle.
Okay.
But we have the same Zoom account. Anyway. So over the last several weeks, we've watched countless protests all over the world in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement. It's wild. This has become the largest, most widespread social justice movement in history. The citizens of Costa Mesa want to know what we're doing to ensure that our town is standing up against police brutality towards people of color and also fighting for equality for all. On Friday, San Francisco made an announcement to move forward with using our trained professionals to help service non-criminal calls. And just today, Los Angeles made a similar announcement to introduce a motion to employ unarmed non-law enforcement agencies who will be responsible for responding to non-violent calls as well. To this day, people of color in Costa Mesa are stopped and searched for no reason except for the color of their skin, and that's just not right. It's not equality. We need to be making progress towards fighting systemic racism. There are case study programs all over that have been being studied. One that is getting a lot of recognition is the CAHOOTS program. It's spelled C-A-H-O-O-T-S. If anybody wants to look it up, it's in Eugene, Oregon. They've had a lot of success and also help cities improve their bottom lines. For example, CAHOOTS saves the city an average of $8.5 million per year and has answered about 20% of 911 calls. Of this, less than 1% have required police backup. So in 2019, that was 24,000 calls. They were able to manage them successfully using trained unarmed service workers. We're in a really unique opportunity right now to take a look at new, more equitable options for public safety and to slim down the city's budget. Please take some time to look into these alternatives, as other cities have been doing all over the nation. We really want to see something on the next city council meeting's agenda that speaks to these issues. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is call-in user 1. Ms. Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, call-in user 1 ending in 869. You may speak.
Yes, hi, good evening. I would like to once again talk about the timeliness of starting the city council meeting. I've been attending since mid-March, whether in person or online, and pretty much all the meetings have been at least half hour late and some of them up to an hour. And I would ask that either the closed session agenda be shortened or that you start earlier, because it seems like there's a lot to be done and it chills public participation for the public to have to wait an hour I know I got kicked off twice. I tried to call in, and then during the wait time, so you have to keep pressing in the 30 digits. And the system times out. So I think it's not very respectful to the public to keep them consistently waiting, because it's not like it happened just once or twice. And then just quickly touching on something that will come up later, but is related to this, is that I'm not sure how there isn't going to be a meeting for 11 weeks if there is so much closed session business to be done every 2 weeks or every week that it runs so late. And I'll speak more on that later, but basically, please try to have the meeting start on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Call in user 1. You may speak.
Good evening. About a month ago, I had Hal Myers, who is a Newport Beach resident, come to me. He's a very well-known photographer, and he's done a lot of work with the Indians in various locations. And he told me about the Navajos in a city called Helchita. That's about 15 miles inside the Utah border. They are the poor of the poor. It's a community, it's a compound of about 258 people. They drive 30 miles every day to get water and bring it back. Very few of them have electricity and amenities that we take for granted. They were hit very hard with the COVID, and Hal Meyer said, what can we do to help them? Well, I put a call out to the people of Costa Mesa, who are amazingly generous, and we asked for food items. The food items that they wanted were things, hand sanitizer, because they don't have enough water to wash their hands. They wanted beans. They wanted canned goods. They wanted flour so they could make their fry bread, which is a staple of their meal. And at the end of the month, the people in Costa Mesa and Newport donated $3,000 to the Flour Fund. We had a truckload of supplies. I think you're seeing the photo up now, that was loaded with 1,000 pounds of beans, hundreds of gallons of bleach. We had canned goods, Spam, everything you could think of, macaronis, wipes, hand sanitizers, anything that was donated. It was all donated generously by the people of Costa Mesa. And I want to thank everybody that donated, everybody that gave product, everybody that helped load this truck. We sent a huge truck that reached Helchita last Tuesday. The food was distributed in 100 large food boxes on Friday. And it was amazing to see what the city could do in the middle of a crisis of COVID ourselves, that they didn't hesitate to buy product, to have me pick it up on their front porch, to talk with me, always wearing masks and being careful. But if you want something to get done, Costa Mesa residents, they can get it done. And I want to say a special thank you to Dave Min, who's a candidate for the 37th State Senatorial District, for helping us load and passing the word on. Costa Mesa, we are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for doing that good work. Next speaker is Brooke Anderson.
Yes, Brock Anderson. You
Brock,
may speak
I
now.
apologize.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for your time tonight. My lone comment is in contradiction to Councilmember Mansour's remarks in this forum 2 weeks ago. I want to recognize that I believe that none of the city council members were condoning looting, rioting, and destruction of property. As a city built on the foundation of small business and startups, we all understand the importance of protecting these small businesses and decry lawlessness. The rest of the council stepped up to decry a heinous act of violence, while Councilmember Mansour spent his time minimizing the gravity of the situation. To quote, the council member said, "We can all understand why people are upset and why people may want to protest, but that's not what we're seeing. We are seeing rioting, looting, stealing, and damaging of businesses. All of us up here should be condemning that." Note that these comments made by the council member were after peaceful protests in our own city. as well as displays of police around the country using excessive force against peaceful protesters. To focus on looting in those comments during a time highlighting police brutality around the country is tone deaf at best and dangerous for First Amendment rights at worst. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd
Next,
like to respond. To
next
that.
speaker
You know what?
is,
Personal privilege. He was responding to me directly.
I'm sorry, if you could wait until you have your floor for the council member comments.
No. You call
Councilmember Mansour,
anytime your
at
name-
the time that you
anytime
have
your
your
name
floor,
is invoked,
Councilmember
you take a point of
Mansour,
personal
Councilmember
privilege, a
Mansour.
point of order.
Councilmember Mansour, if you would stop speaking over me, I'm going to ask the city attorney for guidance.
You can
Councilmember
ask, but
Mansour,
there's
you're
no
out
need
of
to.
order. Ms. Green, please turn off the microphones so that I could communicate with our city attorney. Ms. Barlow, thank you. What I would recommend is that Mr. Mansour can respond during his council member comments. Is there any reason why, as the leader of the meeting right now and the chair of the meeting, that I cannot direct that?
No, Madam Mayor, although during a debate, which is not what we're in right now, during debate, a council member does have the right to ask for a point of personal privilege. This is a slightly different situation, and I would encourage Councilmember Mansour to respond during his time.
Thank you. I'll go to the next speaker. Ms. Green, please silence
and
Mr.
not show
Mansour's
bias and
mic.
be consistent with
Ms.
everyone all the
Green,
time.
please silence the
I stand by my
microphone.
comments.
Madam Clerk.
You need to treat everyone the same. You are biased because you do it all the time. You allow others to do it, and you're not doing it this time, and that's bias
I'm
on your
very
part.
upset that you're not silencing the microphone. We just got guidance from our attorney, and I'm following the guidance.
Continue, Mayor Foley. I am done with your
Thank
bias.
you. Thank you. All righty then. Next
Alrighty
speaker will be Mr. Wasfy.
Thank you. Walid Wasby, you may speak now.
Hi, Council. Hi, Madam Mayor, Council members. That was an interesting exchange to follow. Okay.
My apologies.
That's okay. I have a couple of things here. First thing was an issue that was brought up last meeting, which I'm not sure if it is on the agenda this meeting or not, but Madam Mayor, you had brought up the issue about the youth programs that were put on hold because of the COVID-19 issue, and you recommended that we reopen them. And I just want to curious to what's being done about that, or have anything, been discussed over the past couple of weeks. And that's one thing. A couple other things that I have, is there I know you mentioned also that the COVID-19 numbers, cases are going up, in our city and in the whole county, really in the state as a whole, after the reopening and stuff like that. Is there a plan to kind of, I know people don't like that, but to kind of, put things on hold or kind of close things down again if there's a threshold that you guys are looking at, if numbers reach a certain point, are you recommending to close things again or whatnot? Because I know people are, some people that I talk to are worried about that, especially if the numbers keep going up. That's one thing. Another thing, you had mentioned that the numbers that the state gave you about the $12 per capita versus $85 per capita for the bigger cities. They give you guys a reasoning why they're doing that? Because, number of people. What was the reasoning behind that? That's one. I have a couple other things. Sorry. And last thing is the chief's presentation, seems to be some confusion about that. And if you were to, I know you mentioned it, put the information up on the website. I'm looking at the city website right now and the police department, and some of the things that he talked about are already on there. Some of the things are not. Like, for example, the person talked about the body cam issues. That's not up on the website. I think that's kind of an easy thing to kind of, put people at ease, because I know a lot of people are asking about that stuff. So, especially, with everything going on. And that's all I have.
Thank you. And we will, I'll address those comments and any of the other council members can as well during our council comment section, okay? Next speaker is Meredith Hambruso.
Yes, Meredith, you may speak now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I wanted to bring up a photo that is going viral amongst social media of a white truck that has been driving around Costa Mesa. I have the license plate number as it's become something that someone has posted online, and it's a white truck with an American flag hanging, and it has a noose hanging on the back of it. And with everything going on in the last 2 weeks, there have been 5 lynchings. I just feel that it's just so disgusting, and I feel as though it is a hate crime. If a hate crime is involving violence that is motivated by prejudice on the basis of race, religion, and sexual orientation, I feel as though this is something that should be looked into, because I think Costa Mesa has higher standards than that. And I believe that the Costa Mesa police, I feel that it would be just to the people that they look into this, as well as I do feel that if there's I was looking into the 8 can't wait on what you guys are handling as far as the chokehold. I do understand why it's just a temporary restriction. I feel as though that shouldn't be temporary. It should just be a restriction. And just in that it makes sense that there should not be a chokehold when it's affecting a community that it just doesn't make sense to me. And so I just wanted to bring those up with you.
Okay, thank you. Did you have anything else?
Nope. Would just
Okay,
like
thank you. We will comment and respond to your comments during our council comments. I would encourage you, if you have a complaint regarding anything that you think is a crime, to provide that information to the police department. I know that that truck was traveling through Costa Mesa on the freeway, but I don't know that we have any way of knowing whether or not they are from Costa Mesa. I've already sent that information on myself. And then I'll have the chief at a later point address and clarify, I think, what maybe was misunderstood about what he said about the chokeholds. Okay. And then the next speaker is RAL.
Madam Mayor, RAL has already spoken. The next speaker will be Aaron McCall.
Okay, Mr. McCall.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Council. Thank you for this time. I just wanted to thank you guys for all your hard work. And I wanted to ask that while we enter this time of budget analysis because of the COVID-19 crisis, that we reimagine the way how criminal justice works in our community. I'd really like the council to consider tracking the engagement of the police calls over the next couple months, of seeing what our police officers are responding to, and then measuring that if that is actually connected to direct crime. So like if people are being called to address addiction issues and stuff like that, it might be better, as we're looking at the budget, to make space for addiction specialists to be those first responders, instead of having our police be first responders when they could like work on the more dangerous crimes and things like that. I would also just like us to really consider the use of a community oversight committee to look at how police violence and like when there's use of force that's engaged with the community, the people in the community are also part of that interview process, because right now it's very insular. And I think that it would be good for our community to lead the way in Orange County and have like an effective board that does that. That's everything from me. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay, next speaker, Mr. McCarty.
Yes, hi, council members. I want to start out by thanking the Costa Mesa PD for their restraint over the past couple of weeks. And I'm very encouraged by the chief's report. I think we're one of the fortunate cities in that respect, but that's also from my perspective as a white male. So I'd be very interested in hearing what people of color in Costa Mesa have to say and recommend that we listen to them on that account. But we also can't lose the side of the fact that police showing restraint should be the norm, and that the bar may be set far too low when we feel the need to thank law enforcement for not abusing their power or singling out groups of people for disproportionate enforcement or taking out their pent-up anger on protesters. And that's not targeted at Costa Mesa PD. It's a more general statement about our nationwide relationship with law enforcement. We expect them to protect us, and they're sworn to do so, but we're also expected to show unwavering support in exchange for that protection. It's really kind of the definition of an abusive relationship in a way. So I'm very encouraged that Costa Mesa PD is taking proactive measures to address these issues, because it will take all police agencies and all levels of police personnel to solve the problem. But I also acknowledge my responsibility for the problem, both in enabling a system that puts far too much pressure on police by pushing societal issues down to officers in the field, and for allowing myself to become numb to seeing members of certain communities victimized by police abuse. So I pledge to support the social programs that can help address issues before they become potential life or death situations, and to hold the police just as accountable as I would any other member of society. So let's focus on solving these problems together and enable police to be the peace officers they were hired to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Merrill.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is John Merrill, Mesa Del Mar neighborhood. I wanted to address a situation that I just heard earlier in public comment, where Mayor Foley acted intemperately and very rudely to Councilmember Mansour, who I believe was in his full rights to bring up that point of order. In fact, there have been several occasions where, Madam Mayor, you have actually interrupted speakers and gone on to talk. And you've done this several times, and you are not being fair to the rest of the council. And I think I think you owe the city an apology. I think you owe Councilmember Mansour an apology. You have interrupted me when I've been speaking. You've made faces, you've mouthed words when I've spoken. And I just think it's extremely disgraceful of you. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. In this time of great divide in our nation, I just want to tell you a 3-minute story about a Japanese man named Gilbert Iwamoto, my father-in-law, who was building the PT boats in Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. And after the bombs dropped, the next day he had to wear a black badge that said he was Japanese. He was required to go to work but not get paid. He worked in the pineapple fields for 10 years and saved up $350. And he came to Costa Mesa, which was at the time, before it was the recreation capital, the city of the arts, it was the world mecca for boat building. And he was determined to be the best catamaran builder in the world. And he launched the first catamaran from Newport Harbor in 1958. We took over the oldest boatyard in Costa Mesa, which used to be the Loman Yard. It's now Gill's Catamaran, the boatyard. But he faced a lot of discrimination, but he had a lot of guts, is what he would say. It took a lot of guts to come here. And our community embraced him as Japanese, and he was one of the few that lived here. We've survived many recessions. We've survived, like I said, discrimination. I'm just trying to let you all know that I appreciate the city of Costa Mesa being a place that was about tolerance, about community, and about small businesses, entrepreneurism. And I want to thank our police department for all of their hard work. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay, and to let the council know, we had a meeting today, just like I promised at the last meeting. Ms. Green, I'm not sure, this is that same indicator, RAL. Has that individual already spoken?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that individual has.
Okay, so if you could unraise your hand, sir. If anybody else wishes to speak, you can press *9 or raise your hand at this time. And I don't see anyone else, so we will at this time close. Oh, I'm sorry, Brooklyn. Is there a Brooklyn?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I would just like to further address how I support reallocating the funds and power of our police department into community-driven and professional responders to those calls that do not require force, as well as to address how our police are being held accountable to their actions and what we are investing into those situations where police use force and how those are addressed outside of the police department.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Green, the hand is raised again. Okay. I'm not sure if this speaker with the initials RAL, there we go. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, I will close the public comment and we will move to council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. I'm going to try to be quick because we are a bit behind in our agenda. And I do want to thank and acknowledge everyone who has called into this meeting and waited, unfortunately, a couple hours for public comment. We are doing quite a bit of work and it's a very difficult time for many reasons, but we do. I think it's important for us to acknowledge the time that you've spent waiting for public comment. I'd like us to, as a council, let's really try to take this seriously as we try to continue to engage people in participation. I know I've been trying to post a lot more about what's on our agenda, get people interested, and it is tough to say, hey, tune in at 6 p.m. and then you don't have an opportunity to sort of hear the public comments or participate until 8. So let's try to be better about that in the future. Thank you to everyone who has reached out, sent ideas by email, called in today to continue to share concerns or ideas about public safety in our city. You heard a presentation today from our police chief and some of our questions and discussion. Heard a chime there. I think, and you heard a few sort of planned next steps from our police department. I certainly don't see that, and I want to share with the public that those next steps presented today, I don't think are by any means comprehensive of the next steps. I think I know that we're all continuing to learn and have conversations, and even if we don't respond to everything right away, reading all the emails that come through. I've learned about the Cahoots program in the last couple of weeks. I'm very interested in exploring that. I mentioned data in my comments or questions to the chief, and have already started digging into some data. I think looking at the needs of our city on an ongoing basis for every department is something that we should be doing all the time to evaluate the best use of our resources. So want to encourage everyone interested in this issue to continue to reach out and engage. I know we have a lot of work still to do. And then the last note, I just wanted to encourage our last speaker, Susan. Please do connect if you haven't already with our Historical Society and Historical Preservation Committee, because we do want to capture those stories too. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as usual, thank you everyone for joining us this evening. Couple things, I'll try to go as quick as possible. First things first, I think we cannot forget our youth in our community. So congrats to every NMUSD student who is going to graduate this week. Just a quick round of applause for you guys. This has been a really interesting time to be a senior. I know y'all have lost a lot this year. You've lost a lot of opportunities like prom and things in that nature, but I cannot stress to you how much I am in awe and starstruck by your ability to be resilient and move forward. And honestly, it's you guys who are making the difference right now in the world. It's you guys who are marching. It's you guys who are reaching out to us. It's the youth. It's as I say, the next generation. So just quick shout out to all classes of 2020. I'm very proud of you guys. Alongside that, as you may know in our community, for the past 2 weeks, we've been working with the Power of One Foundation at the OC Fairgrounds. So every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., we have, for anyone in the county, we're giving away free food. This is quality stuff, guys. If you need a food, go. No questions asked. Just pull up in your car, open your trunk, we'll give you food. I went last week, had a great time. You know, it's always good serving the community. And if anyone you know needs food, or if you need food, once again, OC Fair every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Enter on gate 3 and you'll be set. Alongside that, a quick update on homelessness for staff. I've been seeing a lot of upticks of homeless belongings in my district, particularly around Ray Elementary School. I go on daily walks, I'm sure most of us do now during this COVID time. And multiple times in the week, I will see either a cart with someone's stuff or just stuff laying around my district. I'm sure it's not just my district, but as we're facing this crisis, let's not forget our commitment to our community to ensure that our neighborhoods are safe and clean. And alongside that, a few people mentioned the Cahoots program. This is something that I want to just affirm you guys that we have taken into consideration. We do have social workers in Costa Mesa who work with homeless population. So perhaps maybe in a future council meeting, Ms. Price or someone from city staff can do an update about how we're using our resources effectively and be in a humane way, because we are doing these things. You just may not know about it because you don't always publicize it. In terms of comments on the police, again, thank you everyone for commenting. Thank you everyone for staying. Once again, thank you to Chief Glass and our officers in our community. I'm always astounded at the level of service you give us. And we all know we can always do better and we will strive to do better. And I actually would want to follow up on a comment made earlier by Mr. McCall regarding tracking the data on calls to see what calls officers are actually going to. I think it'd be very interesting to see if we're responding to noise complaints or domestic violence, or just to see what's the main driver of our police phone calls, to see if perhaps we can focus more on those topics in particular. And then I lastly want to comment a little bit on public comment, just because, as you may know, I think that's the most crucial part of our democracy. And as council members, just so you in the audience know, it's our jobs to listen to you. Whether you are complaining, whether you are offering advice, whether you are critiquing us personally, it is our duty as officials to listen. There's a reason why we don't respond automatically at the public comment. It's because it's public comment. The public comments, they state suggestions, they state their grievances. And I know at times for us on the dais, it can get a little dicey because we may be mentioned. But just a reminder for everyone, there's a reason why we speak at the public comment. It's so we can address those comments we want to address and highlight. So just a reminder to public, please don't feel like you can't comment or say anything to us, because our job is to hear you out and listen to you. And with that, I will yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Okay, Councilmember Mar.
Just in the interest of time, I'm gonna not comment tonight. Councilmember Chavez covered a lot quite well, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Mansour.
So a few different things. First of all, just briefly, I stand by my comments from the last meeting that the individual spoke upon, and anybody can go back and look at those themselves. They're very clear. I was speaking about a lot of incidents, not just in Costa Mesa, but everywhere. I found it interesting that the mayor interrupted someone during their comments to speak about the body cam. Why not hold yourself to the same standard and wait until it's your turn to speak? Set the example. And then, of course, when the individual spoke about, where does most of our money and our budget go to? Nobody dared interrupt and tell him most of it goes to pay and benefits. And why not interrupt on those facts as well to give him accurate information? Another member of the public mentioned tonight that our police are stopping people for no good reason, and nobody defends our police and says, no, that's not happening. I don't believe that's happening. I think our police are using good cause and common sense, and they have good reason when they stop somebody. And I think they're doing a great job. But I don't believe that's happening. I think the speaker that spoke up on that is completely wrong. The bottom line here tonight is the mayor needs to use the same standard for everyone. It's not a question of whether we respond during public comments or not. Hey, I can wait, and I usually do wait until my time to speak. But historically, all previous mayors that I know of, and the time that I was mayor, and even with Mayor Foley, when someone mentions someone specifically and is making a specific comment, a point of order has been allowed. That's how it's been done. If you want to change that, change it for everyone. Make it the same and set the example so that everyone bites their tongue until council comments time, and let the public just have their time. But what you saw tonight is biased. It's a double standard. And the fact that our city attorney, she knows, I'm disappointed, Ms. Barlow, in you, that you know how we've used a point of order historically for all of us up here in past mayors, and the time Mayor Foley's been serving as mayor, that she allows a point of order has been allowed. All of a sudden tonight, when I wanted to clarify something, I waited till the speaker was done, till the public speaker was done, and then I asked for a point of order so that I could speak. That is historically what's been done. What was applied tonight was clearly a double standard. But if you're going to make it the new standard, make it that way for everyone. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay. I think we need to clarify that a point of order, a point of personal privilege differs under Robert's Rules of Order and our city code. And our city code doesn't always align with Robert's Rules of Order and may actually afford a little greater deference to the person being maligned, but I'm not sure. Then let's see. There was a comment about police benefits probably being mostly a charge card and whatnot. No, the highest portion of any of our benefits for any of our public safety people is actually our retirement contribution under the Public Employees Retirement System. It's getting to the point where pretty soon I think the retirement payment that we have to pay is going to be practically the same as the salary. But that's because it goes up to PERS. I also would like to note that we do have social workers on duty, and along with Councilmember Chavez, who noted that. And even at night, when, say, the police receive a call about a homeless person, yes, the police officer will respond. However, within minutes, a caseworker is also on the site. So I don't think a lot of people realize that, but it occurs, and it's our regular procedure. It's not unique. And so I think people will be happy to know that we're doing a lot of the things that they're suggesting. And COVID-19. I think this is probably going to come out backwards, but we'll see. Oh, it doesn't come out at all. It's just a bright, well, not really. You could kind of see this. Yes, numbers of people who are hospitalized, as you can see from that graph, are going up a little bit, but they're not going up dramatically. They're not going down, but they're not going through the roof either. It's just, it's 295 people hospitalized, 300 people hospitalized, 302 people hospitalized, 298 people hospitalized. day by day. And the numbers of new cases are similarly not going up a whole lot, but not going down a whole lot. So that, what does that mean? That means that, no, you don't have to panic. We're not all going to die tomorrow. Some of us probably will, even from other causes, but we're not all going to die immediately. But at the same time, we need to take precautions. We can't just pretend that the coronavirus doesn't exist. And so that's the problem, is we really need to take a common sense approach where, you know, you wear your mask, you maintain your distance, but you don't hide in a hole either. And so I would like to see us just kind of take that middle of the road approach. Our parks are now open for families and members of the same household to actually be in a park, or an individual to sit and read a book or something like that. Our park signage hasn't changed, so we need to kind of revise that. What else? Mosquitoes, it's that season again. If you have standing water, please, please, please dump it out. We call it tip and toss. Check the saucers under your flower pots, a forgotten bucket in the corner of your yard, anything. This year, our trapping counts, identical traps, 5 times higher than they were last year at this time. So this could be a very serious, miserable summer for mosquitoes if we don't take responsibility for eliminating standing water. And if you do believe there's Gracie,
she wants to go to the bark park.
No, I think she sees a possum outside. And so if we don't take responsibility in our yards to eliminate standing water, if we see standing water in a park, if we see a mosquito swarm coming out of a storm drain, please, please, please call it in. And then finally, I am not aware of any of our police just stopping people because of their race. I would be very upset to hear if that were happening. And if it is happening, I urge the people who can document that to please let us know, because that is not the policy of the city of Costa Mesa. That is not what we do. And also, there are people who say horrible, horrible things. There are people who put horrible, horrible signs on their cars, on their houses, and whatnot. But the thing is, this is the United States. We have a right to free speech, no matter how awful I think what somebody has to say may be. We have a First Amendment right to free speech. And the minute we start encroaching on the speech of one, we're encroaching on the speech of all. As distasteful as we may find that someone's expressions to be, it's the United States. Unless it's a direct threat or incitement to violence, and I suppose there's a little line there. Really, much as I am put off and just really disgusted by some of the things that may be said, I recognize that someone has a right to express their opinion. And that's it. Thank you. And somebody else was expressing her opinion too here, so.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yeah, I just have a few things to mention. Regarding the start time of the meeting, I just want to say I understand that some people are frustrated if we start late, and none of the council members, nor the mayor, nor the staff want to start any meeting after 6 o'clock. The items that we've talked about, especially the last few months with the issues that we've been dealing with, were extremely important, extremely time sensitive, also extremely confidential. So I can't tell you what we were discussing. If I could, I think you'd understand why we started late, but it's difficult under the circumstances, and I apologize if it inconvenienced people. I went to a great thing today. I know Mayor Foley was there at Newport Rib Company. Newport Rib Company gave out meals to, like a banquet meal, to all the players in spring sports for Costa Mesa High School and Estancia. And I thought that that was a really good gesture by Newport Rib Company. I also want to thank the players and the athletes for sacrificing their spring season. I know that that's very difficult, particularly for the seniors. And thank you for the Rib Company for all they did to honor that. So this is the last meeting that we're going to have before the 4th of July. And it's very sad for me that we're not going to be able to have our big event like we did last year with the Tijuana Dogs and everybody having a great time. We will have the stands that are being operated and selling from June 30th to July 4th. You can discharge fireworks from July 2nd to July 4th. Illegal fireworks are just that, illegal. Our police that I'm going to talk about in a second are going to be all over that. Thank you for them. Please be safe and please be careful with the fireworks this year and be considerate of others, dogs, veterans, people that can't kind of take that those illegal fireworks. Regarding the police issues, again, I want to thank Chief Glass for the presentation. I want to also thank the entire force for everything that they've done to keep our community safe and to allow people to exercise their First Amendment in peace. It was a really a good demonstration of restraint and good, as we talked about, community policing. To just point out a couple of the things and echo them that Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Guinness said. Yes, in our town, unlike many other towns, we do provide a lot of support for our police department in collaboration with social workers. And in fact, just before this meeting, we passed an expenditure of $2.5 million for both social workers and code enforcement people, and also our vendor, Mercy House, and they work collaboratively with the police department. We have a relatively small, very lean, hardworking police department, and I know they do their best. I think they'd be the first people to say that they're not perfect. Neither is the city council, neither is any department, but they do their very best. I'm very pleased with the leadership of Chief Glass. To that end, I only have, oh, wait a minute, I have two more things. I would like to pull, Madam Clerk, just for the purpose of discussing a little bit the body cams, CC9. I just want to give the police the opportunity to present how they relate to the body cams. I don't need a big dog and pony show or a long presentation unless the other council members do. And finally, I'll say this. Whatever you can say about COVID, whatever you can say about the numbers going up and maybe the hospitalizations aren't that high and maybe there's a lot more testing and who knows where people get it. Here's a statistic that you can't deny, 74. 74 people in the county of Orange have died since June 3rd. And that's 33% of the people that have died of COVID in Orange County. Deaths are up. Wear your face masks. Pay attention, because what you do in your behavior may determine whether somebody lives or dies. Don't be selfish. Wear your mask. Keep your distance. And let's keep our community safe. Not just our community, but our neighboring communities.
Yes, agree. Hear, hear. Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, for that reminder. And I'll just share, we all are starting to know someone who has been impacted by COVID, either has died or is in the hospital or has been very sick and is now recovering. I now know 9 people that have been impacted by COVID. And so it is real, and there are ways that we can try to reduce the likelihood of exposure. Wear your facial covering. In Costa Mesa, in case you don't know, we have a mandate for facial coverings. And so despite what the county has indicated, in Costa Mesa, if you go into a business, you're required to have a facial covering. In Costa Mesa, if you work in a business, you're required to have a facial covering. If you go into a public place and it's crowded and you can't keep 6 feet from the other person, you're required to have your facial covering. And the reason for that is that there's so much community transmission at this point. There's a lot of asymptomatic people who they don't feel sick. They don't know that they have COVID. And the droplets that come out of your mouth and go onto another person, into their nose, into their eyes, into their mouth is what causes COVID. And we don't know of our neighbors, our friends, our people that we see in the grocery store or at dinner. We don't know if those people have some kind of a at-risk, high-risk condition. We know that if you're older, you can get COVID, but we also know now that young people can get COVID too. So please wear your facial covering. I want to just express our not our condolences, but our sadness and we're praying for the recovery of the Anaheim firefighter, firefighter Baker, who is on a ventilator right now. And so everyone, we're sending our positive messages. I also wanted to ask the chief if he could respond, and I'll just let him do it when he is responding to the consent calendar item regarding the body cams. If you could, Chief, if you could explain the issue about the restraint and the chokeholds. I didn't hear you say it was temporary, so I want you to explain that and clarify that for the community. And you could do it when you address the consent calendar item. I also want to give a shout out to our graduates. I think that when we look back on this time, 20 years from now, 10 years from now, we know that this group of graduates are graduates who are resilient. They're learning to be flexible. They're learning to have compassion and be caring. And what more can we ask for a community for our future? So I know it must be so hard not to get to participate in all the fun activities that happen at the end of the school year, and certainly to not be able to participate in your graduation itself other than through the virtual program, which I believe for Costa Mesa High School is happening right now. So congratulations to the Costa Mesa High School Mustang graduates tonight. But we know that you will make us proud, and you will all go on and be more resilient and be more flexible, be able to pivot quickly, and be able to find fun things to do by yourself, because that's what we've all learned over the last 3 months. So congratulations to the class of 2020. We look forward to all that you will do for us in the future. I will now turn this over to the city manager. Ms. Farrell Harrison, did you have a report tonight? No, and before I do that, I apologize. I wanted to just apologize to the community that we got a late start. We started our closed session tonight at 4 p.m. It's now 9:21. I haven't left this chair. So we are trying to be as efficient as we can, but it's a very different time, and we do have a lot on our agenda. So we apologize to the community for making you wait. No one likes to wait. I don't. I know you don't. So we apologize. We will try maybe set our meetings earlier. I don't know. I'm going to talk to the city manager about some strategies that will help us because we're going to be on the Zoom calls for a little bit longer. So thank you. And moving on to city manager. Ms. Farrell Harrison, are you there? There you go. Nothing. Okay, nothing tonight. Okay, thank you. Okay, and then we have Ms. Barlow. Did you have any further report?
No, nothing this evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barlow, and thank you for all your hard work that you're doing. I know everybody's working around the clock. Okay, at this time, We have a couple of items that have been pulled from the consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion for these items unless someone from the public, a council member, or staff has asked for the item to be pulled. Ms. Green, did we have any items pulled?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Council members have requested item 6, item 11, item 12, item 15, and item 9 to be pulled from consent.
Okay. We're never going to get out of here tonight. Okay. And were there any members of the public who would like to pull any item? If so, please raise your hand at this time or press *9 on your telephone. Okay, I don't see any hands raised and I don't see any *9s. Okay.
Move the balance.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by, I believe it was Councilmember Marr first. No, Councilmember Reynolds. I can't see any, I can only see 4 people at a time on this screen. Councilmember Reynolds. Okay, then we will call for the question by voice vote. Ms. Green?
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour,
Yes.
Councilmember Marr,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes. Okay.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Okay, the first item would be item 6, professional services agreement with Liebert Cassidy Whitmore for special counsel legal services. And this was requested by Councilmember Mansour.
Okay, Ms. Barlow, can you give a brief report and then we'll turn it over to Councilmember Mansour? Ms. Barlow, are you there?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I'm having trouble unmuting.
Okay. We can hear you.
Oh, hold on a second. Okay.
You just muted yourself again.
I didn't
There you
mean
go.
to.
There you go.
So this is an item that is actually generated by Human Resources, but we regularly use Liebert Cassidy, particularly for negotiations, but also for various investigations and employment-related matters that are, for various reasons, appropriate to use outside counsel for. That is what this agreement is for, to extend that agreement. And I believe Ms. Costa Mesa is available to answer questions about it as well, but we are recommending approval.
Okay, council member, or is there any other report? Or Councilmember Mansour, did you have something you wanted to share?
Ms. Barlow or Ms. Lee, under the recommended action, it says execute the agreement and future, authorize the city manager, city clerk to execute the agreement and future amendments to the agreement. So my question is about future amendments to the agreement. Can you give an example as to what a future amendment would be? Would it be like for a longer period of time, another X number of dollars? What types of amendments, and would council be notified? How long would this go for? Is it indefinitely? Those types of things.
I can address that, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Typically, these retainers are don't have a specific end date, and normally they don't have a specific dollar amount because we don't actually know as we go forward how much of the law firm's time we will need. So the only kinds of authorizations or amendments that we would be asking for is routine kinds of amendments where we might be amending the indemnification agreement because of a change in the law and so on. Because there's no specific dollar amount or end date, there wouldn't be a need to bring something back to council for revision. However, if the rates were to change or the scope of the agreement were to change, we would certainly bring that to council for approval.
So would council be notified in any way if this was extended or if dollar amounts went above a certain amount?
We typically include budgets in our litigation to address these matters, but typically we don't advise the council on a litigation by litigation matter regarding any particular budgetary changes. What we try to do instead is to budget enough in our budget litigation and otherwise to ensure that we are covering the amount we anticipate to spend for these agreements.
Okay, my only reason for bringing this up is I just want accountability by the council in terms of what we're spending. I know members of the public always ask, how much we're spending on legal issues and so forth. And I just think there needs to be a way to make sure we stay on top of it. The council is aware of what's being spent and that it just doesn't get spent kind of without our knowledge. I think some updates would be good because there have been some concerns by the public on what we're spending on legal issues. Thank you.
Yes, if I could, Madam Mayor, members of the council, we do issue a litigation report, which is public and identifies all of the litigation matters that are being handled, whether it's by our city attorney's office or outside counsel. And that includes who the attorneys are, how much money has been spent, what the issues are, and other publicly available information that we collect into a single place so that the public is kept informed.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. I have a question, Ms. Barlow. How long has Liebert Cassidy been working for the city?
Well, Madam Mayor, I can't answer that question. I can only tell you that it has been a very long time, and it precedes my tenure with the city. When the city attorney's office was in-house, Liebert Cassidy probably did more work for the city then because there wasn't necessarily a specialty in the small in-house city attorney's office relating to personnel work. My firm does as much of this work as we can so that we can keep costs down. But typically, we don't want to create a situation where we are in conflict with the employees that we work with on a daily basis. And so Liebert Cassidy tends to handle both negotiation matters and then investigations and litigation that involve employees that may be imprudent for the city attorney's office to handle.
Okay, great. So more than 20 years, probably.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will open this item up for public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to speak to this item, I see one hand raised. You can also press *9. The phone number ending in 869, you have the floor.
I think I accidentally pressed that, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, close the public comment, council.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Okay, motion by Chavez, second by Stevens. Ms. Green, can we have the item called by voice vote?
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Before I vote, I just want to make one quick comment to the public. If you ever want to know as well how much we're spending on a vendor like Liebert and Cassidy, that's always included in our warrants, which is in the consent calendar. It's usually consent calendar number 3. Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes, and I would add that we do have a tab on our website where you can look at all the litigation spending. And I know that maybe right now it might not be completely up to date due to COVID, but it will be soon updated. It's pretty fairly up to date. Okay. Ms.
Motion
Green?
carries 7-0. And
Okay.
then the next item is item number 9, mobile video system replacement and purchase, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Chief Glass, if you could give us a brief report.
And Chief, can I, since I pulled
Pro
it,
Tem.
I don't really need the big PowerPoint. I just really want to give you an opportunity, unless the other council member, if any other council member wants the PowerPoint, that's fine. I just want to give you an opportunity to address the body cam issue. And then there was another question that the mayor wanted you to address. And
Yes,
that's the
if you
only
could-
reason I pulled it.
If you could address the body cam recommendation, which this item that we're voting on is to purchase body cams. And then also if you could address the concern raised by the speaker earlier of understanding regarding the chokeholds and strangleholds. Could you clarify what our policy is on that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. In regards to a presentation on this subject, I'll defer to Lieutenant LaPointe, who's on standby. This is her project. She's been working on for our organization and done an amazing job on it and has all the details. In regards to the first two questions, first, we talked about the carotid, number 1. Chokeholds and strangulation holds are not authorized in our department. We don't teach them, we don't practice them, they're not authorized. The carotid was suspended and is no longer going to be used or is being used as a restraint. Now, there is state and federal legislation going on that's identifying truly the level. And as I mentioned earlier, is that we were already researching it and looking at adjusting and removing it from where it's already been suspended on. So suspension is not where it's coming back. There's a aspect of it that is under the 8 count weight where it's still permitted in its exemption. If it is a life and death situation, that it could be, the carotid could potentially be used if someone was fighting for their life. But besides that, it's in the process of being legislated out through the state and federal. And I think that is the same exception they have in a life and death deadly force situation. So it's not coming back as a restraint or an everyday tool. In regards to the body worn cameras, as many of the council members had mentioned, I had referred to, that was something that our organization was looking at. And I was very proud because we've been using we've been using in-car videos since 1998 when we had VHSs. And we also have audio recorders that all of our officers use. We've been documenting audio and video documenting our contacts since then. So to us, it was never new technology when body worn cameras came out, maybe except for it being on the person, but we always had the in cars. So we started this pursuit that the council approved as a project to replace our in-car video. And the efforts that Lieutenant LaPointe has done and the testing and evaluation that our department did is our interest is to do the in-car video, but add the enhancement of the body worn cameras for our department, not because of what's been going on. We see it as a tool for accountability and something that we can use and make it easier for the officers doing their job. It just happens to be coming up at this time during this, and that's where we're at on it.
Okay,
Now, any questions regarding the system, I'll go to Lieutenant LaPointe.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Chief, for clarifying. I just had one other question for you before we bring Lieutenant LaPointe on. And that is with regard to, there was a understanding by the speaker, which I want to clarify, which is not correct. And that is that this suspension is temporary, and that's not correct?
That is correct. It is not temporary. We were already in the process of doing this before. I suspended it as this was going, just so it was in place, and we were already evaluating it. Now we're just kind of waiting to see what the law state is doing. They have some legislation up there, and then we'll be changing some policy verbiage on the manual.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Okay, Lieutenant LaPointe, if you could give a quick presentation, that would be appreciated. Are you there? Is she there? Is she on the call?
Madam Mayor, I believe she's having difficulty connecting to audio.
Okay.
I'm satisfied with what Chief Glass said.
Here she's on the call.
Okay.
I see her coming in here. Oh, maybe not.
It's been doing that.
the whole time.
I know. Okay. Chief, how do you want to handle this?
I don't need to see the presentation either.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would want to
Okay,
follow.
hold on. I want to give staff a chance to, if they can. Ms. Green, you have any?
If Lieutenant LaPointe's having a difficulty, if Lieutenant LaPointe's having to, I don't have the presentation, but I could. There's a question I could potentially ask, unless again, this is replacing our in-car video system, and with an enhancement of body-worn cameras that allows officers as they walk away from units to be audio and video recording the incident away from the vehicles, giving us that ability to document the continuous contact, video evidence, as well as audio evidence, as well as document those contacts against that could be used for audits, complaints, as well as evidentiary purposes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Reynolds, did you have questions?
Yeah, I had a few questions that I suspect Chief Glass can respond to. Let me start with a couple sort of dollars related questions. So the do you know the expected lifetime of this equipment? It did say we were, in the staff report, it did say we were replacing equipment that's probably less than 7 years old. And
so my experience with these, usually MDCs, in-car videos and all this technology runs about a 5-year cycle, and then you start looking at replacement. This contract is for the in-car video system as well as the body-worn cameras for a contract of 5 years. Now, we're able to maintain, depending on the wear and tear and the dependability of the equipment as you go. Sometimes you can make it a year or two, but usually at year 5, you're starting to look at equipment wear and tear needs to be replaced, plus technology advances so far, it's almost outdated and not current to what's going on. And that's the same thing with our in-car video that we already had. It's usually 5 to 6 years we're looking at replacing.
Okay, so do you expect then for the future $1 million line item for every 5 years?
Hopefully as technology advances, this is a cloud-based storage of the evidence. Hopefully those things continue to get better. However, we do know these companies, this is how they're making their systems, by getting you tied to these services in different outlooks. So you stay with them going on, so they have that constant revenue.
Okay, and I recall, I think it was in last year's budget discussions, the year has really flown by, learning that our sort of data storage and retrieval system was pretty outdated too. Is that something that's going to be a necessary upgrade with this addition?
So data is part of our RMS system, our local records management system. I think we have, that usually goes for a system maybe 7 to 10 years. We have time left on that. That's our SunGuard system. So this is not, after this project, our next step is, that was part of the IT strategic plan for this coming fiscal year, was to focus on MDCs, which are the data computers that are inside the units that officers use and receive the calls, and they run information and all those different tools that helps them every day.
Yeah. And then, okay. So, well, that's fine. What is our policy? So you described, and I appreciate you describing the importance of this video data. Glad to know that we'll have body cams as well. What is our policy for the retrieval of body cam footage in the event that there is a situation that needs investigation?
So if Lieutenant LaPointe was on, she's been working on the policy. Right now, we do not have a full policy in play on body-worn cameras. She'd be able to articulate what the best practices are. But I can give you currently what we have is we have access to any audio and video that we oversee. So we do conduct audits occasionally if we wanted to check to see contacts, we get complaints, we pull that. So we have no restrictions on us in accessing our video and audio recordings and those contacts. That's what we currently have. We use it whenever we have complaints, and that's how we're able to justify and do our own audits. Body worn cameras do have a different situation. There are state laws that require certain transparency as well as requirements. If you have body worn camera, where you have to provide certain incidents to the public, especially a severe incident involving an OIS, officer involved shooting or something like that. So there is some requirements that come out that the state has passed. We haven't got that in place yet because we haven't got to that level. We didn't have body worn cameras.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would appreciate a little more information, not urgently, but as you develop that, our local policy on that, and a little bit more information on what the state policies are as well. Last question. The staff report mentions the a Citizens Advisory Committee, I think it was, from 1998, from last century. When did that end? Or my understanding is we don't have that now. Do you know? Can you give us?
No. Yeah. I do not know when it ended. Again, that was more of just kind of like, from my knowledge of it, because I wasn't involved, and I was just out in a patrol car driving around back in those days. It was a local group that our executive team at the time had, that they used to support different initiatives that the department was doing. It wasn't an oversight. It was just a kind of a community outreach engagement portion, like you kind of mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, Councilmember Mansour and then Councilmember Marr.
Chief Glass, thank you for your work on this. Thank you to Lieutenant LaPointe as well. I like the body cams. I like the video system. I support it. I apologize if I missed this, but did you say, obviously we're getting the on-person cameras. Did you say that we're not going to be doing the in-car video system anymore? Because I know they capture different things. There's certain things that the video might show when the camera's on a person, but it might not. But something else might show better when it has the view from the vehicle. So are we phasing that out and only going to the on-person camera, or are we going to keep both?
So, council member, we are going to keep both. And what we are going to be doing is enhancing our current ability in the in-car video system with a more panoramic view. Usually the cameras are very focused and small view. So we have a bigger view from the vehicle, as well as, again, as we currently do, the back seat to address those kind of complaints. And then now we have the ability to walk away from the cars with the same transmitter and capture what we're seeing leaving the unit.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Marr.
Yeah, not a question, just a quick comment. I did a ride along in February before everything got shut down. The officer I was with got in his car, logged onto the computer, put all of his gear away, started talking to me, and then said the fob isn't working, and wasn't able to get the in-car video system to work. And immediately was like, we got to switch cars. And kept apologizing to me for having to switch cars. And I kept saying, I think that's actually something that's coming up on our agenda shortly, where we can get these things fixed. And he was like, yeah, this kind of happens all the time. So, I think that's just a question of making things easier for those that are on patrol, as well as making sure we're capturing that data. We know that there are so many systems around the city at this point that are outdated, and that effectively result in inefficiencies in our own system and more staff time as we try to sort of compensate for these broken things. And so, I put this right up there with many of the other systems that we're replacing at this point that hopefully will sort of improve the quality of information and transparency for the public, but then also make life just a little bit easier for those that work in the city as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close the questions. I'm going to open this item up for public comment. And it looks like we have a couple of, oops, hold on. Okay, Mr. McCall. Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Sorry about that. So I just was a bit concerned about the process of choosing this vendor. Were other vendors reviewed and making this decision? Because And then that was the first question. The second question is there a way to possibly roll this out? Once again, my earlier comments, we are in COVID, so we're going to have to be cutting the budget and we're going to be cutting programs. With this $1 million line item, is there a way that we could order half of the cameras for like half of the fleet, knowing that like, you know, we have to make cuts somewhere and we might not be able to buy everything all at once? Yeah, those were my questions.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers. If you'd like to speak to this item, excuse me. Oh my goodness, excuse me, apologize. If you'd like to speak to this item, please press *9 or raise your hand in the participants page. Okay, I'll close the public comment. Council, is there a motion?
Move the item.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Mar, second by Stevens. And Councilmember Mar, did you want to speak to the item?
I already did, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
No, thank you. Good job, Chief. Good job, Lieutenant LaPointe.
Okay. I don't see any other hands raised. The only thing I'll ask is, Chief, could you just address the two questions that were asked about how the vendor was selected and whether we can do it in half of the department or not?
So first, we went through a full RFP process where we had solicited vendors. Our current vendor fell out, and we actually got to the point where only WatchGuard was the only vendor that provided a RFP and proposal to move forward. The other ones did not participate, even though we were looking at several. And that's outlined in the report. WatchGuard is known by a couple of our local agencies that are using it, so we were able to go down to Newport Beach, Tustin, and so those and see the quality and hear from the officer. So we were confident in that based on what we're trying to get, and and the limitations that other vendors had and did not participate. So it limited us. The next part was, I guess the equipment wise, no, we have to do it fully at one time. So they're all in the same transition. These transmitters are going to be individually issued out. And as part of this, we're going to be eliminating or lessening our dependence on the Puma system, which is a audio recorder. So the idea is that each sworn officer and then other staff potentially, but getting them their one that they charge, have the batteries, they're responsible for that gear just like they handle any other gear. And it's a full deployment and new system going out with no glitches, with some spares that people can use if they don't work in patrol full time.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Green, will you call for the question by voice vote?
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Lieutenant LaPointe, even though we never got to hear from you. Okay, number 11, consent calendar item number 11.
This is approval amendment number 1 to the use agreement with the Harbor Soaring Society for the use of a portion of Fairview Park. This was pulled by Councilmember Mansour.
Okay, Ms. D'Agosta?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, could you give us a brief report and then we'll turn it over to Councilmember Mansour so he can discuss what his concerns are.
Sure, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This item before you this evening is, I apologize, my clock was just going off, is to approve amendment number 1 to the Harbor Soaring Society's agreement with the city to extend the agreement for 6 months through the end of the year, and to direct staff to continue the evaluation process that we were currently under from January to June of this year. So it's two items. And I'll briefly explain. If you'll remember, last year in June, we came before the council and asked for a 1-year contract extension with the Harbor Soaring Society so that we could do an evaluation of the fly field as we attract more habitat out there. There seemed to be some questions about whether or not it should continue. So the contract extension before you this evening would allow us to continue that evaluation, which was interrupted in March when we closed the parks. through the COVID process. And then we would be back to council in December with the evaluation that would have been coming to you tonight. So we're basically just moving the process 6 months out. And we would like to extend the contract with HSS to do that so that we don't have to reinitiate a contract when we go through the whole process again. So this just allows us to extend the process that we were evaluating and coming up with new guidelines to operate the fly field at Fairview Park. I will leave it at that and answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Mansour.
So, Ms. D'Agosta, if we extend this for 6 months, that's the assumption they're not going to be flying for 6 months?
Correct. Let me answer that question. I have received that question in the last 2 days since the agenda's come out. The fly field itself is kind of on a different track with the permits in terms of the permitting process that the city does to allow flyers to fly out there. We had issued 6 months contracts, permits this year from January to June. During March, when we closed down, we issued refunds on all of those permits. So currently no one is permitted to fly out there. And the ability to reenact those permits will be controlled by the evaluation process and by the COVID, obviously the reopening of the park and when we're able to do that. So that's a second step we will have to take, is to revisit the permits.
Right, so there's no plans to reissue the permits until the 6 months is up, correct?
If there could be a scenario that develops that if in September, the Harbor Soaring Society has completed the proposal we're asking them for the modifications to the fly field, and we have reopened the park, given the COVID situation, it would likely take staff probably 4 to 5 weeks to get the permits up, but we could be flying maybe in November, October, November, if those conditions created itself.
Okay, so I think we have a couple different situations going on. Let me break them down one at a time. So as far as COVID goes, I get the social distancing thing. And let's just say, I'm just going to pick a number. You could have 3 flyers there and they're all more than 6 feet apart and no more than 3 people flying at a time, or some circumstance like that. So if that's followed, I mean, that could be enacted today and everybody could have social distancing and allow at least some flyers to fly. So is the real issue then, so just based on that, why can't that happen right now? At least while some of this agreement is being worked out, let at least them continue to fly even if they're practicing social distancing.
The fly field, as the trains out there at Fairview Park, had been considered amenities along with the restrooms and picnic benches, playgrounds, and that type of activity. So they have been treated as an amenity to this point. And I don't think, well, I know we can't enforce the social distancing. We have no way to monitor that and enforce that ourselves. And so I don't know. That would be a question that we would have to consider. We have a team that's working on this. I think because we're doing the evaluation process of modifying the fly field, it would be a difficult choice to make to allow them to get out there this summer and fly if the parks were to reopen, simply because of the process we've initiated.
Okay, can you elaborate on modifications of the fly field? Because on page 2, it mentions that we are requesting a formal proposal for the fly field modifications from Harbor Soaring Society. Why are we putting it on them? Why aren't we saying what we want the modifications to be and here's what we'd like, and do you agree to that? What are we asking them to put together? Is it the size of the field, the time? What are we basing it on, and why are we asking them to change that?
We're basing it on the evaluation, which is attachment. I'm not sure which attachment it is to the staff report, but we have done a 6-7 month evaluation with the community, including the Harbor Soaring Society's members and all of our permitted fly fields. So the modifications you will find within that document, and we did an extensive public outreach to kind of filter through what some of those modifications might be. And I have worked extensively with the Harbor Soaring Society membership to give them the format and provide them with all of the information necessary. The Harbor Soaring Society, we don't have extensive guideline operations like we do with other activities like the Orange County Model Engineers. So we're looking to do a couple of things. And again, Harbor Soaring Society has been working with us. So they're working collectively with us to create that document. It's not like we're putting it on them and asking them to do it, but it is their document because they are the nonprofit that runs that facility out there.
It's tab 3.
I still don't see why they can't allow some to fly, on a limited basis, 2 or 3 at a time, while this is being discussed. I don't know why I get that it was shut down like everything else due to COVID, but we're opening up everything else. Why not allow them to have a couple people flying while we're discussing this? Is it really going to hurt anything?
I don't know that we could monitor the number of people out there. That would be our most difficult thing, is to be able to control the use.
Well,
manage the
we
use.
can't control and monitor everything. We can't be at every party. We can't be at every store. We can't be at every shopping center. To some degree, people need to take some responsibility. I mean, you could put up signs, you could put up markers on the ground, you could put markers up, assign 2 or 3 people allowed at a time, and then the rest have to wait in line. You could do something like that. And I don't know if that's something Harbor Soaring Society would want to do. I just think it would open it back up. It would bring some enjoyment to a lot of people. There's young people that use it. We've heard testimony at a council meeting from a young person that uses it, it was really his way of communicating and expressing himself and getting out there and involving himself in the community. And it was just opened up a lot of doors for him. And why not let a couple of people fly planes at a time? And just like we let people into stores a few at a time, that's just and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Guinness?
Let's see. I actually also asked to have this pulled. Partly, I wanted to verify that we weren't anticipating use of the fields in the near future because it didn't seem consistent with our other policies regarding COVID-19. But there's another reason too, is there was to be an evaluation of the flight activity. And part of that was supposed to be the effect on wildlife. But we never had a baseline of wildlife activity without the flights there. So how could you really say what the effect was if you never saw the park and what occurred in the park without the flights? And if we actually are to really look at this, we really need to continue for the full season, the full nesting season, absent the activity, to really establish a better baseline, because we didn't have one. And I just wanted to verify. So it looks like by fall, we could have someone flying. And to be honest, the Harbor Soaring Society has not really been a problem. They've been there for years. They usually are well-mannered. It's all the other people who have the licenses who, to be honest, for the most part, they don't seem to really care about our rules. And if you look in our staff report, well over 80% of the people aren't even from here. And so I appreciate that we're providing an amenity for people who are from Costa Mesa, but it's a large portion of our park that's devoted to a small number of people, most of whom aren't from Costa Mesa. So in that regard, I enjoy watching the planes that behave nicely. The ones that go out over the ponds, that go over the bridge, that are all over the park, that sound like a chainsaw, I don't enjoy. And they shouldn't be there. And while I'd love to be able to trust people to police themselves, I don't think we should be dumping that on Harbor Soaring Society members, because they're older people who just want to enjoy themselves. But when we open it up for Harbor Soaring Society, I do have concerns about who else is going to be out there and not obeying rules and so forth. Because to be honest, the new crew of flyers is really not a considerate bunch. There are a few in the younger bunch who, yeah, they want to learn about aeronautics and stuff, and they're enjoying themselves, but they're out there having like air battles with their drones, and it's all over the park, and it's just not a good atmosphere. So unfortunately, people haven't learned to police themselves for that activity, and I don't know why, because it used to be a bunch of very well-mannered people who cared about the park. And even when they were when they went to the Fairview Park Committee meeting to sell us on why we should allow it, they had pictures. They said, we love wildlife, and they had pictures of raptors. Clearly, in order to get those pictures, they had to be harassing the wildlife. So I wish we had the resources to really make sure that people out there behave properly. And I wish that we didn't have to have the resources to make sure people behave properly. But the unfortunate fact of the matter is they don't. And I actually have no problem with bringing Harbor Soaring Society back, but how do we keep out the people who don't obey our rules? And part of that has to do with our licensing, because we haven't yanked licenses and we haven't cited. And unfortunately, the way our budget's going, we're not going to have as much resources to have the rangers out there. So I've had my say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council, we're on 10 o'clock and we've got 2 more consent items. So just Councilmember Mar, did you have a question?
So do we plan on studying the avian activity, Ms. D'Agosta?
We are currently working with Sea and Sage Audubon Society and monitoring, and I got a report today that said there were 54 species of birds that they tracked today out there. So yes.
Okay, so
yes,
we're
we are doing
considering
monitoring.
this the baseline, and then is the idea to bring back flying and then compare?
The baseline question is debatable. Again, I've been out there since 1960. So to create a baseline is really, it's not something that we can establish. This is the best we can do because we have been closed since mid-March now to observe the avian activity.
But the point is to observe a differential, right, between no planes and planes.
That was not the original intent. The original intent in this evaluation, we were not closing the fly field. We were observing during the fly activity. COVID shut us down in March, so we're having an opportunity to look at avian activity without flyers. So it has changed our ability to observe, but we just didn't have that before.
Okay, so I guess I'm just confused because we're already going down the road of having Harbor Soaring Society modify their usage, but we're not basing that on data collected from the avian study.
We were intending to base it on some of the information collected during fly activity. What we're basing it on the observations and on other fly fields. We have done extensive evaluation on how other fly fields in sensitive habitat areas, what modifications they put on it. And again, that's in the report there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised, so open this item up for public comment. Is there anyone who would wish to speak to this item? Please raise your hand in the participants window or press *9 on your telephone. I don't see any hands raised.
Madam Mayor, there is one.
Oh, now there is one. Miss Henry, yes.
Henry, if you could please speak now. Unmute yourself.
This is Henry Smith. I'm the current serving president of the Harbor Soaring Society. You hear
Hello,
me?
Mr. Smith. Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
I have a one question. It's my understanding that the golf course is currently open. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that an amenity? Just curious. To me, a golf course is a poster child for an amenity.
Right.
Okay, so but the trains and the model airplane fields are still closed. I'm just pointing this out. It's a very one-sided thing. If you have enough money to play golf, you can have an amenity. If you don't have enough money to play golf, then you can't. And I understand that the park department is making a survey out there, and they're saying it's without airplanes. But you have to remember that the bigger impact on the birds out there is human interaction. They're much more influenced on how the birds behave than airplanes, because the humans are out there just about all the time, and they're all over the place, far more over the park than airplanes. And so now you've kept the humans out of all these user-defined paths in the park, which are a lot of the places where we fly. So how are you going to separate the information? You have no idea what you're measuring. And you don't have a baseline. You have some nice data about this condition, and you have no other data about any other condition. So it's a good bunch of data, and I think you should continue to carry on collecting this data. But you need to remember that airplanes aren't the only thing that changed when you started collecting this data.
Okay.
And I agree with Councilwoman Guinness that there are a lot of bad behavior people out there. And if somebody come up with a way we could help or encourage these people to leave, I would vote for it. But the Harbor Soaring Society has no leverage whatsoever over non-members. We just don't. I'm sorry, but we can't. If it's a member, we can deal with it. If they're not a member, there's not much we can do. We can walk over and say, please behave yourself, and that's about the limit. And we do that as much as we can. I've been out in the park about twice since the lockdown occurred, just to put up some signs and do a couple other things. And I think there's more people out there now than there were before the lockdown. They don't have anything else to do. So I kind of wonder how your baseline bird population data is being affected by the lack of airplanes or the lack thereof. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I don't see any other hands raised. We'll close public comment. Council, if you want to make a motion, please raise your hand in the participants bar. Anybody? Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Reynolds, and then.
Yeah, move staff's recommendation.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Second.
All right. Councilmember Reynolds, did you want to speak to the item?
I'll just thank Ms. D'Agosta. I know you've been working very closely with the multiple stakeholder groups here, and I appreciate you bringing a recommendation on this item that I understand has been developed from that stakeholder engagement. So thank you.
Councilmember Chavez, would you like to speak to the item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness.
I will support the item. And I think one of the things about the Harbor Soaring Society having been there for decades, which is true, but it was really only in about 2008, 2009 that we had a big influx of the motorized planes. Prior to then, it was primarily just the gliders. So, and anecdotally, I mean, there isn't hard data, but anecdotally, people have noted a definite decrease in white-tailed kites and some other species. And then as this moves forward, this contract somewhere along the line came to include helicopters. I'm not sure what year helicopters got added in, but they have been particularly problematic. So at the time the evaluation is completed, I would appreciate it if we would specifically examine helicopters, particularly the top rotors, which move in a horizontal movement, so that they do create basically a buzzsaw for potentially other creatures.
Okay, call for the question, Ms. Green.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour.
Just a quick comment. I will be supporting it, but I would like to see this open sooner rather than later. I know there are some concerns that need to be worked out, but I believe they can be worked out pretty quick. And there's a lot of enjoyment by the community of this, and I'd like to see it open sooner rather than later. So yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we'll move to item number 12.
Thank you. This item is amendment number 3 to professional services agreement with Endemic Environmental Services. And this was requested to be pulled by Councilmember Guinness and Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, let's see. Ms. Diagasta, you're still on. We want to give a brief report, and then
Thank you.
I will turn it over to Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Guinness for their comments.
Thank you, Mayor Foley. This item is to approve a proposed amendment number 3 to the professional service agreement with Endemic Environmental. And this will allow us to extend the agreement from July 1, 2020 through March for April 1st, 2021. And I would like to say that this one would also have been to you earlier in the spring without the interference of the COVID process that we've been through. This extension is necessary to maintain the level of required maintenance and reporting that we do on the wetlands under our conservation easements that we have with regulatory agencies for protected species. And they also deal with the mosquito management, which is exceptional this year in the wetlands. And so this will allow us to extend that contract through the next 9 months.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds, did you want to speak to this item?
Yeah, so, and Ms. Diagasta, I apologize we weren't able to connect today, earlier today. I was surprised to see this come up. I understand the need from reading the staff report, but going back, I think it was either the first or second amendment, must have been the first amendment back in October 2018. I remember quite a bit of discussion about the contractor's performance, and I've heard a number of concerns about the contractor's performance and meeting the required deliverables here. Also, in general, a contract that started at $400,000 and is now going to be at $1.1 million. I just think it's really, really important to make sure that we have really good evaluation. So can you talk about contractor performance and how, if you are evaluating now, maybe more importantly, how you would evaluate the contractor contracts?
I think I heard the end of that, yes.
Can you repeat that last part, Councilmember Reynolds? I didn't hear it either.
Yeah, I think someone's not on mute. Yeah, so I wanted to know about sort of the evaluation process, how we've been evaluating the contractor to date, and how you plan to evaluate the contractor for the remainder of the contract period.
Okay. This contract had begun before I arrived, so I did inherit it, and we have been doing the evaluations. Actually, Endemic provides us with summaries that we then turn over to our partners, our regulatory partners. So we do have reports that are monthly reports, quarterly reports, and annual reports from all of the activity that they've performed out there. The evaluation happens under my guard. It's been happening on an in the site basis, as well as reevaluating the scope. So we have been working to reduce the scope. You'll notice this one is reduced for the next 9 months. And within the next 9 months, my intent is to evaluate and rescope the maintenance process for the wetlands and for Fairview Park entirely, and probably to go back out to bid with this kind of a contract. We've been through this long enough with Endemic, and they're aware, we have this conversation, that we know things have changed at the park. since they've been contracted. We need to reevaluate both of our maintenance and our management out there. And we are in the process of doing that. And the intent again is to come back out next spring with a new maintenance management plan.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, thank you. That leads in right into my second and last question. The rescoping piece, that was another thing that sort of was concerned about, right? We had hired originally Endemic for one thing, and the scope has changed quite a bit while the contract has almost tripled. Can you then describe you had shared with me once, somewhere between 3 months and a year ago, a plan to release an RFQ for other, I think, restoration management firms. Is that still in the works, or what is the plan for that?
So all of this is wrapped into the master plan update, and we have pieces of that we are doing as well. So within the master plan update, yes, there will be new basically management plans written for Fairview Park, and we have begun doing that through the steering committee process. The land use committee was doing that. 3 of the members are helping me with that. So we are producing that with the intent to go out to bid with a whole new management plan for Fairview. Still on process.
Okay, right. I recall the intent to go out to bid for the master plan update. I thought there was going to be a separate request for qualifications process for general restoration. Is that not right?
Yes, and what the steering committee and I think you've been in most of the meetings. What we're trying to do is filter through the master plan so that we create a plan that we can tier management into, we can tier public use into, we can tier all of these activities into in a comprehensive and economically sustainable way.
In approximate timing for that? I know everything's changing.
It has been. Again, my goal is next spring. Now, it was this spring.
The same time. Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilor Guinness?
We had received communication from a member of the public who was concerned about this contract, in particular, that all the deliverables had occurred when they were supposed to occur, or at least had occurred within the schedule that we were supposed to be having them. Now, you indicated that we had been receiving regular reports. Are you confident that all the deliverables have been provided? Because that's not really addressed in this report, at least since you've been in charge.
I'm very confident that the deliverables have been made, and I'm very confident in Endemic's work out there.
Okay, because I know there were times maybe that the deliverables weren't provided, but we didn't used to be quite as careful with some of our contracts. And so sometimes someone who was contracted to do one thing who also had other capabilities, and I know this happened with Endemic, they would be diverted onto a different thing that someone in public works needed them to do, quite often having to do with Fairview Park, but not exactly within their original scope. And that did create some problems and some confusion because, you know, what were they really supposed to be doing? Because some of this was verbal, and so I'm glad to see that we're staying on top of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yeah, Ms. D'Agostino, so it's that time of year when I start to get more communication from my friends on Swan Drive regarding mosquitoes. And I remember the last time we evaluated this vendor, it was just after there had been 7 tons of reeds pulled out of one of the ponds right behind Swan Drive. So I was wondering, what is the status in terms of abating the mosquito issue, and how is Endemic involved in that? And you know, where do we stand with that issue in light of COVID and some of the changes to the maintenance that have occurred in the last several months at Fairview Park?
Endemic Environmental, they spend most of their time in the wetlands since that summer of 2018 that we did that 7-ton removal. And so some of their scope has been reduced in the remainder of the park. And their focus is primarily on the wetlands since that mosquito outbreak. And so they are there daily. They have got a rotational through the ponds to clear the ponds. They do the cattail clearing by hand in between our machine applications of those. They are there doing the trash removal. They are there doing the habitat protection. They are there doing the bird surveys. They are there doing the primary maintenance for us down there. And we coordinate with Orange County Vector Control. We have a special contract with them to for applications in the wetlands, and Endemic coordinates with them for the delivery of that service as well. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Well, let me ask you one. So what are you hearing from the residents? Are you hearing that their problems with the mosquitoes are reduced this year, or the same, or worse?
Actually, I've been in contact as early as last Friday with the residents again, and we are going to resume our monthly emails that we had been doing. And we are hearing that there is an increase, and we're hearing that from Orange County Vector Control. They just put out an announcement today, as Councilmember Guinness mentioned, that the mosquitoes are on the increase in Orange County in particular. So yes, it's happening again.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, is that it? I see no other hands raised. I will open up this item for public comment. And let's see if we have anyone. If you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand or press *9 at this time. Seeing no one, I will close public comment. Council, is there a motion? Raise your hand if you'd like to make a motion. Anyone? Nobody wants to make a motion? Okay.
I'll move.
Councilmember Mar.
I'll move to approve the item.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Mar, second by Chavez. Councilmember Mar, did you want to speak to the item?
No.
Councilmember Chavez?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Guinness? You're on mute.
Regarding the mosquito issue, I do have some concerns because I don't know who's responsible, but somebody at our end. We had a plan where it was pretty well spelled out, and there were certain things that were supposed to happen. This goes all the way back to Mr. Green when he was with Vector Control putting together plans for us. And we were supposed to be having algicides applied in the spring. And I don't know that we've ever made it for any year. And I don't know whether that would be someone from Endemic or someone from our public services maintenance department. But we really need to get on top of that, because then we do have to use considerable contract time removing algal mats by hand. People out there in waders spending many, many hours doing that. And the algicide it's not it's a dye basically that keeps the algae from proliferating. And so it's a simple thing that we could use to really reduce our problems. And then some of the other things that we had talked about is pump maintenance. And I think we've done okay on that. And that's not something that Endemic would do. And we also talked about the bubblers. So I would like to know if we've investigated that any further or are actually going to be doing it. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Mar, you have your hand raised still? No. Okay. Council, Ms. Green, can you please call the question by voice vote?
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
So before I vote, I have a quick question. I hope it's quick. Ms. D'Agosta, where are we with the DUDEC report and the status of that?
As you know, the report had not been released yet. It was still in draft form. And I actually just engaged DUDEC 2 weeks ago to finalize it now.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we have one more item before we're going to take a break. Item number 15.
Yes, this is request to cancel the regularly city council meeting of July 7th, 2020. And City Manager, Ms. Farrell Harrison will speak on this.
Okay, who pulled this item?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Guinness did.
Okay, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. This item before you tonight is to completion of the first meeting in July. As you know, the last 4 to 5 months have been unprecedented in the scale, scope, and depth of what we've been dealing with from a pandemic standpoint, a financial crisis standpoint, and then of course now also civil unrest. And so we have come to you this evening with a pretty robust agenda with the hopes that we could just have one meeting in July and for staff to have much needed time with families and for us to catch up on other work that needs to get done, especially given the fact that we have had an extraordinary amount of meetings over the past 6 months. I have tallied the meetings that we have had over the last 6 months, and I think we should be proud of the work that we've done, which is, again, never before have we seen this volume of work that's needed to be done under such enormous constraints. Some of them having happen in very short time frames and literally dealing with life and death matters. And that's not counting all of the other conversations that we've had through briefings, telephonic briefings that I've been able to provide to you that have been allowed due to the lifting of certain requirements by the state in order to facilitate good, healthy, solid decision-making. So I can say that in the last few months, in this month alone, counting a meeting that we will potentially have next week to finalize negotiations related to furloughs, we would have had 5 meetings in June. We had 3 meetings in May. We had 3 meetings in April. In the month of March, we had 5 meetings. In the month of February, we had 5 meetings. And in the month of January, we had 3. And so again, unprecedented. Typically, we would have no more than 18 meetings during a 6-month time frame. That's assuming a study session every single month and the 2 regular meetings. And we have had 25. And so we have had 5 more meetings than we have in the past. And again, unprecedented timeframes, time constraints, and all hands on deck. And at this point, we need to acknowledge that we need to have some degree of work-life balance. And on behalf of all the staff that has done an incredible job working tirelessly around the clock at all hours of day or night, we're respectfully requesting that we give staff the time to regroup with their families. We've brought a robust agenda for you this evening in order to do that. And we plan on having the second meeting in July that will also be lengthy as well, because we have strategically arranged the agenda as such to allow for some flexibility here. So I respectfully request that you consider this and strongly urge you to assist me in getting some degree of restoration of the work-life balance back for staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Guinness, did you want to speak to this item since you pulled it?
I have concerns because with City Hall closed, it's like there's the city here and then there's the people of Costa Mesa out there. And while individually we're available, we're still we're wearing our masks and whatnot, and we could talk to people on the phone, but we're not really having the interaction. the city hall is really not available to the public in general. Yes, there are people who have applications pending, say in the planning department, they know who to call to make an appointment. But I think that it's creating a bigger gulf between our city government and the people who live here and work here. And this is a time when we should be decreasing that gulf. And while we've had numerous meetings, I think that's a little bit overstated. For example, we typically under our council policies should have 3 meetings. We should have 2 regular council meetings and a study session on 3 separate days. But where we say we've had numerous meetings, for example, on the 9th, we had a special closed session and a special council meeting. And then on the 2nd, we had a special city council meeting and a special city council and a regular city council meeting. So basically, we're counting them as saying, oh, we had a whole bunch of meetings, when we really call them different things. It's all one big meeting, really. Like tonight, we had one big meeting, even though we also had the meeting of the housing authority. Well, that was a separate meeting, but it was really the same meeting, let's face it. And I feel, excuse me.
Hold on. Ms. Farrell Harrison, let her finish and then I'll give you the floor, okay?
Thank you.
And I do feel that, yes, by having fewer meetings, maybe staff doesn't have to sit through the council meeting, but then you sit through a marathon meeting on a different occasion, which I think is more draining and also more likely for us to result in stupid decisions because we're going to be making them at like midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning when we're all exhausted. You still have to write a staff report. If it's something that comes before the council, you still have to write a staff report. And so what I see here is we go from basically what our schedule now would be 11 weeks with only 1 meeting for the public to come to. And it almost makes it seem like the city council and the public are irrelevant to what happens at City Hall. And I don't happen to think that. And that's why I pulled this.
Okay, Ms. Farrell Harrison, and then I'll go to Councilmember Mansour.
So thank you, Councilmember Guinness, for your comments. I do have to correct you, however, that is not correct in terms of the number of meetings. So I'm not counting the meetings where we had more than 1 meeting on the same day. That would be disingenuous, it would be inappropriate, and it would be a lie. And so I don't come to you with misinformation. I'm coming to you with information that's publicly available. And so I did not double count. If we had a meeting today for the housing authority and then we had the city council, I did not do that. That would not be fair and it would be completely inappropriate. And so the meetings that I'm talking to you about are ones that were scheduled and all this information is publicly available. And you're right, we would normally have 3 meetings a month in most cases, and that would be 18. And we have had, as I mentioned, 23. That's not counting the extra meetings. And so just wanted to clarify that. And then we have heard personally nothing but great feedback for staff, which is amazing, from many members of the public about how available we've been, how accessible we've been, all of the communication that we've been giving out, the hotlines that we have created, having our concierge available and staff being available day or night. I received many emails from members of the public saying, you're responding to me at 11 o'clock at night? Yes, I'm responding at 11 o'clock at night. And so I feel like we've done an incredible job during this time. And so I have not heard feedback that we're not accessible, that we have discontinued our connection to the public. In fact, this has given us even more creative ways of making ourselves available and responding and getting the word out on what's important to you and important to our residents and businesses. And so I stand firm with my recommendation this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mansour. I'll go back to you in a moment, Councilmember Guinness.
So I appreciate the intent of this item, and I'm open to it. I'm not certainly not opposed to it. The concern I have is I just want to make sure, I'll use tonight as an example. We have we had a lot of important stuff. Even our consent calendar had important issues on it. But tonight we have our budget to vote on, and I know we had a discussion on it prior, so I don't know how much discussion will be on it. Maybe more of a formality with voting, but it's still an important issue. It's certainly important to the public. We also have a vote on our, bridge or homeless shelter that we need to get going on. And I'll be curious to see if it goes to how soon it comes up. Maybe it'll go quickly. I don't know if it'll come up at midnight or later, but what I don't want to happen is if we cancel a meeting, have other important things pushed out to make another meeting so busy that everything goes so late. And I'm not pointing blame at anyone. I know these are crazy times for a whole number of reasons. I get it. I'm just expressing some concern. I kind of want some of the more important stuff, when possible, to maybe be at an earlier hour. One idea is maybe switch the consent calendar to be later and some of these other items to be earlier. That maybe helps, but I just don't want the agendas to be too crowded. I don't know that there's an easy answer. I'm just kind of venting my concerns.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness, you're on mute.
I just wanted to say that I'm looking at the page where we have all the agendized noticed public meetings. And basically, yes, February and March were insane. But for the last couple months, we had a meeting for April. We had a meeting on the 7th. We had a special meeting on the 14th. However, we also had the study session canceled, so that was a replacement. Then we had a meeting on the 21st. And then for May, we had a meeting on the 5th. We had a study session canceled on the 12th, so we didn't have that. Then we had a meeting on the 19th and the 26th. So that's once again 3 meetings, which was normal. So budget time, yeah, budget time is nuts. And thus far, we've had 3 meetings for June. Well, the 2nd, the 9th, and the 16th, and likely we'll have one more in order to pass the budget. But I agree, February and March were crazy, but chances are we're going to have a special meeting. And what does the special meeting mean? It means that everybody has to run around extra. It means that it pops up at some time that the public doesn't know. Half the time we don't even know. It's a 24 hours notice, and there's no opportunity for general public comment. We heard a lot of general public comment this evening, and I think it was useful comment, but we won't have that opportunity. Yes,
Councilmember Guinness, in the interest, this is the question period. So do you have a question?
No, I just wanted to clarify the facts.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Guinness may have stole my thunder, but my question is for City Manager Farrell Harris. Just to confirm, we can still call a meeting if we need to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So essentially what we're doing by voting yes on this is we're giving our staff, who has been tremendously busy since February, a chance to take a break, right? Okay. Yes. So on my end, and since Member Guinness had a few comments, we're
going to have the Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off because we need to go to public comment still, and we still need to get to the rest of our agenda. So I'm going to cut you off if you don't mind, and then you can give your comment after we have a motion. How's that?
It's good.
Thank you. I'm going to open this item up for public comment. And it looks like there are 2 people who would like to speak to this item. Ms. Green, user 2.
Yes, call in user 2, you may speak.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment regarding this issue. If we're going to be going 1 meeting in 11 weeks, and we've had all of these meetings in a short period of time, it really makes no sense that 11 weeks wouldn't encompass needing to do something and have another meeting. The staff has been incredible. I acknowledge that, but nobody is singular responsible for everything. So I suppose if the staff needs to take breaks, the community has also been under the same pressure with the COVID. And I think that with the city council being on hiatus for 11 of 12 weeks, and if you come back on a special council meeting, there'll be no public comment. I think it really is an attempt to freeze out the comments and the input of the residents in the community. Now, you're going to use this time for, vacations or whatnot. There's always a staggering process. There's always going to be an emergency. COVID is an unusual time, but we have to go through it, and we have to go through it as normally as possible, not shutting down City Hall, Council, and the Council for 11 additional weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, ending in 869.
Hi. I agree with the previous speaker and Councilmember Guinness. I participated to most of the extra meetings that have been happening. I didn't particularly think all of them were necessary. It was disconcerting to have some of the special meetings. I also agree with the previous speaker that COVID is an unusual situation and things might even get tougher before they get better. And I think we should push through. Having 11 weeks with one city council meeting, to me, is crazy. And I think that what would happen is that it would all just get bunched up, and then we are going to have these marathon meetings where, they go into the wee hours of the morning, or they get spilled over into another meeting at another time. I also think that, like the previous speaker, that should I call my thunder? That having special meetings and not allowing for the general public comment is excluding the public. It's not, there isn't a separation of what goes on at City Hall and with City Council where decisions are made unilaterally. It is the business of the public, and the public has to meaningfully participate. That has been made harder with COVID. That's understandable. And things have been, made better for public to participate, but not having these meetings, that to me is ludicrous and crazy and inappropriate. And while I am for giving staff a break that they need, I feel like missing one meeting in July would be that break, not, missing both meetings in August and coming back in September. I don't think that is correct. And I hope you don't vote to do this and that you keep the public engaged so we don't come back in the fall and have terribly constipated agendas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No other speakers are in the queue at this time. I will close the public comment.
Move the item.
Thank you. Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilmember Mar. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to speak to the item briefly?
Yeah, no, I will really briefly. Yeah, you're right. The staff needs a break. It's been insane. We've gone anywhere from, suing the federal government and the Department of Defense and at Gavin Newsom in February, on to shutting down everything in March, and then building everything up until this point in time, all on Zoom, all remotely. And then we of course had the George Floyd incident, which led to the Black Lives Matter protest, where our police department was strained, and also our supporting staff. So yeah, there definitely needs a break. I want to put this in perspective. So normally this is my fourth go around in terms of time here, not as many as some, but more than most and whatever. And you usually have the first week of July is a very light meeting. And it's because it's right around the 4th of July. Sometimes it's like on the 3rd of July. I think last year it was on the 2nd of July. And usually I know that because usually we get out of the meeting and it's still light. So that's usually a light meeting, and literally light when we're done. And then we usually have only one meeting in August. So we're really talking about, we've already decided the August issue. Now all we're deciding here is just eliminating one historically light meeting for the benefit of our staff that's been overworked. I don't think it's much to ask. I trust the city manager it was still an important vote of mine, and I stand by that. I trust her. I know that we're going to have at least one special meeting because we're going to have to deal with cannabis. That's going to come up. So I know that that's going to happen. So we're going to have 2 meetings in July, one a special meeting, one a regular meeting. This is not too much to ask. And I really hope we get a 7-0 vote here. I ask, if you have misgivings about it, just do this for the staff. Do this out of respect for our city manager. Let's have a 7-0 vote, shall we?
Okay, Councilmember Mar.
Yeah, I would just like to add, Mayor Pro Tem, you're forgetting that every single day of the week call we were having about COVID response, which then went to 3 times a week, which then went to twice a week, which are not formal meetings, but nevertheless, it involved a whole heck of a lot of staff briefing us on every aspect of what the city was doing, including the city manager and the assistant city manager and most of the department heads. And so the workload has been insane. I think you said the word respect. I consider this a matter of respect for our staff, for the professionals who are committed to doing the best possible job for the city. And frankly, I don't think there's any place for sort of political grandstanding on the back of public comment for this to pass. So thank you for everything you do, Ms. Carol Harrison. Thank you to the rest of the staff. You deserve a little bit of a breather. And as Mayor Pro Tem said, we're not even really going to give you that because we're going to have a special meeting. So all we're trying to do is make it slightly less painful in July.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Foley. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Mar mentioned a lot of points I wanted to make. We've gone through a lot this year, and it's not lost to me how much staff has done for our community, for our city of Costa Mesa. They have been through suing the federal and state government, through providing us daily updates on COVID, through handling honestly weekly meetings. It's gotten to the point where I almost expect one every Tuesday. And as Mayor Pro Tem said, our first July meeting tends to be very light. And quite frankly, I feel like we've already moved everything to this meeting. That's what it feels like. I mean, so I think it's not too much to ask for us to give our staff 2 weeks off. And I am very happy that we have confirmation that if we do need a special meeting, we can get one. You know, we're not just gonna put our hands in the air and do nothing. We're gonna have stuff on call in case something comes up. So I think it's very just and fair to give them a chance to breathe. They've been incredible to us, and as I've always said, you know, on council we vote for the decisions, we vote for the policy, but staff's one that does it. They do the work to actually implement ideas, and I think we can't overwork staff. And quite frankly, I appreciate what they've done for us, so I'm voting yes for this.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Yes, very few staff reports are a no-brainer for me. This one was a no-brainer for me. I do, though, I want to note that I think we don't take lightly the several comments we've heard about this difficulty to connect through this period, right? That's been a challenge between families and friends and government and so on. I know that there is absolutely no intent here to disconnect further. This is truly a matter of sustainability of staff. This has been an exhausting time. I'm exhausted. And I know we, as we're trying to let people rest, we are already sort of ramping up for getting back to business as well. During this time, we're going to have on July 9th, the homeless shelter update town hall that was mentioned earlier. And we also heard earlier that we'll be, during that summer period, putting out recruitment again for resident participation in city committees. So I 100% support the request here. It's necessary and completely reasonable to ask. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness, you're on mute.
I believe this would be reasonable to ask if we didn't already have 2 other canceled meetings for August. And I appreciate what staff has gone through, and possibly we should have done this canceled this one instead of one of the August ones, because probably just the timing, people would like a break. But I also feel like canceling 3 out of 4 scheduled meetings in a 2-month period is just not fair to the public. And I also think it does somewhat speak to a view of the council and the public as irrelevant. We did have a lot of those COVID calls. I don't know that they were all necessary, because mostly it was a recitation of data that anybody with a half a brain could have looked up themselves. In fact, everybody probably did before the meeting. And then there were the other parts of the meeting that I repeatedly had concerns about whether we were verging into Brown Act situations. So I don't know that they were necessary, and I don't know that they were even all the time really legit. But anyway, I know there were a lot of meetings and a lot of conference calls, and everybody was tired, but at the same time, maybe we did have more meetings than we needed. But if we really did need that many meetings, how on earth can we go for 2 months with 1 meeting? That makes no sense. And also, yes, we could have a special meeting, but here's the thing. If you're a member of the public, the special meeting can be on a Tuesday. I mean, you know that council meetings are on Tuesdays at 6 o'clock. You hope they're at 6 o'clock anyway. But a special meeting can be on a Friday at noon. A special meeting can be on a Thursday at 5. It could be on a Tuesday at 4. It could be any time. And also, every scheduled meeting has a portion of the agenda set aside for general public comment. And that's when people come and they ask us things about our policing tactics. They ask us about speeding on their residential street. They ask for stop signs. They ask to have a pothole fixed. And granted, they can come in, they can send an email. They can't come into City Hall. They can send us emails. They can make a phone call, but it's not the same. And I don't know that they actually even get the same response as when they get everybody in their neighborhood to come down to a council meeting. And that's not available right now, but at least they can get together and make their calls. And there is no general public comment at a special meeting. And that means that over a 2-month period, the public will only have 1 time for general public comment. And yes, there's a certain amount of political grandstanding that happens during that. But for the most part, like tonight, I didn't really see political grandstanding in the general public comment at all. I saw sincere people who were concerned about their community, and I don't want to lose that opportunity. So I will not be supporting the motion, and I'm not going to feel guilty about it either.
Thank you, Councilmember Gittes. Councilmember Mansour, did you have anything to say? Briefly.
I'll let you know if I do.
Well, here's your chance. Okay, so I will be supporting the motion, and I can't even believe it took us this long to have this conversation. Our staff have been incredible. Nobody has worked harder than our city manager. The entire team on the 5th floor have been working around the clock. They not only prepare for these hearings, which takes so much time. Ms. Green, everyone has to put all the packets together. They're doing an incredible volume of work. And not only that, but they're preparing for all the conference calls that are taking place with state officials, with local officials, and the weekly, several times a week calls with the county officials. They're also in the middle of negotiating contracts and renegotiating contracts and complying with all of the FEMA requirements. They are expected to make sure that every council member's questions are answered before the hearings, and they are preparing for the town halls. Frankly, I completely disagree with this false narrative that we are disengaged from the public. I feel, after being up here for many, many years, that we are more engaged with the public, maybe not in person, but than we have ever been. We are every single day answering emails. Our constituent services team has answered thousands of emails, have contacted personally, proactively called senior and business owners, contacted them. We've never done that before. We've never called business owners to ask for their email addresses and their websites and their contact information so that we can communicate with them. We've never done that. We're doing that now. We've never called every senior that we have a phone number for. We're doing that now. We're doing more engagement than we've ever done. Yeah, it's not in person. I prefer in person myself, but that's not within our control right now. We also have the town hall meetings where there's a lot of engagement, a lot of information going out to the public. We have the Friday Restore Costa Mesa recovery team meetings where we have upwards from 40 to 70 business, community, and faith-based leaders that we're engaging with, and then they're engaging with others as a result of the information that we're providing to them and that they're sharing with us. There is more engagement right now than there has ever been in City Hall in the city of Costa Mesa. I can't wait till we get back to some semblance of normalcy where we can all get together in a room and talk to each other. But to say that somehow there's a gulf between City Hall and the public is completely false. Our police department, our fire department, they're out going to businesses. They've dropped off sandwich boards. They're communicating with the owners of the stores and the managers. We have our parks people going out. We have so much that we're doing, and under the circumstances of a pandemic, okay? Under the circumstances of cutting almost 100 employees that are part-time workers off our payroll. So to say somehow that we're disengaged with the public, that's offensive, okay? I feel that's offensive. We also, I think it's offensive to put our staff through this discussion because it's 4th of July weekend, people. It's 4th of July weekend. And I'm saying people, I'm not referring to the people that are supporting this motion, but the 4th of July weekend is very difficult for our city team after all these months to be able to work through the 4th of July weekend and then to have the reports ready and the council meeting ready for that July 7th meeting. I didn't know we were going to discuss having this item until we all got the communication from the city manager, but I get it and I completely support it. And it's not 11 weeks. That's another false narrative. It's not 11 weeks. It's 3 meetings. It's not like City Hall, nobody's going to be working during that time of those 11 weeks. It's just that we're not going to have 3 city council meetings. That's not City Hall being closed for 11 weeks. So I think that's also misleading. So I support the city manager's request. I think that it's fair. I think that the staff deserve a break in August as well, because, you know, for those of our team who have children that are going off to college or that have family vacations that they'd like to take, August is the time when all of that is happening. So everyone needs a refresh, everyone. And so I support this, and I'll call for the question, Ms. Green.
Councilmember Reynolds? Here. Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
No.
Councilmember Guinness?
No.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Stevens? Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2 with council members Guinness and Mansour voting no.
Okay, so I was remiss earlier. I got a little distracted. So I wanted to take a moment and say happy birthday to Councilmember Mansour. I meant to do that at the beginning of the meeting, and I apologize. Happy birthday. On that note, we're
what
going to take a break.
nonsense on your part. What a phony you
What
are.
are you talking about? I'm serious.
Calling you a phony.
Okay. I don't understand. I really don't understand. I had it written down on my notes to say happy birthday to you.
One day
But,
you'll get it. It's
Okay.
insincere on your part. The way you acted earlier was inexcusable.
Okay,
And
thank
now
you,
it's
Councilman.
called
We're
a
gonna take
happy
a break
birthday.
now. Thank you. We're gonna take a break.
Yeah.
Well, that was interesting.
Okay, Madam Mayor, you can probably start now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We're back from our break. We have 3 public hearing items tonight. And council, given the late hour, I'm going to request that you try to be brief in your remarks and specific in your questions. And also to the staff, if we could have brief reports, that would be appreciated. Everybody's had a chance to read the materials and ask questions in advance. So we will move to have the city clerk read the title for public hearing item number 1.
This is substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2019-2020 annual action plan to add community development block grant coronavirus CDBG-CV funds. Presentation by Ms. Bowens-Colleen, zoning administrator.
Ms. Bowens-Colleen.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. This is my first time, so I will try and do this as smoothly as possible.
So far, so good.
Yeah, well, I'm half asleep, so. So as you probably know, the CARES Act provided $5 billion in community development funds with the intention to assist low-income families and the country's most vulnerable citizens. It was determined that we were going to receive, I apologize, I've just lost the money because I can't move.
668,000.
That would be it, yes. Thank you. And that they also allows some flexibility, excuse me, sorry, but that we had to amend our current citizen participation plan and our current action plan to use these funds. So it does give us the flexibility, which bottom line is to try and cut some red tape and eliminate some of the regulatory barriers that may limit the use of the funds. And so some of the things they have included is to allow a shortening of the public comment period from 30 to 5 days, to allow for alternate public participation, such as what we're doing right here, and to eliminate the 15% cap on public service grant funding. So it also requires that the CDBG funds, be used for activities to prepare, prevent, or respond to the impacts of the coronavirus. Has to meet one of 3 national objectives: to benefit low, moderate income persons, aid in prevention or elimination of blight, meet an urgent need, and the funds cannot be used to replace funding that would normally be paid for or supported by the city itself. So this citizen participation plan outlines the actions we can do to encourage public participation, including our amended HUD-related plans. The current citizen plan was approved as part of the 2015-2019 consolidated plan in May 2015, and it has been, we're proposing to amend it as required to include disaster emergency procedures, as well as other specific provisions permitted in the initial CARES Act waivers. So to date, there has been 3 waivers. Once again, the reduction of the public notice period, alternate means of public participation, and a reduction on elimination of the 15% cap. So with the $668,658 proposed, we are proposing to use 85% of the funds for homeless services, and we are staying with the 15% proposal for the administration of these funds. So the prevention and homeless services, these are, the money is proposed to be used to address issues related to and exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, the outreach activities to unsheltered populations, response to neighborhoods, and some other details that you can see on this slide here and that are included in the staff report. Also, implementation, of course, would result in administrative costs that are above normal administrative costs for things like monitoring subrecipients, preparing plans, etc. We can allocate up to 20%, but we feel 15% should be adequate. So our recommendation is to approve the amended City of Costa Mesa Citizen Participation Plan approve the recommended allocation of the $668,658 in the CDBG-CV funds, and to authorize the city manager or the city manager's designee to submit this substantial amendment to our action plan to HUD. Additionally, we also are recommending that you approve a resolution to approve the substantial amendment, to approve the amendments to the citizen participation plan, to authorize the city manager or designee to submit the substantial amendment to HUD, and to designate the city manager or the designee as the official representative of the city to sign all certifications and assurances and sub-agent agreements for the use of funds approved in the substantial amendment to our annual action plan. And both Assistant City Manager, and I apologize if I got the title wrong, Susan Price, the Development Services Director, Barry Curtis, myself, and maybe Mike Linares are all available if you have any questions.
Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so I'm going to open this item up for public comment. And let's see. If you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the participants window or press *9. Okay, close the public comment. Council, is there a motion? Raise your hand in the queue if you would like to make a motion.
Move the item.
Okay, Andrea, Councilor Marr?
Second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, second by Councilman Marr. Would either of you like to speak to the motion?
No.
No, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. We'll call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Marr,
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour, Councilmember Mansour.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Balance-Clean. Thanks for hanging in there.
My pleasure.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Green, public hearing item number 2.
Thank you. Business Improvement Area Reauthorization and Resolution to Levy Annual Assessment. Presentation by Ms. Reyes, Assistant to the City Manager.
Ms. Reyes? Brief presentation, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight I have a presentation, it's a very brief one. It's to conduct the public hearing regarding the Business Improvement Area Reauthorization and Levy of the Annual Assessment for fiscal year 2021. And secondly, to adopt a resolution confirming the annual report filed by Travel Costa Mesa and levying an annual assessment for fiscal year 2020-2021 for the business improvement area, covering hotels and motels within the city. The proposed amount of the annual levy assessment is a 3% based on the overnight room stay. And I am available to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions or hands raised in the queue. I'll open this item up for public comment. And I'll go to the attendees. If you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the participants window or press *9. I don't see anybody raising their hand or pressing *9, so I'll close public comment. Council, if you'd like to make a motion, please raise your hand. Okay, Councilmember Marr.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay,
Second.
Councilmember Guinness.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Guinness, motion by Marr. Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yep.
Councilmember Mansour,
Yes.
Councilmember Marr,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Green, public hearing item number 3.
This is the adoption of fiscal year 2020-2021 appropriations limit. Presentation by Mr. Byrne, Budget Analyst.
Mr. Byrne, good evening. Thanks for waiting for us.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you the fiscal year 2021 appropriations limit. Since the addition of Article 13B to the Constitution of California in November 1979, the city has been required to annually establish an appropriations limit. The purpose of the annual appropriation limit is to control an agency's ability to spend tax proceeds each year and lessen the impact or tax burden upon taxpayers throughout the state. The estimated proceeds from general tax revenues of 110 million is 110 million, which is 144 million or 57% below the fiscal year 2021 appropriations limit of 254.9 million. These are the calculations legally required for the appropriations limit. The result is a fiscal year 2020-21 appropriations limit of 254,875,073. This concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor McGinnis, is your hand raised from the last time, or did you have a question for this item?
Actually, it was raised from the last time, but
Okay.
I was sitting here thinking of I remember a time way back before I was ever even on the city council. The first time when we actually had more income than our legally allowed appropriation limit, and the council put a measure on the ballot to allow us to keep the extra money and put in the sidewalks on the west side. It was the first Safe Routes to School program, and how times changed. Oh, well.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. I'll open this item up for public comment. I don't see anybody wishing to comment. If you'd like to comment at this time, please raise your hand in the participants window or press *9 on your phone. Okay, close public comment. Council, raise your hand and I can't.
Move the item.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. Is there a second?
Second by Chavez.
Okay. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, second by Chavez. Can you guys please use the hand raise? We don't want to get out of control here. I'm trying to keep everything organized. Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, I'm just whipping through this now. Item number, well, let's see, we now have one old business item tonight. Ms. Green, will you please read the title?
Thank you. Fiscal year 2020-21 proposed operating and capital improvement program budget and acceptance of additional CARES Act funding. Presentation by Ms. Molina, Acting Finance Director.
Ms. Molina?
Good evening. I'm trying to start sharing the screen. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, I wanted to present to you the fourth discussion of our 2021 budget. This presentation will be a quick overview, as we've already had 4 previous discussions already on the budget. I do want to take a quick moment, though, to thank staff, budget analyst Dustin Byrne, who you just heard, started with me here in the city of Costa Mesa just a couple of months ago. He has been working around the clock, weekends. He really just grabbed the budget and took force with it. I wanted to do a special thank you to him and Maria Luisa, the 2 analysts who've been working fiercely on the budget. I also want to take a special shout out for some of the management analysts and some of the other departments who's helped. Alma, Kristen, Lily, and Jan from PD. They all came throughout this budget process to help the budget team make sure that you were presented with a balanced budget. With that, I'm going to go ahead and get started on just a quick overview of the 2021 budget. As mentioned prior, last week, over 55% of the budget is dedicated to public safety. We did use a three-pronged approach to balance the general fund budget, reducing departmental reductions, use of general fund reserves, and also a temporary staff furlough. We have funded the IT replacement technology strategic plan of $1.8 million while essentially maintaining services while we're addressing the fiscal impact of COVID-19. A quick recap on the 1920 versus 2021. It eliminates about 4% of expenses year over year, while we have a 10% of recurring revenues reduction that we are anticipating for 2021. For our general fund revenues, 44% of our revenues comes from sales tax and 35% from property tax, for a total revenue proposed budget for $126.4 million.
I'm sorry, Ms. Molina, I apologize for interrupting. Ms. Guinness, Councilmember Guinness, can you put your phone on mute? Thank you.
I'm sorry.
So just to do a quick recap on our expenditures are about $136.6 million. As mentioned before, over 55% is dedicated to our police and fire departments. Some of our other departments are significantly less. Share of the pie, development services under 5%, IT slightly under 3%, finance 3%, and so forth. So you can see how we're still maintaining essential services for public safety. Some of our recap for our expenses in our general fund budget, there is no increase in our table of organization. We are maintaining some election costs and PERS increases. We are recommending waiving the CAN ordinance again, but we're still maintaining maintenance of effort in our infrastructure costs. We are also continue to recommend the use of our reserves in the 1920 and the 2021 fiscal year. And we are anticipating to maintain strong and emergency reserves of about $38.6 million in our general fund. So balancing our 2021 general fund, this is just a quick recap of the department's reductions of $10.8 million in our 2021 proposed budget. These two slides show the defunded positions by department. I won't go through them in detail. We discussed this last week. It's important to show that we are estimating about 109 positions between full-time and part-time to be defunded in 2021, either partially or entire fiscal year. For our off-funds overview, our capital improvement totals about $14 million. We are fully funding our internal service funds of equipment replacement, self-insurance, and IT. And earlier this evening, you did approve the Housing Authority budget by Jennifer King, Assistant Finance Director. For our 2021 fiscal year, our all-funds budget totals about $163.8 million, 83% of which is the general fund, with some of the other funds coming in significantly less. For our fund balance overview, there were some adjustments to the 2021 budget. We are anticipating 3 different areas of COVID-related reimbursements in 1920. As mentioned earlier, a receipt of a little bit over $900,000 from Orange County share of the CARES Act. That money is already in the city's coffers. We are estimating $1.2 to $1.4 million in state reimbursements. That's what's included in the May revise. We are just expecting that budget to get adopted any day now. And we are anticipating FEMA reimbursements of up to $1 million for a total of $3 million. As a result of that $3 million, we are recommending to, in essence, readjust the use of reserves from 1920 to 2021. In essence, still maintaining the $14.7 million use of reserves across the 2 fiscal years. However, because of the $3 million that we anticipate in 1920, the $3 million that we were going to use in 1920 we're in essence transferring that over into 2021. Then eliminated our declared disasters reserve to zero by 2021 year end, and using the balance from our economic reserves for a total of about $38.6 million in general fund balances. As the status of our furloughs, as mentioned, the $3 million we're anticipating from the 3 different COVID reimbursements, we have adjusted the furlough request from 10% to 5%. At this moment, we have draft agreements by all of the unions except for one. City manager is requesting the council to adopt a budget tonight pending the finalization of side letters from all the unions. If side letters are agreed upon by June 23rd, which is in a week from tonight, we will be coming back to the city council to reduce the 2021 budget in commensurate areas throughout to come up with that $3 million of the 5% staff furlough. This has readjusted our total estimated impacts of COVID-19. As you can see, department cuts continue to be about $21.8 million, which is 55% of the total areas of reductions. Our use of fund balance remains the same at 14.7, and the 5% staff furloughs of $3 million. This is where we see the reduction from $6 million from last week to $3 million this week. Tonight, we are recommending that the City Council adopt the proposed budget as presented, authorize the city manager to finalize all the side letters with the unions to obtain that 5% staff furloughs for a total savings of about $3 million. If those side letters are not achieved by next week, we will be coming back to the City Council for further reductions to achieve that $3 million target. At this point, I'll leave it up to questions by the City Council.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Molina. Thank you for your excellent work. I know in addition to our public hearing meetings, you also have been meeting with the FIPAC committee. And I know that Ms. Farrell Harrison has been on a couple of those meetings as well. All of the preparation and the presentation, it takes a lot of time. So you and your team, thank you very much for the good, solid work that you're doing for us, especially when many of your team have come in and they're new to either that department or the city. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. So I'm going to open up this item for public comment. There is one person requesting to speak. If you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the participants window or press *9 on your telephone. We have call-in user number 3, Ms. Green.
Thank you. Caller number 3, you may speak.
Thank you. I hesitate to call in after Councilwoman Marr sort of dissed the public comment, calling it political grandstanding, but I wouldn't be up at this time of the morning if I didn't care about our city and the budget. And in that regard, I would like to say that I noticed that you're asking the other general members to take furloughs, maybe a 5% cut. And what about the council itself? The council itself has a budget and they haven't had any cuts. They have 3 aides and a chief of staff that were not here 18 months ago, and yet they're not willing to part and make any sacrifice. And I believe the same with the city manager's office. I didn't see any cuts in her office as well. So if we're doing something for the staff, we all take a hit. It should be equal. End of grandstanding. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I don't see any other participants would like to speak to this item. So I will close public comment. Council Member Reynolds.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get my hand raised fast enough. I did have one.
Okay, hold your thought. Hold your thought. I'm going to get a motion on the floor and then we'll take questions after that. Did you want to make a motion or do you want to have someone else do that?
Sure, I will move, don't have the staff report in front of me. I'll move to approve staff's recommendation, all recommendations.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, second by Councilmember Chavez. Okay, Councilmember Marr. I mean, Reynolds. Sorry.
I might amend my own motion now. So I didn't answer this question. So, question on the CIP program for Mr. Setharaman. We had a bit of back and forth today on this. There was a note about I forget which project it is. I think it was 23. That was $50,000 allocated to bike racks. And there was interest, since I think there's still remaining balance in the bike rack program from the previous year or current fiscal year, interest in, based on some bike walk committee discussions, in reallocating those funds or reassigning those funds for bike trails, wayfinding signage, and like pop-up demonstration projects or temporary bike lane projects. Is that something that is feasible, or that you could look into?
Madam Mayor, Mr. Setharaman?
Councilmember Reynolds, of course, that's something that we can look into. At this time, we have funded the tracks with traffic impact fee funds. So we have to check into the demonstration projects and also the signage, see if how that can be funded. If that requires general fund, we could look into savings from other projects and allocate towards this. What we could do is we could review this and come back to you at a future meeting with identifying the funding and also more define the projects better on this item.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds?
Sorry, excuse me. If you found that was an eligible change in terms of the use of the traffic impact funds, would I want to make sure I understand your last comment? Would we make that, or recommend making that change in the future, or is that something that we would need to include in the motion today?
Councilmember Reynolds, that's something that we will back to you as a project and identify the budget and request your appropriation for that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, I have Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. Anyone else who wishes to speak, please raise your hand in the queue.
Yeah, real quick, would the maker of the motion agree to include a 5% furlough for city council compensation?
Yes.
I apologize, Mayor, members of the council, if I could just interject
Ms.
here.
Barlow, Ms. Barlow.
Yes,
Yeah, you can't make it to the compensation because that's statutory. You have to make it to some other part of our package, right, Ms. Barlow?
Yes, that's correct. Unfortunately, the council is not able to change the compensation, including benefits. For the existing council, it would have to take effect at the next election, which of course is this November. However, there is a statute that specifically allows council members to voluntarily reduce their compensation in a number of ways. I'm more than happy to provide you with the waiver and authorization to do that, and each of you individually can choose to do that. But of course, if you would like to move forward with reducing compensation for the next council, which will be seated in January, we can certainly bring forward a resolution for that.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you have anything else?
All right, well, okay, so whatever it is that she just said that we need to do, that's what I'm willing to do. And so thanks for including that in the motion. I don't know whether it's stuck, but anyway, I just want to say to the Ms. Molina and the finance department and all the departments that participated in this. This is my fourth budget that I voted on, and oddly enough, even though and of course the city manager as well, it's the smoothest budget process because there was an incredible amount of communication, updates, information, even under incredibly difficult circumstances. So although
Okay,
it was
Mayor
the
Pro
most-
Tem, I'm
yeah.
sorry to interrupt, but we're in the question phase. Sorry.
No, I thought we made a motion. No, we're not. We have a
Oh, I'm
motion.
sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
Tired. Go ahead.
So anyway,
my bad.
So anyway, it's all good. So anyhow, I just wanted to say that, get that on the record. Thank you very much. I know we've heaped praise on you, but in comparison to balanced budgets where we didn't have to take away reserves and everything like that, it was often a really goofball thing that went on forever. And this is really efficient and a really good job. Thank you. I can't thank you enough on behalf of all the people that voted for me and even the people that didn't.
Okay. Council Member Marr.
Yes, just for clarity, I was referring to members of council politically grandstanding on the backs of public comment, but that was lost. Anyway, no, thank you for all the hard work on this. I think it's important we get this passed. I've got confidence that we're going to continue working with the employee associations in order to receive the 5% furlough, because I think having to go the direction of further cuts will be cutting down to the bone. I know the furloughs are painful for everybody, but I think that's the path that makes the most sense in the interim. If we have to, we have the option of further dipping into reserves, but I'm not willing to pull that trigger quite yet. And so, I appreciate the work of staff, but also the willingness of employees to participate in this process, which is frankly just going to be painful for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo Mayor Pro Tem Stevens' sentiment. So if we can't do a 5% furlough on a vote, I would hope that Ms. Barley can send us each of those individually. I think it's important that we, alongside our staffs, are taking the same kind of commitment to there. Because again, now I always say this, we're a team in Costa Mesa, and we have to be a team. And with that being said, I too want to just thank staff for the hours they have done for this budget. I've only done 2 budgets so far in my time on council, and this was just one. Despite all the turmoil we're going through, despite all the craziness in the world, and just thank you. And I want to remind residents that we're still doing things despite the circumstances we're in. We still have some capital improvement projects in the works, and I highlight a few real quickly because these are really important, right? We're going to be allocating funding for the drainage system in Westside Costa Mesa. We're going to be doing the parking study Costa Mesa this year. We're going to be expanding Ketchum Libel Park, which I remind you is named after 2 police officers that passed away during duty in Costa Mesa City. We're going to be putting a light on 19th Street in Wallace. We're still doing things for the community, and as we go through this tough time, just know we're all in this together. We're all a team, and just thank you, staff. Thank you to the residents. Thank you to the council. We're in this together. There's no other way around it.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Guinness. You're on mute.
There was a reference to the Finance Committee, and did they have any recommendations regarding the budget? I'm surprised that Mr. Tvoda didn't at least send us an email or anything. Did the committee even discuss the budget to any extent? They usually have a subcommittee on the budget. So what did they have to say?
Mayor Pro Tem and I are both on the Finance Committee, and we were present during the meeting, and they actually took a vote to make the recommendation for the staff recommendation for the budget. And Ms. Molina, you could say what the vote was. I believe it was 4-3. Is that right?
That is correct, Mayor.
And they had a subcommittee
That's
that
right.
met, and they were very active even during COVID. And there were at least 2 times that Ms. Molina presented to the FIPAC. I think it was 3 times. And one of the things that they did, there's 2 major, I think, recommendations that they made that were adopted in this budget. Number one was to not use the 115 trust fund money for this budget to bridge the shortfall. And the other one was to not cut the $900,000 IT expenditures. And both of those recommendations were made by the FIPAC, and they were accepted and they're adopted in this budget.
They also recommended that we use the economic disaster fund instead of the other funds, and when we take the majority of the money out of that fund. And Mr. Taboda voted in favor of recommending that we approve the budget.
Okay, and then I actually have a couple questions that I should have asked earlier. We're showing use of park development fees in our park department. In fact, $735,000 in park development fees, and those have to be used for capital improvements, either land purchased or capital improvements. And so is that just a reiteration of something that's in our CIP program, or is that a different capital improvement that's not in our CIP program?
Ms. Molina, Ms. Farrell Harrison, or Mr. Sethuraman, who wants to take that one?
I'll leave it for Mr. Sethuraman, since those are capital improvement projects that he put forward for the Parks and Development Fund.
Mr. Sethuraman?
Madam Mayor, actually, I would request Ms. Aguilar to answer that because it's about parks and community services.
Ms. Aguilar?
As needed.
Hello?
She's not here, is she?
Madam Mayor, members of
Yes.
the council, good evening. Yes, the park fee funds are being utilized for Fairview Park specific CIP projects.
So those are the ones that are listed under the CIP program anyway.
Correct, yes.
Okay, good. Because I wanted to make sure that there wasn't some other CIP project going on that we didn't know about. Or, well, we probably knew about it, but that wasn't in the overall program. And I still have concerns about that particular department's expenditure. We had an answer in our, we had a memo back that indicated that, well, one reason some of these monies are going up from last year are because we've had increases in salaries, normal step raises, and so forth. But actually, we have programs that actually are not running the way they would normally be. And we see an increase of 2/3. Nobody gets a raise of that. We see an increase of 25%. That's a pretty hefty raise. And so could we clarify, it's day camp, rocks, team programs, all seem to be having significant increase. Team programs not quite as much. That might possibly be
Melina, did you have a clarification? If I recall from our conversation last time we had this question, it was because of a reorganizing of different accounts. Is that right?
That's correct. In 1920, there was a vacancy savings that was kind of pulled in across all of the areas that we did for sake of efficiency in the 2021 budget. We went ahead and put that vacancy savings into the administrative program, and we, in essence, kept those other programs full, and that was the sake of time. If we were to take that vacancy savings and spread it out, you would see those reductions in those all other areas. So hopefully that answers your questions. We can come back and.
Okay, thank you. And I do remain concerned about the overall budget because the city council budget is going down by less than $4,000. It's proposed last year, the adopted budget was $773,216. And now it's being proposed at $769,749. And if we're expecting everybody else to basically feel the pain, all the other departments, I think it's fair that we do too. And likewise, the city manager's budget seems to be taking a significant cut, but that's a transfer of 2.6 million. into non-departmental. And it actually makes more sense to have that in non-departmental. But then that's another department that then has only a very minuscule cut, $34,000 out of 12 million. And that's a cut, but it doesn't seem like we're spreading it around. And I realize that some of our departments are experiencing a lesser workload, so it makes more sense for them to take a greater cut. For example, planning is having a smaller workload because people aren't applying to do stuff. And public works will have a somewhat smaller workload because we're cutting our capital, although I think they had to use outside help to try to get through. So at least maybe they'll be cutting their consulting on handling those contracts. But I don't see that we're really sharing the pain equally. I think we need to be. And I also think there's still some more room for tightening in this budget.
Okay, Councilmember Mansour.
So, it was mentioned to reducing council pay, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Stevens asked it to be put on the agenda. I want to be clear. I think it should be on part of tonight's motion. I don't know if the city attorney needs just direction from a majority or part of a motion, but let me express my point of view. I would like to see it put on the agenda soon, which I guess that would be the second meeting in July. Otherwise, we're going into October. We need to set the example early. And I don't think 5% is sufficient for us. 5% of our pay is nothing. I mean, that's peanuts. If you want maybe 5% of our total compensation, but quite frankly, I think it needs to be even more substantial for us. We have other income. Nobody runs for this as a source of income, especially for your primary income. We don't do this for the money. We do it for the fame. That was a joke. Anyways,
it's late. Did you?
I know that's my sense of humor goes sideways, but you know what? It needs to be substantial is the point. And I'm trying to make a point that we need to definitely get it on the agenda soon to vote for it. If we do something more than 5%, we could have something substantial. I don't know what the numbers would be, maybe 100,000. We've heard this council mention they want programs funded. 100,000 for programs, if we cut enough of our pay, that would go a long way towards that. The other thing I wanted to address is we have never had, until the last several months, last year and a half, whatever, a chief of staff for the mayor and council aides. We have never had that, and that is $250,000 a year. And we're asking staff across the board to take cuts when we have a chief of staff and aides that we have never had before, and we're spending $250,000. It's nothing personal. I did not support that or vote for that when it first came up a long time ago, and I don't support it now. It's simply not needed, in my opinion. But that is an awful lot of money, and us taking some cuts too, that would go a long way to showing leadership. Anything short of that, I believe, is phony. It's just lip service.
Okay. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
I'm not done yet.
Okay.
So I really want to see, I want confirmation from our city attorney or city manager that we're going to get something on the agenda soon for us to vote on to show leadership to substantially reduce pay or benefits or whatever. And unless we make cuts to our chief of staff and council aides, I'm having a hard time supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Barlow, I heard what you said. Every single one of us, please send us the waiver so that we can take our cut voluntarily. Please do that right away.
I just want to reiterate that no matter when I bring it forward,
it's got to go on the ballot.
A pay cut for the council in any way cannot take effect until the next council takes office. but I'm more than happy to bring it forward in July.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barlow. At this point, I would like to speak. I think there's another false narrative that's being spread out here tonight. It must be false narrative night. I wonder why that is. Okay, so every department, including the city manager's department, is taking a 5% across the board cut. Correct, Ms. Farrell Harrison?
That's correct. And so in the city,
It's equal across the whole city, every department, correct?
Well, every department is taking cuts. Not every department is taking a 5% cut. And so there are departments that are taking more of a cut, but in city council and city attorney and city manager, those are 5% cuts.
That's
they're,
right.
They're in different categories in the different budgets based on what staff has been recommending, but those cuts are there. There's a chart that Carol showed earlier in the presentation that shows where those cuts are. There's also detail in the 300-page book that shows which accounts have been reduced. In the case of the city manager's office, the cut of $300,000 or so is coming out of the contingency. And so that contingency went from $500,000 to 100,000 and such. So basically there's that has been cut significantly in the budget. In the case of the city council, the reduction can be found on page 68 of the budget book. And in the case of the city attorney's office, that's in there as well. And so there are two things that we are sort of talking about interchangeably tonight. So I just wanted to clarify. The 5% number relates to the furloughs that we're asking employees to take, and those are cuts to salaries and benefits that's still being negotiated. And so that's the 5%. In some departments, the cuts may be less than 5%, or they may be more than 5%. But in the case of the city manager, city attorney, and city council, the department cut is also 5%.
And within those, the furloughs, those would apply to any of the
past midnight.
Move to approve to go past midnight.
Second.
Call for the question by voice vote.
Can I comment on the motion? Can I comment on the motion? I hope we just have enough time to get through the rest of the agenda before it gets too late. That we're discussing this at such a late hour is not good.
Okay, thank you. Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay.
7-0.
Ms. Farrell Harrison, so within the departments, the furloughs also include your staff that's in your city manager's office, correct?
Yes, so where that's found is so all of the non-sworn furlough numbers are contained in non-departmental, and they will be dispersed into each department once we bring the agreements forward, because every association has different recommendations as to how they'd like to take that 5% cut for the equivalent savings. And so that will be amended once we have the side letter agreements. In the case of fire and police, those amounts are contained in their budgets because their associations for sworn personnel are self-contained to those departments. And so for ease of reference, those estimates are contained in those departments.
And the city manager's budget is where the chief of staff and the constituent services team is parked. Is that right?
I think it's in the city council.
That's not council.
I think it got put, Ms. Molina. Either way, they're taking a cut as well, correct?
So all of the full-time employees have been asked for the reductions. The part-time staff, because their hours can be flexed down and we can furlough in terms of fewer hours, that's not included in the larger discussion, but we have already started reducing part-time hours since COVID has impacted us just to reduce our expenses, and not only in the city manager's office, but in other departments. As you know, we've done it in parks, and other departments have done that as well.
Okay, so I just wanted to address the issue of that somehow it's not across the board in terms of cuts in all the departments. Every department has been asked to come up with cuts for their departments so that we can balance this budget. Isn't that right?
Yes, and the expectation and what I've been talking to the employees as it relates to furloughs is 5% furloughs all the way down, all on down, including myself.
Okay, thank you. And so I just wanted to clarify that for the public. Ms. Barlow, please send me the waiver form so that I can take my voluntary cut. We'll call for the question by voice vote.
Wait, I have a hand up. I have another question.
Okay, please. Councilmember Guinness and then Councilmember Mansour.
Okay, so to clarify, basically where we see the totals for some of the departments that don't show the furlough, there will be an additional 5% cut.
So the 5% of staff furloughs that are not safety, they're currently non-departmental. So once those side letters are finalized, we will be disseminating that portion to its appropriate department, depending on how that 5% comes across.
Okay, because otherwise it looked like some of these departments were about the same and even creeping up. But those are they will have another 5% cut in there.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilor Mansour.
Yeah, to ask for waivers to be sent to us, hey, that's all fine and good, but that's just pure virtue signaling. Oh, look at me, I'm asking for my waiver so I can donate a few dollars, my little 5% of our measly little salary. 5% of our pay is nothing. I think each of us needs to proactively affirm that we support putting something on our agenda at our next council meeting for us to take a substantial pay cut. I understand it takes place after the next election. We need to affirm that. I am saying I want that on the agenda. I think all of us, if you don't affirm that, you're really not taking a stand. You can't be silent on that. You got to take a stand on a real pay cut. Let's make it hurt. Seriously.
Oh, wow. You're so passionate about this.
Let's go.
Okay.
Come on.
Can we call for the question?
No, that should be part of the motion. Miss Barlow.
Call for the question. We'll take that separate. Call for the question.
Hold on.
I want to know if you need it to be part of the motion. That's a question for our city attorney.
Part of the motion. It can't be part of the motion. We're voting on the budget.
No, I want something to, okay, then Miss Barlow, please.
She said she would bring it forward in July. That's what she
Councilmember
said.
Mansour, I heard the direction. I will be bringing it forward in July.
You're
At
ridiculous.
our second meeting in.
Call for the question, please.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Green, call for the question.
Thanks for those that want that, and sorry.
Councilmember Chavez?
You can cut your benefits too. Call for the question.
Do it.
Councilmember Chavez?
Just making sure everyone's calm and like I can direct. Yes.
Councilmember Gannis?
Councilmember Guinness, you're muted.
I appreciate all the work that staff has done, and I don't think it's staff's problem, but I think we still have things we need to address, and therefore I will not be supporting the motion.
Councilor, go ahead.
Including the staff aides.
Councilmember Mansour?
Absolutely not, no.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes. Thank you to all the staff.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
All right, before I vote, I want to say something. Is send me the waiver form, number one. Number two, as to what Councilmember Mansour said, and I will allow him a personal privilege after this, is it's cold comfort to say that you're going to vote on whether somebody else gets their pay cut next year after the election, unless you're going to be on the council. So we don't know whether you're going to run. We don't know whether you're going to win. So we could put that on the ballot, but send me my waiver form and put anything on the agenda you want. But it's kind of ridiculous to make the statements that you've made. Now, you've got a personal privilege.
Yeah, I do. That's right. None of us know who's going to run. None of us know who's going to win. No, none of us know who the voters are going to vote for. But regardless, whether I run or not, I would certainly accept what I vote for. I'm not doing this for the money. And I wasn't going to bring this up. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. When I went to Sacramento, I refused every single pay raise that was given up there. Every single one. I refused all pay raises to set the example. And that was more substantial than this. So I have put my money where my mouth is. And there's other examples I can give. I'm not going to belabor the point, but I support it. I support a substantial cut. We'll see who runs, but either way, I support it. And yes, that's the way the law is. It takes effect after the next municipal election. That's the way it is. None of us do this for the money, Mayor Pro Tem, but we need to set the example for the employees who they may love their job. I'm sure a lot of them do, hopefully, but they do it because they need to provide for their families. And that's a substantial ask that we are asking of them. So therefore, I think we need to set the bar even higher for this, for us. I think just a few dollars is not going to do anything. And chief of staff and 3 council aides, it's never been done before. That's $250,000. And we're asking staff to make cuts to their livelihood. I don't think that's right. So yeah, I stand by what I say and let the chips fall where they may.
Well, it's the council, the chief of staff and the management aide's livelihood too.
Yeah, and I didn't support that to begin with. I'm not going to hire someone just to give someone a job. I think it has to be justified, and we have never had a chief of staff or council aides in the past. Never have we had those personal assistants, never. And that's costing us $250,000 a year. And I think that's a substantial amount that could go to programs. This council, all the members of this council talk about programs or this or that we have to cut. Well, find a way to fund it. You can't have it all.
Okay.
If you don't see the value
Mayor
they're
Pro Tem,
providing, you're not paying attention.
That's right. That's right. Exactly.
No,
Mayor Pro
it
Tem,
could be used
did you have
elsewhere.
anything else, Mayor Pro Tem? You had the floor.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, your vote.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Mayor Foley.
I vote yes. And
Motion carries 5-2 with council members Guinness and Mansour voting no.
Thank you. And I want to apologize to our city team, our finance team, our city manager, our constituent services team, because I'm going to apologize in advance for what will occur over probably the next 6 months. And that is because we are entering what we want to call a political silly season. And so all of this stuff will start coming up. Councilmember Mansour didn't quite let everyone know that he can't run in the next election unless he moves or runs for mayor, because he is in council member Reynolds.
I could run for mayor. You're such a phony. I can't
I just
run.
said that. Excuse me.
I
You
can
didn't
run for
listen,
something.
as usual. I just said, unless you move or run for mayor. If you would listen, you would have heard that.
Then why bring it up? I can run.
Madam Mayor.
Anyway,
Can we move
I
on
have
to
the floor.
item?
You do not have the floor. So my point being is that this is all going to keep happening. We will try to maintain decorum. We will try to keep us on track. I'm just apologizing to the staff in advance. And I will do my best to try to continue to be gracious during all of this. We will now move on to the next item. Ms. Green, did you have something? I'm sorry.
No, the next item is a new business, item 1, Costa Mesa Permanent Bridge Shelter Facility, 3175 Airway Avenue, City Project number 20-05. Presentation by Mr. Seth Rahman, Public Services Director.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, I'm going to share the screen of a presentation. I'll be joined with our Assistant City Manager, Ms. Susan Price on a couple of slides. So this is regarding award of the contract for the permanent bridge shelter, and it's located at 3175 Airway, as shown on this slide. The location is at Airway and McCormick in the airport area. The city has been operating a temporary bridge shelter at 1885 Anaheim Street for almost since last April. And we have been accommodating up to 50 people experiencing homelessness at that site. The city then purchased a commercial building, this building at 3175 Airway for the permanent bridge shelter site. The building is a total has approximately 29,000 square feet, but 17,000 of that is leased to another business, and that's generating revenue to the city. And the shelter will be in the remaining 12,000 square feet. Here is a picture of the building. That this is the 3175 Airway site. The bridge shelter, the permanent one, will have several features. It'll have men's and women's sleeping quarters for up to 70 beds. It'll have shower facilities, a full service kitchen, and offices and workstations for operation staff. Here is the interior of the building that will be remodeled into this permanent bridge shelter. This shows a layout of the bridge shelter. In green, you see all the sleeping quarters, women on this side and men on that side. In this light brown shade, this is the kitchen and the dining areas. The restrooms are in this yellow shade. Those are the restroom facilities, and where you see in blue is the intake. This is where the patrons come in, and this is the intake area. And the rest of are all offices or conference rooms or other facilities to support the bridge shelter. In addition to those improvements inside the building, the shelter also includes utility infrastructure improvements, because now we are converting an industrial to a shelter environment. We need to have new gas, electric, water, sewer, all those connections. The heating, venting, ventilation, air conditioning system have to be upgraded. The fire sprinkler system has to be upgraded. There are accessibility improvements to be made, as well as security improvements. And we are going to provide exterior storage and improvements in the parking lot to address some of the grading issues, and also some access issues. So the design was completed, and in April, and we received all approvals from all sections, from building and fire, and we had the project advertised. We opened bids for construction on May 22nd, and the low bidder is Cal City Construction, and the contract amount is $3.65 million approximately in that. So our estimate was actually 3.8, so our bid is actually lower than our initial estimate. The funding sources, we have a couple of sources for this one. We have community development block grant monies of $1.9 million, and we will have county and central SPA grant funds of about $3 million. At this point, I would like to have Ms. Price chime in on the next two slides.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Just a little more detail about the funding sources that we will be working towards. The first one is from the county. They are a pass-through entity for the state homeless housing assistance and prevention dollars. And they did a request for information back in February, and the city of Costa Mesa was the only city in the county that had responded to the request for information. We requested $3 million for capital assistance for this project, as well as $500,000 for the operations of the program going forward. And we've been waiting for the RFI to turn into a request for proposals process, and we're hearing that that's coming shortly. The amount of money available is about $8 million across the entire county. And in the last round that was done from the Continuum of Care, they did break that funding down by regional service planning area. Within the county, there are 3 regional service planning areas, and Costa Mesa is within the central service planning area, for which there are 9 cities. And within that service planning area, there are 4 cities currently either operating or planning the development of a shelter, and that is Santa Ana, Tustin, Costa Mesa, and then Huntington Beach through the Project Room Key program that they are negotiating with the county on a sprung structure in Huntington Beach that you may have heard about in the last month under COVID-19 response. So additionally, with the $8 million that'll come out in this request for proposals, we anticipate money becoming available for regional service planning area, street outreach services, and coordinated entry. That's important to us in Costa Mesa, obviously, because homelessness being a regional issue, we want to ensure that our investment in the airway site lends to favorable outcomes for the people that we serve. And we want to make sure that the broader region is managing their fair share of homelessness within the central SPA. And this funding source allows us to coordinate on that broader systemic level. So the COC partnerships that we currently work with, obviously within Costa Mesa, we coordinate very well with the County of Orange, the public health teams that have come out to support our shelter for the public health testing and treatment of COVID-19, as well as Mercy House, our operator, and the other central SPA cities that are working with us currently. Next slide, please. Fundamentally, our key priorities within our homeless coordination is to ensure a reduction in street homelessness. And during the COVID-19 crisis, we've had our current shelter is at Lighthouse Church at half census, and the other half of our clients are either high risk for health reasons or over the age of 65, and we've got them in motels. And so we're working on leveraging our regional and our county partnerships, both during this time and within that broader systemic solution to homelessness, to make sure that when we operate this program at Airway, that it is serving the needs of Costa Mesa first. And so securing this funding is something that we've been working on since February. We've been tracking on the RFP process. We anticipate that to come out in the coming weeks. And then, of course, as Mr. Seth Rahman had showed in the floor plan, we're excited to have a commercial kitchen because in our Homeless Solutions Network, there's a tremendous amount of effort and energy that goes into our food programs. And so working with Trellis and Fresh Beginnings, we're excited to have that commercial kitchen so that our community can work with us in the full design and development of this program, should it be adopted this evening. Next slide.
So, Mr. President, let me, so final recommendation is for the council to adopt plans and specifications and working details. We request authorization for city manager to recognize the future county grant, Central SPA funds that was mentioned by Ms. Price, and then award the construction contract in the amount of $3,655,000 to Cal City with a 5% contingency of $182,750. While you're awarding this, we don't have a public works agreement yet. We are holding it until we have the RFP issued and reviewed by Ms. Price and other staff. And then we will be requesting your authorization for city manager to execute the public works agreement. Also, as part of this, we are requesting an amendment to with Robert Borders Associates. They are our design consultants for the project, and we need their assistance during construction. And I believe that amount is about $30,000. I can confirm that. That concludes my presentation, our presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness, if you could keep your questions brief. Did you have a question? No, your hand's raised, but it's from the last time maybe. Okay, I will open this item up for public comment. There's one speaker that would like to speak. A phone number ending in 239.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hi. Hi, Mayor and council members. My name is Nizani Tamorian, appearing on behalf of the law firm Palmieri, Hennessy & Leifer. We strongly urge the city to hold off on approving this contract to convert the airway site and look into more economical, efficient, and flexible housing options, including some of which we provided in our letter dated yesterday. The city's primary goal is to house the city's homeless population. We 100% support that goal, but the city has chosen the wrong path to accomplish this goal. The wrong building, the location, and the capacity. There are other locations and approaches that provide the city more flexibility in addressing the moving target of homeless housing, so the city can provide housing for the actual population need now and in the future. These other options are the correct path for the city, especially since the city is cutting its budget and programs. In general, conversions take longer than anticipated and cost much more than budgeted. Airway will likely be no different. The city should explore other better options other than the permanent conversion of this site. We provided the city various ideas that are far less expensive, more efficient, and will likely be up and running much faster than the conversion of the airway site. One of our suggestions was the use of modular residential units. This gives the city great flexibility in providing housing for its current homeless population and in the future. The airway site was not designed for human residential habitation. The city will end up spending millions to make it somewhat habitable. The city is guessing what its homeless housing needs will be in the future. The airway site will never be the right capacity. It will either be too large or too small. The city is currently housing about 24 individuals at the Lighthouse Shelter. This airway site is larger than what the city needs now. If the city converts the airway site, it won't have the ability to adjust in the future. The city purchased the airway site in a seller's market. Due to COVID-19 and the resulting economic impacts, we are now in a buyer's market. The city should take a step back and look at other options that may have been previously unavailable to the city. Also, the conversion of the airway site is contrary to the site's highest and best use. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Richard Tucker. Mr. Tucker, are you there?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. So Mayor Foley and City Council members, there are changes in conditions today that the council is now at a crossroads that they did not or could not have anticipated when the 3175 Airway building was acquired for approximately $7 million. COVID-19 and the social distancing is now part of our lives. A new course of action is now called for, and my purpose in speaking tonight is to ask the council to postpone this vote and give some consideration to some other choices that are more compatible with where we are today. This decision is a poor choice for the city. It's zoned for industrial. This building was never meant to be occupied by people. It has no windows. It's a tilt-up concrete structure. You've seen the floor plan. It's just been put on the screen with all these people packed into small spaces. Is this going to become a COVID-19 hot zone? How are you going to protect these tenants, these homeless folks that should never be packed in there so tightly? It's a poor choice for the homeless. The idea of putting folks in trailer operation type of housing, such as FEMA uses, is a better choice. It can be put on vacant land. In the letter that you've all received from the Palmieri law firm that was just alluded to by the previous speaker, this is a 50-page letter that points out all the issues that can be addressed easily with housing. It's even identified a location of a owner on 16th Street that's prepared to lease his land. It's a boatyard that is available for use for housing, and it could be done very modestly. This temporary housing is easily available. There's even a contractor located within the city of Costa Mesa that constructs these kinds of modular housing. It's all in the letter. Take your time to read the letter from the Palmieri law firm that describes all the options that are available to you. Even if this sort of choice isn't there, you still have the motel vouchers to carry you through to the future. Perhaps a small motel which keeps people separate, keeps the homeless separated in each in their own room, is another choice. With the loss of value of most hotels today, it's that real estate.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, the time is up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tucker. Thank you for your comments. We'll move on to the next speaker, ending with yahoo.com. If you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the participants window or press *9. This will be our last speaker. Are you there? The participant that is has the email address. It's a Yahoo email address. Ms. Green?
Can you hear?
Oh, there we go. Now we can hear you.
Sorry about that. We're new to this.
Okay, well, we're...
Okay, good morning. I'm going to start. I agree with the previous comments regarding alternatives to this proposal of effectively...
Would you be willing to state your name? Would you be willing to state your name?
My name is Michelle.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Again, good morning. I agree with the previous comments regarding alternatives to the proposal of effectively warehousing local homeless people at the Airway Industrial Complex. Review slide 3, there are no windows. It's approximately 20 feet of concrete. The city of Costa Mesa proposes spending millions of dollars with a stopgap solution, which would potentially house 50 homeless people to get them off the streets, rather than taking the time to find and build a livable, sheltered environment with nearby services. This location is in the middle of an industrial complex. There is no community for these people. You have suggested at an earlier meeting that they will be fenced in, they will be bussed in, there will be bussed out, there will be security services. It makes absolutely no sense to put them in an industrial park that is not built for humans. It's not sustainable. It doesn't address the root complex needs of homeless people. Originally, you said this was a temporary shelter for up to 50 homeless people, and now you're saying that's a permanent solution with 70 beds. Where will they live? Fenced in all day. What will they do when they're not in the beds? How do you propose rounding them up and transporting these people and their belongings? Will it be the same 50 people? Will it be 70 people? There were so many unanswered questions to this. We strongly urge you to put this off and look at other options. There are so many costs. You could buy a hotel for the cost of a $7 million building with a $500,000 construction, and then putting this marginalized group into an expensive government concrete facility makes absolutely no sense. Please reconsider. Take the time to do this properly. It's not an easy issue, but this is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another speaker. Please raise your hand in the participants window or press *9. Or otherwise, this will be our last speaker. Mr. Wasfi.
Yeah, hi, Madam Mayor, City Council. I spoke earlier and I just wanted to, the previous speakers really said everything that I wanted to say on this subject. I don't have anything to add other than just another voice to say reconsider this whole thing about the permanent shelter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll close public comment. Council, is there a motion? Councilmember Mar.
I'll move to approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
I'll second.
Okay. Councilmember Mar, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, please. I mean, I could see that if this is your first exposure to some of the work we've been doing in Costa Mesa around homelessness, why the staff report might have seemed a little bit confusing. One of the first actions that we took when this council took over 2 years ago was to start to move the city towards a model of homelessness. And so we have had a temporary shelter open, and the commitment we made to the community around that shelter was that it was going to be temporary while we created a permanent shelter. We have been very thoughtful to the point of being a little slow on this. And I think given COVID and everything else, we've got a pretty good excuse. But it's time to move forward with our plans for the permanent shelter. This is the step to do it. We did purchase this building. It was very expensive, but we spent, I don't know how many months searching for different properties. And then there was a period of time when we even thought about looking for more properties. And so we have done a tremendous amount of due diligence on this. We are lucky enough to have Assistant City Manager Price, who's an expert in the field, who has spent a ton of time going through every single detail, especially on that kitchen, which I know you're so excited about. And then to Mr. Setharaman, to just doing extensive vetting on how we can make this work within our budget. How do we find contractors who are willing to work with us to do something that cities don't go around building homeless shelters every day. So we really put in a lot. Staff has put in a tremendous amount of work to get this right. And I recognize that if you're coming into it now, you wouldn't have seen all of that or known about it. But this has been a 2-year-long journey to get to that point. And if any of the speakers, I did read the letter that was provided, but if any of the speakers want to have sort of a more detailed conversation about the decision-making process that got us this far, I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Mar, for saying most of my points. It's good distinction there. Yeah, I just want to add a bit more to what Councilmember Mar was mentioning. You know, you had mentioned the bringing in out of people. I'll take a bit of time to explain our current shelter, just so you understand how much we do about this, about dealing with our homeless residents. So the current shelter is actually in Westside Costa Mesa, right behind 19th Street. It's right across the street from In-N-Out on 19th Street and Maple, essentially. And what we've been doing with those residents is, if someone has to leave the shelter to go to a doctor's appointment or go to the SSI office, there's a shuttle that'll take them to predetermined stops in Costa Mesa, right? And then those stops to get bused back into the shelter. They're not actually walking out and about. You know, we're very diligent because that is in a neighborhood community that is right next to our Lions Park. And again, this is something that we have been working on for the past 2 years, really. When I was elected, before I was even sworn in, we were meeting with staff about our homeless shelter, just to show how much time staff has devoted to this. So I appreciate your concern. I appreciate your willingness to speak on this issue. I do want to extend Councilman Mar's recommendation. If you want to talk to any of us about what we're doing in city staff or council, please do so. I assure you, we've done this for 1.5 years now, and it's working great in a residential area. I repeat, it's working well in a residential area where your neighbors are houses. So I have complete faith in us that this is going to work out great. So I'm happy to support this motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness?
I will be supporting the motion, and it's been a long time to get here. For some of the newer people, it seems like a long time because it's been a couple of years, but really thinking about it, it's been more than that. About 10 years ago, the city formed a homeless issues task force. They came up with various recommendations. And part of that was where we began some of the things in partnership with the various faith-based organizations to have the check-in center where people could store their bags, to have all their stuff, and to have more outreach in the community to look for counseling. We had Muriel, we had Stacy, but before we had Stacy, I can't even remember who we had. But the goal had been to have a shelter of our own. But the problem is we needed a little prodding to actually get it done. Although over the years, there were several proposals in, I believe it was 2014, 15, around there, maybe even a little earlier. There was a proposal to put a shelter in Civic Center Park. And the people who lived right near that, I don't know if Councilmember Mara lived near there at the time, but we heard a lot from the people who were residents near there that they didn't want the shelter there. And then there was also a proposal to possibly trade some city land for a motel and put the shelter there. And that, for a lot of different reasons, didn't work out. And then there was a proposal to buy some property on the west side, and that didn't quite work out. So to be here at this point it's like we have to move forward. We're so close. And we've had it's been 10 years that the city, I don't know, the city had retained Mercy House at one point to try to find a good site. That was probably at least 6 years ago. And so I think it's about time. It's time. And so I will support the motion.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yeah, a lot of people have said the stuff that was running through my mind when some of the people were commenting. All the statements that have been made by my colleagues, I agree with. The thing I don't think has been raised is the fact that we are our movement into and sincerely looking into a homeless shelter was precipitated by a lawsuit that was filed against us in the settlement agreement.
That was the Ronnie.
Yeah, and we need to comply with that. Otherwise, we can't enforce our anti-encampment ordinance. And this plan that we had put in place was the premise of the settlement agreement. The other thing I think that was a little bit confused in some of the comments that were made by the public is because we say it's a permanent shelter, it's a permanent shelter as a building as opposed to our temporary shelter, which are modulars. But that doesn't imply that the people who are being sheltered there will be there permanently. It's still a bridge shelter. We've had great success. We've had over 100 people that have gone through our bridge shelter and have found actual permanent housing away from our shelter in actual housing. And the adjective permanent means it's not a modular building, it's a permanent structure. It doesn't mean a permanent place for the people to live.
Thank you. Councilman Reynolds, you had your hand raised. Did you put your hand down?
I was going to make the same point.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but if anyone wants more information, join us on July 9th for an update on all of our homeless shelter solutions with Senator Price.
Senator Price. Okay. I don't see any other hands raised. I will be supporting the motion for all the reasons expressed. We have not been doing this hastily. It's been several years in the making, and we have grants that we've applied for that will help us to reduce the cost. And we have the model that we're using already is the model that will be used at the new facility, in addition to additional wraparound services. So I'll be supporting the motion. Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. We will now move to old business. I'm sorry, to new business. We have 2 new business items. We're almost done.
What's new business?
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
this-
We have one more new business item.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
new business item 2, COVID Small Business Relief Grant Program. Presentation by Mr. Inlows, Economic Development Administrator.
Mr. Inlows?
Hello, Madam Mayor and fellow council members. Congratulations. We made it to the last item. This is for Small Business Relief Grant Program and additional items that are being addressed in the proposed funding for the $2.7 million that we received from the CARES Act funding from the County of Orange. The proposed recommendations are for actions to create a grant program, allocate funds for Shop Costa Mesa and the Costa Mesa BAC, and additional funding for right-of-way projects for modifications to assist local businesses with the previous actions City Council's already taken to provide them additional capacity during COVID. This is the breakdown. 500,000 was already previously approved. 250 would be the addition. The 1.97 would be for the Small Business Relief Program, and then 26,000 for the Shop Costa Mesa BAC. The right-of-way program, as previously mentioned, is to provide increased capacity for outdoor seating. The requirements for the grant program would be focused on trying to make sure that we help businesses that have been impacted by COVID, are in good standing with the city, and are indeed small businesses within our community in the areas that can be most impactful. The breakdown for the amounts are based on having a fairly even distribution between the groupings of businesses that are within the city. You can see here having 1 employee to 20 employees. The breakdowns that we're proposing are kind of consistent with trying to make it evenly distributed, as well as having a kind of a realistic amount of funds to be able to address the needs of each of these if you're just looking at payroll, which is not the only item that you can spend this money on. It's any COVID related expense, including their ability to be able to use these funds to help with contactless point of sale and several other improvements that would allow for kind of our new normal. The specific deployment for the grant program would be coordinating with the SBDC. We would be working on having an engagement plan that includes sending out a mass mail out, 3 webinars, 1 in Spanish, a flyer, trying to get the word out as much as possible in about 5 days after all of the materials are kind of established. And then trying to set a target date for a launch. If there's more applications than there is funding, having a live lottery. And then once the awards have the live lottery selects out those potential awardees, final verification that they comply with all eligibility requirements, and then a 50-50 deployment at the time of dispersal of the funds. That's the grant program. in a very summarized version. The other additional funding, the last item, is that $26,000 would be going towards the Costa Mesa BAC update, Costa Mesa BAC program, specifically the Shop Costa Mesa program. These, I'm not going to read these, but these are all the activities that we've successfully completed in the short period of time that we've had. It's quite a bit of work, and it's only been made possible by around 40 staff members, partner staff members, and volunteers, all working really hard to make sure that we can continue to mobilize supply through our businesses, mobilize demand through our patrons and our Shop Costa Mesa program, and sending out one universal, consistent, and persistent message. The funding for this program would be for promotional materials, content for the Shop Costa Mesa champions to continue to share that message, and incentivization, potentially incentivization software that can help kind of monetize or push people forward to help continue doing what we're already advocating for, which is shopping Costa Mesa. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. And I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Inlows. Mr. Locke or Ms. Green, do you have the alternative proposal that you can put up on the screen?
Yes, Mr. Inlows, could you please stop share? Thank you. Mr. Locke, do you have that?
Okay, well, I definitely appreciate all the hard work that Mr. Inlows and his team are doing to help our small businesses. I've worked really hard to help us secure this funding, and I'd like to see us get it out into the business community faster and to more businesses. And so I'm proposing that we make a couple of changes to the staff recommendations. If you could raise it up a little bit, that would help to simplify the process for small business owners. Any small business owner that has gone through the PPP experience knows that it's a lot of work. All these grants out here are very cumbersome, and especially when you're working in this environment where you may not have access to everything. So I would recommend that we change the allocation so that we provide for 1.77 million in the funds for the grants, that we allocate 50,469.39 to the BAC program, and that we keep the allocation of the CIP fund. We allocated additional 160,000 to nonprofits, and that or stage 4 businesses, and that we reserve that money because stage 4 is not open yet, and that we set aside 160,000 for that. And then that it looks like from the presentation, which I didn't have the benefit of from the staff report, but it looks like you'll be getting it done before the end of the month. So that really isn't a difference at this time. Next slide. So here's the proposed allocation changes. And the part here, cost of administration and processing, when I did the numbers for the staff recommendation, there was change left over. So I assume that's what it's for, cost of administration and processing. And so that's where I parked that for purposes of this proposal as well, even though that wasn't necessarily spelled out. And if that's not necessary, then Mr. Inlows, if you could explain if we could move that money into the small business grant program. If you could pull up the slide a little bit. No, I mean, so that we can see the bottom. There we go. So, so here are the proposed changes to the process. Basically accept all the recommendations regarding eligibility, except that I'm proposing that we change the layoff language so that it's either furlough or layoff. so that it doesn't have to necessarily be a layoff, but it could be a furlough. And that they had other COVID-19 related impacts, and leave it that those are the only two requirements as opposed to all of those other limitations that are being proposed. The business may be a nonprofit or for-profit business. Again, that would be something to discuss for stage 4. The business would be legal, but remove the requirement that they be in the industrial or the commercial space. We have a lot of small businesses that may not be in those spaces, and we need to get them funded as well. Also, add some language to that recommendation that the regarding the PPP or economic injury disaster loan, that they be required to provide us with the amount that they receive if they did receive it, because they may have received an amount, but it might not be very significant. And if that's the case, I guess I wouldn't want to limit them from being able to be eligible for our grant program. As well as the business must follow city, county, and state's reopening guidance. We only have in the recommendation the state's reopening. And if you could move the slide up. And then I would recommend that we remove the following, that we remove that the business had to be deemed non-essential and was forced to shut down by state or local government. The reason I'm recommending that is that that would exclude all the restaurants because they were deemed essential. And so for takeout, and so they would not be eligible for this grant. And I don't think that was what we would want. Also, that we remove the language that requires that sales from the business are down more than 25% compared to the previous 3 months. I don't think we should be making that requirement and having people have to prove all that. I don't think it's necessary. One or more, and also remove the language, one or more employees in the business have contracted COVID-19 while at work. Everybody has been impacted by COVID.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
If I could just clarify on these items, a business will only need to meet any one of these. So the more there are, the more inclusive the program is. And the fewer there are, the more difficult it'll be for businesses to be able to participate.
Actually, I disagree with you, Mr. Curtis. I've taken out a lot of the requirements so that all they have to do is be COVID related or have had to furlough or lay off an employee. Those are the only 2 requirements, and have a business license in the city of Costa Mesa, be located in the city of Costa Mesa. So in my opinion, it's actually more inclusive. These are limitations that are in the staff report. They limit the number of businesses that would be eligible to apply. And my preference is to open it up more. And then I'm just proposing that we change the grants amounts for businesses, that we provide a little bit more money based on number of employees. Can you scroll it up, please? And that we add, like I said before, a grant for stage 4 businesses and nonprofits, and that we have some eligibility that relates to 100 or fewer employees. Most stage 4 are concerts and entertainment venues, concert halls and the like. So they anticipate a lot more employees. And then I'm proposing that the grant amounts be for that stage 4 businesses and nonprofits be up to $50,000. And then we include stage 4 businesses and arts nonprofits in the list of priority businesses. Next, or can you scroll up, please? I think that's it. Is that it? Okay. So the goal again, and I'm Unfortunately, I was not allowed to send this to the council to share with the council in advance. So unfortunately, we're having to see it for the first time here. But these are the changes that I'm proposing. And so we will open this item up for questions to Mr. Inlows, Mr. Curtis, or myself, I guess. Any questions? Councilmember Guinness.
I would like to get a read from staff or possibly the city attorney on the nonprofit issue.
As it relates to nonprofits, I spoke to Mr. Kim about nonprofits last week, and that's why I've proposed that we park the money and not spend it yet until we get clarification for stage 4 or nonprofits. Supervisors Chafee and I believe Wagner are allowing the money that they're distributing to be used for nonprofits. However, Mr. Kim has informed us that the guidance from the Treasury has not formalized whether it can be used for nonprofits or not. And so we're waiting for that clarification.
And then how are we defining, we had defined small business previously to be a pretty small business. And are we using the same definition? I'm trying to find it in here because we have the size of the grant based on the number of employees. And then would they be limited to 20 or fewer employees then?
Are you talking about the staff proposal or what?
Yeah, well, anybody who partakes of the whether it's 1.97 or 1.77 small business relief grant program.
The staff report has it set at 20.
Okay, and what about gross income, net income, any limit on that?
That was for the loan program. That limitation was not placed on the grant program.
Okay.
And Councilmember Guinness, I increased the number of employees after speaking with some of our restaurant owners. Most restaurants that are average restaurants that have a lunch and a dinner service have about 46 to 50 employees because they have a lot of part-time people, flexible schedules. So that's why I didn't think that the number of employees at 20 would benefit as many businesses in the city of Costa Mesa.
Well, that's why the last one I thought was awfully restrictive on how we were defining small businesses on the loans.
Just a point of clarification on that note, the way that we check and verify employment is through FTE equivalents. The way that currently SBDC does this is looking at part-time employees as a 0.5. And so hypothetically, if you've got 40 part-time staff, the 20 FTE that's in the staff report would still apply to that business.
And similarly, say, I'm looking at I'm not sure how many nonprofit arts organizations we have in Costa Mesa. Do we know how many we have? Because it looks like it's a carve out for nonprofit arts organizations. That's the proposal. And so how many are there?
The nonprofit arts, that language was supposed to be removed from this report. It should just say nonprofits.
Of any sort?
Yes.
Okay. And why would we allow more employees for a nonprofit than for another, especially if we're looking at FTEs?
The reason that I included that was after speaking to several of the nonprofit organizations, including the arts nonprofits and the nonprofits that are distributing food in the community. They had a variety of different employment. And Mr. Inlows, I apologize. I was unaware about the 0.5 being the formula. So open to entertaining whatever the equivalent is on the nonprofit side. That wasn't clear to me. So I'm just going by based on the nonprofits that I've spoken to and what they've shared with me. As an example, Segerstrom Center for the Arts, a nonprofit, they have more than 100 employees. The Save Our Youth, they have about 7 to 10 employees, depending on whether you count part-time and how you count part-time. I can't, there's a lot of nonprofits in the city. I don't
Well, no, but Segerstrom Center for the Arts is hardly a small business. I mean, I realize they're hurting because they're closed, but they're hardly a small business.
Well,
And
no,
isn't this supposed to be-
they're a nonprofit.
No, but isn't this money that came from the Board of Supervisors supposed to be used for small businesses? Or it can be used for any businesses?
It can be used for any businesses, depending on, in our district, there is no criteria for how it's to be used in terms of the type of business. In Supervisor Chafee's district, they're using it for nonprofits and businesses. In Doe's district, they're using it for, I don't know if they've even decided yet, but every district has something different. I happen to know that Wagner's district is allowing it to go for nonprofits. And I think the Pacific Symphony is going to be receiving funding through Wagner's district because they're headquartered in Irvine. That's what I was informed.
So they've already maybe done the legal research on the nonprofit issue?
Well, like I said, I asked Mr. Kim this, and he's the CEO, and his response was that it was not, I know you do, I was just making it for the public. His response was that the current Treasury guidance does not specify whether the money can be used for nonprofits, but people are getting clarity on that, and some are using it for nonprofits. And what he said was that if a city or the county used it for nonprofits, and then the guidance, the Treasury came back and said you can't do that, then the money would have to be refunded, which is why I am suggesting that we park it there until we get confirmation. And if it is determined that it's not allowed to be used, then we just fold it back into the other grant program. That to me is probably pending within the next couple of weeks.
And I know some of the nonprofits, particularly say arts related ones, have basically been dark, but some of our other nonprofits that have provided a lot of the food and actually really stepped up to the plate. Do we have other grant programs that are related to COVID where they might be receiving funding?
Not to my knowledge. Councilmember Marr might, or Councilmember Reynolds might know.
Or possibly Miss Price?
No, that's been a huge challenge.
Well, Councilmembers Marr and Reynolds have been the liaisons for the council as to those matters.
Mayor, if I could chime in on the food programs that the county used CARES Act dollars. They put $3 million to fund the OC Food Bank and Second Harvest back, I think it was probably like 3 or 4 meetings ago. Each entity got $500,000 up front and then another $1 million to sustain themselves on their food programs. Just to answer your question, Councilmember Guinness.
But
Councilmember Marr, that doesn't apply to the ones that are working in our community. Councilmember Marr?
That's what I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. And it's compounded by the fact that the Bank of America, Wells Fargo type of donations have also dried up as well. So there, not only is there not another source of funding, but their typical corporate donations that kept them alive were not happening during COVID.
That's kind of sad. So once again, the consolidated county program kind of took most of the funding, although some of the food bank food does come back to us, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, we're benefiting from the from CAP-OC, from the Community Action Partnership, but only through Power of One Foundation. They don't have enough funding to be doing multiple distributions, so they sort of picked a couple of nonprofit partners who are capable of doing the distribution. But if Arliss and I wanted to go run an IKEA one, for example, we would have to pay for that out of pocket because there's not enough funding for the demand right now.
Okay, so that sounds like the 160 for nonprofits might even be a little conservative.
Madam Mayor and council members, we do have, I was remiss in mentioning this earlier, we do have Katrina Payne, who's from SBDC, on the line with us. If you have any questions about what other cities are doing, they're currently working this program out with 12 other cities, as well as ours.
Okay, well,
Okay.
I think that covers my question.
All right, Councilmember Reynolds and then Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Okay, I had a few questions. One, we don't have, well, so my understanding is that we had the $750 total $1,000 that assignment to right-of-way improvements wouldn't change with your proposal, Mayor?
Correct.
Okay, and then there was what was $25-ish thousand now at $50,000. Why? What's the reason for that change? That was just sort of promotional material.
No, I did the math. The math the math didn't work. There was extra money in the staff report from the math. And so I parked.
Okay. Yeah, one of the things that I've been thinking about, I've been sort of browsing the Costa Mesa back website, and this is something Mr. Inlows had mentioned early on in the sort of generation of the back idea days. In terms of promotion, groups like I Heart Costa Mesa, have 5+ years of building a following. They're actually doing a really good job right now going out and doing sort of live chats with different businesses. They've been pushing the Shop Local campaign for a long time. I think it'd be really great if they're willing, I can't speak for them, of course, but to partner with them on some of the promotion versus, us investing. Every dollar matters these days, right? So once upon a time, 50K may not have sounded like a lot, but that's a lot. And, I think we have a brand that works. If there's some opportunity to partner there and have them help promote us, I think that sounds like a more valuable use of funds than sort of additional promotional material that may, require more time to get the same following that a group like I Heart Costa Mesa already has, or the chamber. So anyway,
Councilmember Reynolds, can I clarify one thing too? That the other purpose for the money for the back program is for printing of all the signage and things that we're providing to the businesses for the uniform signage program as well.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Is all of the other dollars, so I understand there's some this 160K for nonprofits. I can't remember if there were other breakouts, but would all of that money still be administered through the small business SBDC program?
Yes.
Okay. I know admin costs was a concern. And it's nice to just have it all sort of tracked in the same place.
Madam Mayor and council members, the clarification we got from the SBDC is that they are going to be helping us facilitate this project and this program at zero cost.
Okay, so there was some money left over in the.
I just ran the numbers again in the table that's in the staff report, and it appears to come out to 2.746.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean? It's too late for me to know what that means.
That's the total amount for the entire amount that we received from the county. So
okay. There was like some extra dollars in there that seemed like, well, anyway, I asked staff to do the math a couple times, so this is what I got.
Mr. Inlows, when we created this, and it feels like multiple months ago, it's probably last month, initially launched the SBDC program or authorized you to work on developing it. I recall there was some like productivity criteria as a way of evaluating businesses. Do you know what I'm referring to? Recall.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Reynolds, but I think what you're referring to is our conversation with about the loan program. We have a little bit more oversight in the loan program because it's a long-standing relationship that we're going to have with businesses over anywhere from a year to several years. Yeah. The grant program is an immediate dispersal of funds. So once we determine the criteria of the eligibility, and we pass that on to SBDC, they check to make sure businesses that apply comply. And the moment they do, those funds are dispersed. SBDC will work with us on the back end to review the receipts from those businesses to make sure that they were COVID applicable costs. But the requirement on these funds is pretty open. It just needs to be capital costs, rent, utilities. It's fairly open that they're just trying to recoup the loss of anything that they were impacted adversely from COVID.
And what were your plans on how to make sure that the sort of process or opportunity is as equitable as possible for Costa Mesa businesses?
Yeah. So the first step that we're doing is trying to create a process that just is open as possible. That's one of the reasons why we created 4 tangible, kind of clear COVID impacts, and they get to just be one of the 4. The next step would be keeping it not as rigorous as the previous loan requirements. So just basically a business in good standing, don't have any active code enforcement cases in the commercial and industrial areas of our city. And then once those parameters are met, we receive in applications. We're going to build actually a period of time. So it's not first come, first serve. It's whoever submits an application during that period is it received. And then we'll go through a lottery system if there's a surplus of applicants per dollars that we have available. And that lottery system has been used in several cities, and it's how we would ensure that we're kind of randomly selecting, so we're not kind of having inherent bias.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just share. So I popped onto the. Thank you for that answer. The Business Assistance Collaborative website, or I think it's the Instagram page that just got set up, and it says the BAC is a collaborative between the city, Chamber of Commerce, Travel Costa Mesa, and South Coast Metro Alliance. And I know the chamber is recently located, but it feels like a very sort of North City oriented partnership. And I just want to, so that just sort of makes me wonder, what is going to be the reach to all of Costa Mesa's businesses. So
great question. So as far as engagement and outreach is concerned, we have a list of 5,000 businesses in a mass mail out that we're going to be sending out. We're also going to be leveraging the SBDC. They're going to be helping us conduct 3 webinars, 2 in English and 1 in Spanish. They're going to be sending out a flyer that we're going to try to circulate as much as possible. And that's something else we're going to leverage with our BAC partners through our Shop Costa Mesa program. I'm sure I'm going to be asking them to get the word out to businesses throughout the community. And because we asked different champions to be selected by the various members of our city council, they're actually fairly distributed across the city.
Okay. And then last question, did you have a chance to connect with the I Heart Costa Mesa team?
I did. I had a great conversation with the I Heart Costa Mesa team a while back, and expressed our interest in having them participate in this program and through the BAC. Now it's evolved and it's different than what it was when we first had a conversation. I'm more than happy to reach out to them again.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Councilmember Guinness, and then Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
I there was something that was said about the Shop Costa Mesa campaign, because I had originally thought it would be various media that would be used to encourage people to shop in Costa Mesa. And especially because our BIA receipts are way down too, which promotes staying here, shopping here, and so forth. It seems like we could use a little extra boost in that area, which this is a pretty little boost. But but there was a reference to uniform signage. And could you elaborate on that further? Because I'm not seeing how that would fit into a campaign to get people to go shopping in Costa Mesa.
No, the uniform signage relates to the social distancing, physical distancing.
Oh, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr.
Okay,
Inlows
good,
created,
because I
Mr.
thought,
Inlows
what
and
on
his
earth?
team. Yeah, they created some uniform materials that businesses could use. That's what that is.
Because, yeah, you go to Vaughn's and it's like 8 different signs all over the place. Do this, do that, do this, do that. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I couldn't imagine what on earth.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Just a couple of minor questions. So, Mayor Foley, can you just turn to the staff report at page 3 for just a quick second? So,
Sure.
so I totally agree with your point that we should make the applications or the applicants more inclusive and the more expansive. So that's point I agree with. The other thing I agree with is that the third bullet under proposed program parameters, in addition to your amendment including furloughs, of those 4 would be the most likely qualifying factor of an applicant. But for Mr. Curtis's point, which I thought was very well taken, that because these 4 items are in the disjunctive, if you eliminate the other 3 and you limit it to the third bullet, you're actually making a more restrictive program parameters. So with respect to your amendment, would you agree that we could put those other 3 bullets back and it would achieve your objective of having a more expansive parameters and including more businesses?
If it's in the disjunctive, so that if there should be, so if I was writing this, I would have put or after each sentence, after each bullet point. To me, I thought these were requirements, the way it was written in the bullet points here. So there was only one or, which was between the 2nd and the 4th bullet point. I mean, the 3rd and the 4th bullet point. So the way I read that was that all these others ahead of it were required.
Okay, but I mean,
and nobody corrected me on that, so that's how I read
think
it.
that Barry would. That's your point, right, Barry? Mr. Curtis?
That's correct. It's at the sentence leading into those bullets, and I understand the point, Madam Mayor, is we need to meet one of the following.
Right.
Okay.
So so long as that's what the intent is, that you only have to meet one of the following, then, and if we could add the word furlough into that 3rd bullet point, that's fine.
Okay. And then the only other thing that I want to say about this is, because I think that Councilmember Reynolds makes a good point about the every dollar counts. She also makes a super good point about the great work that's being done by I Heart Costa Mesa. I follow them on Instagram, and I probably every day I watch 1 or 2 of their little, chats or whatever that they do. And I think they do a spectacular job. But the other thing I learned about I Heart Costa Mesa is, that they're fiercely independent and focused on what they do. So, in the discussions that you had, or discussion, I guess it was, with I Heart Costa Mesa, Mr. Inlos, was there any indication that they would take direction from you or from the city? Because I mean, I view this as kind of a cumulative effort. You've got I Heart Costa Mesa doing their own thing, which is great. You got BAC doing their own thing, which is great. and all of our partners working together, I don't think it's an either or. So did you get any feeling, Mr. Inlos, that they would be willing to take direction from the city? Because that's not what I understand about that organization.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The answer after our conversation was that at this time they would continue pursuing strictly their mission, and that they would maybe reevaluate in the future. But at the end of our conversation, that they would prefer kind of doing their good work independently.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. Just to clarify, looking at the other Costa Mesa, what's under staff report page 3, Costa Mesa eligibility requirements. So bullet point number 1, the only recommendation I was making was that we include nonprofits. Bullet point number 2, that we eliminate that it be required to be in a commercial or industrial space. Mr. Inlos, was there a reason why you were requiring that?
Madam Mayor, the reason why we added commercial or industrial space without saying specifically a zoning kind of use was we were looking for maximum impact. If you have businesses that fall within commercial properties, the most likely they're renting or paying a mortgage on those properties, and they have a more of a direct kind of secondary effect to businesses that they neighbor, that could benefit from them being able to stay solvent, or would be detrimental if they were unable to continue business.
But we have a lot of small businesses within the city of Costa Mesa that are they employ people, they have success, but they may not be in a commercial or industrial. And I guess I just wouldn't want to eliminate them from being able to participate in the program. That's all.
We provided the flexibility in here without using the exact zoning language or general plan language designations to allow for some level of flexibility. The way we kind of foresaw this playing out would, at the most, it would probably preclude home occupation businesses from being able to apply.
Right. And so graphic designers, artists, accountants, 3 that I can think of off the top of my head. That I don't know why we would want to exclude them. That's all. Okay. The business must have an active Costa Mesa license. Of course, that's fine. The business must have 20 or less full-time or equivalent combination, full-time, part-time, including the owner. So I was suggesting that we increase that to 50, but you're telling me that that language is not interpreted as the plain language on the page on page 3, that there's a different formula for what that means. So what is the equivalent of 20? I wouldn't have known that just reading the staff report. So what is that? What does that mean exactly?
Yeah, so this was in our further collaboration with SVDC as they're rushing to help and fulfill kind of help with 12 different cities at the same time. The further clarification we got from them is most of the times what they're using to verify that, which at the end of the day is what's most important, is the 940 and the 941 tax forms from the last 2019 year. And that would, and using the PPP methodology for FTE equivalency, which is if someone works 40 hours or more, it's 1%. If they work anything less than 40, it's a 0.5%. So if you work 10 hours, it's 0.5, 20 hours, it's 0.5, 30 hours, it's 0.5. And then you add up those places. So if you have 20 FTE equivalent, that could mean 40 part-time employees.
Okay, so you wouldn't get to 50, you'd only get to 40.
Correct.
Okay. I still think, and this is based specifically on my query of several local restaurants, how many employees did they have? and they ranged from 46 to 55. And so that's why I felt like the 20 was too few, even if it does, now that I understand it, equate to 40. It still might be too few.
We can increase that to 30.
But why? And then that would get us 60. Is that what you're saying? Okay. That's very confusing. I don't think that individuals that are applying for this would understand that. I mean, I'm a lawyer. I'm reading this. There's no explanation that describes what you just said.
I totally understand, and it's for me as well. That's why in our guidelines book that we're going to be releasing out to all people that are applying, we walk them through an example of how that looks and how that would be calculated to help them calculate the number of employees they need to put on the application.
Okay. It just seems like we need to make this very simple for people. Having experienced the PPP myself, you know, it was very cumbersome. So I want us to make this very simple for people. And then the next bullet point, the business must be in good standing. That's fine. The next bullet point, all I did was add that they have to include the amount of their Paycheck Protection Program grant loan or the economic injury disaster loan amount. I assume you don't have any reason for us not to do that, right?
No, and in fact, we've seen a couple of portal applications from other cities and they automatically have included that in their questionnaire. So that's fine.
Okay. And then, because I don't think we should exclude anybody who got that because maybe they got $5,000, who knows? It's all based on when you make money because you have to look at the time period from the prior year. However, priority will be given to applicants that have not received funding through these programs. So the business must follow the state's reopening guidance. And so is there any reason not to include city, county, and state reopening guidance?
No.
Okay. And then submit the application, of course. And then the rest of it is just the breakdown of the grants and whether or not we include nonprofits. Ms. Farrell Harrison.
I'm just reviewing the subrecipient agreement language from the county, and there's one thing that we do need to add is that the officers of the business are domiciled in Orange County. So I think having a business license isn't sufficient. We need to add that additional criteria because that's a criteria that that is in the county subrecipient agreement requirement. So we do need to add that.
That makes sense.
Madam Mayor, one thing we did not talk about was the amount of money recommended and in your recommendation as well for the Shop Costa Mesa issue. We had actually already bumped that up a couple times to the point where we were kind of at the limit of what we were comfortable being able to spend at the 26,000. I still have some concerns. We have concerns about maybe having too much money here and not being able to expend it all. I would recommend that we stick to the $26,469 and put the rest into either the small business grants or the nonprofit / stage 4 grants.
That's fine. Does that, when you were doing your estimates, did it include printing all of those materials that we've talked about, the uniform signage? Because I do think that's going to cost more than you think it costs.
We weren't looking into the city paying and doing this preparation of signs.
Right. And that's why I bumped up the number there, because I do think that I know we sent out the names of printers and whatnot, but it's just hard for businesses right now to come up with all of that. And that's the feedback we're getting from our businesses that meet with us every Friday. Okay, so I think Councilmember Reynolds, is your hand up from before, or did you have another question? Okay, we're gonna open this item up for public comment.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I did have one last point of clarification. I noticed you were talking about wanting to make sure that if somebody received a PPP or EIDL funding, that they you know, you wouldn't want to necessarily deprioritize them if they didn't receive a significant amount. If that's something you're still interested in recommending, we would need kind of direction from City Council on what is considered a significant amount for clarity and for the process to be streamlined and go through the review process.
Yeah, I would eliminate that requirement altogether because I just don't think it matters unless they received hundreds of thousands of dollars, you know. But I'll leave that for the council. I'm open. Okay. We have 2 speakers. If you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the participants window or press *9 on your telephone. Katrina Smith. Ms. Smith, are you there?
Yes, hi. So I just work with the SBDC. Dan or Mr. Enlows had unmuted me. I'm just here for any questions.
All right, thank you so much. Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, and then our next speaker is Susan Imamoto. Are you there?
Yes, thank you so much. I just have a question and a few comments. I've been invited to a number of webinars this week from the SBDCs, Fullerton, Newport Beach, Fountain Valley. They've already started their webinars on how to apply for these grants that came through their county commissioners. So I'm curious why we would expend any city staff on this instead of just handing it over to the SBDCs to do this work for us and make it simple. That's my question. Now, if I could include some comments.
I'll pause you for 1 second. That's what the recommendation is, just so you understand.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not having city staff do it.
Okay. And then secondly, when I'm reading through the staff report, I think it's section number or page number 4, where it says that the OCBC, the Orange County Business Council, would be reviewing any applications and ranking them. And I'll tell you what's alarming about that is that it's $5,000 to be a member minimum with the Orange County Business Council. And so I certainly hope that as a 501c6 membership organization, this is not a nonprofit that's doing charitable work for anyone in the public. This is a membership-based organization. And just like the Chamber of Commerce is also a 501c6, it costs money. So if they're the ones that are going to be ranking businesses that apply, look at their membership and you will see that there is only one Westside Costa Mesa manufacturing business that is in these organizations. And if they're ranking, are they ranking their members first? I'm just asking you to take a really good look at that staff recommendation. I also pulled up, there's 2 filings that are required of them. They have to record their statement of information, and they also have to record with the state attorney general. Neither of those 501c3s are current. Yet you would ask your local businesses that they have all their paperwork in order, but yet these 2 gigantic partners that you would be putting in a position of power of discerning who gets money or not are not current with the state with their own 501c6. So that's my comment. Thank you for considering.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the speaker list here. I will close the public comment. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Oh, it was a leftover hand, but
okay.
I don't think that there's any, I didn't see any reference to OCBC. I think that it's OCSBDC, right?
Right. It's just a typo in the staff report. That's all.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Did you want to make a motion while you have the
floor?
No,
I'll make, well, it's tricky to make this motion. I'm going to try to make it. And then if I get it wrong, then somebody else can fix it. So I want to move to approve the staff report with the mayor's revisions, with a couple of exceptions to that. One would be to adopt the program parameters that are set forth on page 3 of the staff report. And the other one would be to go with I guess that's the only thing I would want to change, because we talked about reducing the shop Costa Mesa budget to 2,600, but I think you've convinced me we should keep it at 50. So with that would be my motion.
Second for discussion. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you clarify the motion again so that I can understand?
Yeah, it's the staff report with your changes. So it includes the $160,000 carve out to the phase 4 businesses, including nonprofits. All the changes. The only change that we wouldn't make that you suggested is that we would retain the program parameters that are disjunctive on page 3 of the staff report.
Okay. All right. And then Ms. Farrell Harrison, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, please, Mayor. Thank you. Just a couple of things. Remember that page 3 did not include that one county requirement about.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Would the maker of the motion include the domicile requirement?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, that's correct.
Second concurs.
And then we strongly recommend that you retain the staff recommendation for the shop Costa Mesa, because we're not convinced that we can spend the $50,000 and we don't have enough capacity to print signs for every business in the city. And so that would be too much of an obligation to take on, quite honestly. And so it's better used for the businesses as the grants or on the nonprofit side.
Okay, so move, would the maker of the motion move the, whatever that number is, I don't know what the number is.
24,000?
Yeah, to the stage 4 and nonprofits. So add that to the 160.
Yes.
Okay, second concurs. Okay, did you want to speak any further to this item?
No, I think it's a good collaboration between staff and the mayor, and I appreciate everybody's hard work, and it's great to be able to get this these funds out to help grow our businesses and recover our businesses. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Councilmember Marr and then Councilmember Guinness.
Yeah, sorry. So I thought that there were additional program eligibility requirements that the mayor had offered that weren't on page 3 or 4 of the staff report.
So for those items, just to go through those real quick, it would be adding furlough with the employees in one of the conjunctives. It would be adding nonprofit to the eligibility requirements and Costa Mesa eligibility requirements. It'd be increasing the number of employees to 30. It would be increasing the amount, sharing the amount, as well as whether they received funding for PPP and EIDL. And it would be including city, county, and state reopening guidances. And then the other recommendation was to keep the employee breakdown and loan grant amounts the same as what's in the staff report, now that it's clear about the FTE equivalents.
Okay, that's not what I agreed to. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, as to the grant amounts, is your motion to propose what I proposed or what's in the staff report? Can you put it up on the screen so we know the difference? Because the staff report goes down to 2,500. Okay.
So the only clarification I would recommend is because of how SBDC gathers this information in, and because they have to do it through the verification process of the tax records and how they look at FTEs for equivalency, If you have a 40 employees eligibility requirement for 15,000 and 16 to 40 for the 10,000, it's going to mean that 90% of our businesses fall in the 1 to 15 employees category.
Explain why that is.
Because most of our businesses have an FTE from 1 to 7.
Oh, my apologies. That's because that's 14 instead of 7, for example, right? And so the 1 to 15 is 2 to 30. Is that why?
Yeah.
Okay. So I did not know that, and that was not clear in reviewing the staff report. So I apologize for that confusion. I still don't think we need to do $2,500 grants. What would you recommend as to?
We could put 1 with 2 and 3, and then you'd have 1, 2, or 1 to 3 employees are eligible for the $5,000 grant.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, does that work?
That is fine.
And then as it relates to the stage 4, the breakdown there, how does that need to get changed, Mr. Inlows, based on this equivalence issue?
Yeah, I'm pulling to your memo right now.
It's on the screen if you want.
Oh, thank you. I actually I did the calculation for for-profit businesses in the city and looked at how they were distributed across employees. I did not look specifically at nonprofits. So I'm unfamiliar with how this breakdown, but if we wanted to follow a similar logic, I guess we can cut everything in half, would be a potential response.
Okay, and I'm more concerned about the equivalency. So in this case, 25 would mean 50 under your explanation.
We can change that to full-time equivalents.
Okay.
And then similarly, Dan, on the first, going back to the first one, the $5,000, did you say 1 to 3 employees, full-time equivalents for the first bullet?
Yes.
So then would we go to like 4 to 20 for the second bullet and more than 20 for the third bullet? Is that essentially what you're thinking?
Those numbers would stay the same. 2 to 3, 4 to 6, and 7 to 20.
Okay.
Because again, it's distributed equally across all those sectors. So each one has about 25% of the businesses within our city.
If the mayor was looking for larger than 40 or 20 full-time equivalents or 40 though, it seems like we need a more than figure for the last bullet.
Right. So we could just do 7+.
I just want to be able to pick up restaurants that have,
yeah,
because that's going to be the main, that have so many staff members. They've got kitchen, they've got servers, hostess, bartenders. There's a lot of staff that it
This
all
would
adds
be
up.
automatically updated since we changed the other eligibility requirement. We increased the other eligibility requirement to 30. So this would just be reflected here. It would go 7 to 30.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, does that make sense before?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, so El Matador, for example, has 48 employees. So, but they, not all of them are full-time equivalents.
Right.
But I'm sure that they'd have 20.
Sorry.
I think that that's the type of business we're looking to help.
Yeah, and I was polling some of the restaurants that are in our recovery group, and they ranged from 46 to 55. So, okay, Councilmember Marr?
Yeah, just real quick, just for the sake of clarity, since we're throwing this around, but if a full-time equivalent is 2 people if they're both working 20 hours a week. But if you've got somebody working even fewer hours a week, for example, then it could be 3 or 4 people as a full-time equivalent. So we should be wary of just assuming they're going to have to do some math to figure out what an FTE is.
Sorry, real quick, Councilwoman Marr, the way the PPP program handles this is it's just, if you're not 40, you're 0.5.
Got it.
That
Okay.
simplifies it just to your 0.5. So if you work 10 hours, you're 0.5. You work 30, you're 0.5.
Got it. Okay. Thanks for that.
Okay,
I'll be
thank
supporting
you.
the motion, obviously.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
You're on mute.
Councilmember Reynolds, are you there?
Do we need to, on the nonprofit piece, need to specify anywhere to make sure that it's a nonprofit that provides services in Costa Mesa?
I think, did I say that in there? But that, I would support that. Make her the motion and support
Yeah, of
that.
course. Let's add that. Let's add that.
And Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'll add that there is a specific clause in the subrecipient agreement that speaks to that. So I just wanted to read it for you for context for both the business side and the nonprofit side, because it says it shall mean an independently owned and operated business that is not dominant in its field of operation. It can't be a major player, obviously. The principal office of which is located within the jurisdictional boundaries. So its main office has to be located in Costa Mesa. And then on top of that, the officers of which are domiciled in Orange County. And so this pertains to the county subrecipient agreement. And so whatever we agree to tonight, every entity has to adhere to those independently owned and operated, not dominant in its field of operation. The principal office is located in Costa Mesa, and then the officers of which are domiciled in Orange County. So
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, do you agree to add those eligibility requirements?
Yes, of course.
Second concurs, just so we're clear. Thank you for asking that question, Councilman Reynolds.
Right, and I just want to make sure that because I'm not sure that covers, I'm thinking of it not, like I could have my own nonprofit where I like collect donations or apply for grants to like send seeds to some other country, right? So like I live here, the business is here, but like my service isn't something that benefits Costa Mesa. So I just want to make sure that I want to make sure that rule is in there somehow.
Yeah, we added your request that the service has to benefit Costa Mesa.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, we added that.
It's not just the new language. Okay, thank you.
Right. Okay. Any other questions? Councilmember Guinness?
Yes. After talking about the signage and thinking about it some more, all of us have at some point bought signs. And the more we've all learned that the more that you buy, the cheaper they are. If you buy just one sign, it's way more costly than if you buy 500. I mean, per sign. And I realize we don't have the capacity to do a big sign program, print them for everybody, distribute them for everybody. But is there some way to run a consolidated signage program? Because if it's going to be a uniform sign, it seems like everybody making a one sign order for a sign, they're going to pay a fortune for these signs that if they were all ordered together would be a fraction of that cost per sign. So is there some way that we could work through the chamber or something to consolidate that? Because it seems really dumb to have a bunch of people individually order identical signs.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember Guinness. I had asked that question also. I don't know, Ms. Farrell Harrison. I mean, originally, my original proposal was to sort of contract with some vendor that we vetted, and then the businesses could go buy the signs from the vendor. But I don't know, that didn't seem like that would work either. I just want to make it easy for people to get the information and have the signs and not have to pay a premium, like she said, because they're buying, 10 as opposed to 100.
Agreed. We understand. So we can work with the chamber to get some bulk pricing in order to have some efficiencies for all of our businesses so that they're not paying a premium going in as individual businesses. And we can work with them on an RFP structure or something that models that for competitive pricing.
Okay. Councilmember Guinness, does that work?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to go. And then my other comment is on the right of way to accommodate outdoor dining and other public uses. I just want to be assured that pedestrian access and particularly handicap access won't be impaired by use of the right of way in this fashion. And that all of our planning for any of these things, whether it's using the public right of way or going into the parking lot, we don't in any way impair handicap access, whether by eliminating handicap parking, affecting an access ramp, blocking a walkway, sending the handicapped person out into traffic. And just want to verify, just want to emphasize that we need to maintain handicap access in all of these programs. Thank you.
Mr. Curtis, that would be a requirement of law still, right?
That's correct. Madam Mayor.
Okay. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised, so I will ask to call the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, I think that was our last item of business, council. We did it. The only item we have left is additional committee or council member comments. And I assume nobody has anything else left to say. Okay, I'm gonna adjourn. Oh, someone said wait. Who said wait? No. Councilor Guinness, are you serious? Oh, okay. I like to adjourn the meeting tonight in respect to Chief Snowden's mother-in-law, who this week died of COVID-19. So our hearts go out to the Snowden family. Good night, everybody, or good morning. We'll see you on the parade route.
Goodbye.
Bye.